Chapter 1 Master has 7 daughters? What? You want me to marry your 7 daughters? You are going to squeeze me dry.
Jiangnan City Prison, Lu Dust shouted a child. Today is the day he was released from prison. Early in the morning, the old man put the 7 daughters of the birth date in 8 characters to him and entrusted care.
Little bastard. Letting you take care of, not letting you marry them.
The old man cursed, unfolded the 7 birth dates in order, and let out a long sigh. I'm not reliable as a father, I can't take care of them. These 3 years I did not treat you poorly, all the kung fu taught you, the worship fee will not be, you go out, protect my 7 daughters.
Lu Dust fixed his eyes.
Zhou Jiruo, Wang Wanqiu, Meng Yutong, Zhu Huairo, Jia Yuhan, Lu Mingjie, Hu Shuang.
Good guy, even the last name is different. 7 daughters, 7 daughters-in-law?
Can't see it, old man, you were quite a flirt when you were young. Lu Chuan flirted, and then squarely said, I can help take care of it, but why don't you take care of it yourself?
With your strength this prison, it's not like you just want to leave? The old man sighed.
I only have 1 year, 3 months, 7 days, and 5 hours and 9 seconds of life left, there is no chance.
Congratulations, finally dying. Lu Chuan grinned.
The old man casually picked up a rock and smashed it towards him.
You little bastard.
Lu Chuan rolled his eyes. 3 years ago, you said you still had 507 years to live. 3 days ago, you told me that you still had 208 years to live.
Now it's 1 year? You think I'm going to believe that? Do you really think you're the king of hell, with your death date down to the minute and second?
Shut up. You've wasted a few more seconds of my life with this nonsense.
Get lost.
Lu Dust also no nonsense, pack up things to go, turn your head instantly. Behind the back came the words of the old man. After going out, have revenge, have a grudge, remember our ghost door disciples, can only bully others, never be bullied.
Remember the ancestral motto? Supporting up. Lu Chen said without looking back.
The old man nodded his head, yes, you have to be supportive. Go on, take your revenge, get your daughter-in-law back, and take care of my 7 daughters.
I know. Lu Dust had a murderous look in his eyes.
3 years ago, he followed the marriage contract to marry Guo Shirwan, the granddaughter of the Guo family, but unexpectedly, on the day of the wedding, something happened. After sending the guests away, Lu Chuan returned to his room. The moment he entered, he saw Meng Bo undressing Guo Shirwan.
This moment.
Lu Chuan's head filled with blood. A man's 3 major vendettas, the vendetta of killing his father, the hatred of taking his wife, and the pain of killing his son. He was already married to Guo Shirwan, his wife, and he hadn't even touched her yet, and Meng Bo was trying to take advantage?
Meng Bo, I will kill you.
With a wild roar, the two fought together.
In the end, Meng Bo was blinded in one eye. Lu Chuan was sentenced to 3 years.
Even after he went to jail, Meng Bo didn't let him go. In these 3 years, Lu Dust 9 deaths, every week someone will find him trouble. The most serious time, he was broken 4 ribs, spleen rupture, stomach bleeding, back cut 12 knives. It's time to take this revenge. Old man, I'll buy you a drink when I come back with my revenge.
Wow. Lu Dust stepped out of the iron door.
In his ears came a clear voice.
Brother.
A delicate beauty girl jumped into his arms, whimpering and crying, Brother, you can finally come out, I miss you to death. The younger sister, who was already 20 years old, although she had already reached adulthood, was still that cute little girl in Lu Chuan's eyes.
Good girl.
Don't cry, brother came out, and will never leave you again.
Lu Chuan swept a glance around and did not see anyone else except his sister Lu Shui. Where are Dad and Mom? Lu Shui wiped a handful of tears, watery eyes flashed with timidity. Dad and Mom are busy. They asked me to pick you up.
You're hungry, I'll take you to dinner, let's go eat something delicious and give you a good reception. This girl from childhood to a lie on the ears red, at the moment, her ears red, water tender cheeks red, big eyes dare not, and Lu Chuan straight.
Lu Chuan's heart sank. What happened to Dad and Mom? You quickly say.
Lu Shui lowered her head, 2 small hands nervously grasping the corner of her coat, and no nothing, Mom and Dad were going to come together to pick you up, there is something temporary.
There is a neighbor here. They're entertaining guests, so let's go eat. Entertaining guests is more important than picking up your son? Something happened.
Lu Chen's face sank, and he said in a cold voice, Xiao Shui, don't lie to me, what's going on?
Say. A cold drink. Lu Shui was scared to tears, daintily wiping tears, palm-sized face full of aggression. It's nothing serious. Our family owes that neighbor money, he came to demand money today, said today must pay. Lou Dust frowned, how much? 30,000. 30,000? Lou Dust breathed a sigh of relief, although his family is not rich, but there is a small factory, a small house, the family deposit of 1 million, the annual income of 7 or 800,000. $30,000 can afford to take. Return the money is not on the line? Lou Dust easily said. Lu Shui, two eyes red, lowered his head and said, but there is no money at home. 30,000 are not? Lou Dust realized that something is wrong. Grabbed Lu Shui, soft little hand frowned, small snow, you say, in the end how things? After you went to jail, Meng Bo asked for compensation of 10 million, or else you will be sentenced to 15 years, the family's factory, car, house are sold, but also borrowed a lot of money. Now we're living on Garbage Street. Mom and Dad are selling vegetables in the market. We have borrowed a lot of money in the past 3 years to make up the $10 million, and people come to our door to ask for money every 3 days. Yesterday, someone came to our door to ask for money and pushed my mom. Today this person came to the door, said that today must pay back the money, if not pay back the money, on. On what? Lou Dust gritted his teeth, his voice low. Snap, snap, tears like a string of beads, falling from the eyes of Lu Shui. If you don't give the money, you will beat your father to death. Beat my father to death? Lu Chuan's brain exploded, blood instantly rushed to the top of the head, because of him, ruined his father's life's foundation, his mother's old age, was bullied and humiliated? His sister, who was in her prime, is in tears every day. Anger, remorse, pain in an instant gushed out, 2 lines of hot tears rolled down, grabbed his sister's small hand, angrily shouted. Go home. Chapter 2 Fatalities. Jiangnan, the top floor of the Starlight Mansion, a lavishly decorated office. A young man is standing by the window, this person is Meng Bo, he is wearing a brand-name suit, the watch on his hand is worth 2 million, even drink a bottle of red wine to more than 100,000 yuan, and the life of the Lu family is simply a heaven and a hell. Did the people come out? Calculating the time, it is already home. Behind him stood a middle-aged, gutter nose, small eyes, very sinister expression. Is it arranged? Meng Bo took a sip of red wine and turned around to ask. Well, arranged. A desperate man with terminal liver cancer to find things, the police and the court are also ready, this time he must let him sit through the bottom of the jail. The middle-aged sinisterly smiled. Not enough. Meng Bo turned around and said with a hideous expression this time, change the prison, first blind his 2 eyes, and then arrange for me to have 100 more inmates to take turns messing with him every day, I want to make his life worse than death. 3 years ago, Lu Chuan blinded his right eye, although he regained his sight after transplanting his cornea, that feeling of humiliation has always been with him, just going to jail is not enough. Please don't worry, young master, I will definitely get things done this time. At this time, Meng Bo's phone rang. After answering the phone his face showed a hint of joy. Immediately prepare the car. Does young master want to go to the scene to see the scene of Lu Duan's arrest? The middle-aged asked. The old man of the Guo family is dying, the Guo family are all in the people's hospital, this is the best time for me to get close to Guo Shirwan, this time she absolutely cannot escape from me. Meng Bo took a sip of red wine, his demeanor confident. Garbage Street. Because of the back of the city garbage heap, all day long exudes the stench of garbage, and named Garbage Street, because the smell is too big, the location is far away, the rich people are very disgusted. All the people who live in this area are poor. There are more poor people. There is more chaos. Fights and brawls happen several times a month. Today, Lu family quarrel again, the neighbors are accustomed to, each at home, busy with their own, on the screams, roars, deaf, when there is a dead man, only to probe out to see, do not splash blood on their own door. Snap. Wearing a white t-shirt, 30 out of the strong man Yang and a slap in the face of a Lu Yongheng. Hit Lu Yongheng dizzy, a stumble, almost fell. Li Guilan rushed over, while old companion to help stabilize. His father, you are all right. Li Guilan's gaze was like blood, her cheeks were red, her disheveled hair looked like it had exploded, and her rolling tears flowed down, and she glared at the person in front of her. Hissed. I Hong Tao, don't bully people too much. Our family did borrow your money, but when we borrowed the money, we clearly said that we would pay it back within 3 years with interest, and it's only been half a year, and you're at the door to collect the debt. Moreover, we are neighbors, and you don't know the situation of our family. Even if you beat us to death, we can't get $30,000. Bai Hong Tao let out a laugh. Your son is out of jail. Tell him to give the money.
Li Guilan face full of tears, the mention of her son, her heart is more painful, 3 years in prison, how much suffering, how much crime.
My son has been in there for 3 years, where is the money? Xiaobai, we beg you, owe you money, we will never owe you with interest. Please give us a little more time. I'm begging you. I'm on my knees. Xiaobai, please. Li Guilan bent her legs and was about to kneel. Suddenly,
A thunderous voice came.
Mom! Don't kneel.
This voice, descending from the sky like the sound of Brahma, exploded the entire garbage street. Everyone put down their hands and poked their heads out to watch the fun.
Who is it, so loud?
This young man looks a bit familiar, and old Lu looks a bit like
He looks exactly like Li Guilan. He's their son, isn't he? The son of the son-in-law who, on his wedding night, became a bastard and beat someone up and sent him to jail? Yes, that's him.
Lu Dust to Arrow Step rushed into the alley, 3 years have not seen, the father's hair white, the mother's back hunching, more importantly, the father's cheeks a red rash.
There were also palm prints on it. Beat my father? Forcing my mom to kneel?
Monstrous anger made the muscles of his entire body tremble madly, his breathing was rapid, anger, hatred, monstrous emotions, all of them exploded out at this moment. Crimson eyes, twisting his head to stare at the man in front of him.
Gritting his silver teeth. Word by word. You hit my father?
Bai Hongtao shivered in fear, his face swished white, subconsciously wanting to run, but then forced himself to hold his footsteps.
Stuttered. I hit what kind? Debt repayment, heaven and earth. I not only hit him, I also want to hit you.
Bai Shirtao raised his hand just raised, suddenly a flower in front of his eyes, a powerful slap slapped down hard, he felt he hit the concrete pier.
The whole person directly flew out. Oops, murder, quick alarm.
White Hongtao took out his cell phone to call the police, Lu Yongheng rushed out to grab the phone, laughing. Old White, we have words to say, something to say, don't call the police.
Lu Dust just got out of prison, cannot go back in.
Li Guilan also climbed up and apologized to Bai Hongtao on behalf of Lu Duan. Old Bai, my son is just a moment of impulse, you must not talk to him. Regardless of how the two old man apologized, Bai Hongtao just pulled his neck and shouted.
Murder, quick alarm.
This shout immediately attracted the attention of the neighbors. Someone opened the door to see the scene, immediately took out the phone to the police. Lu Yongheng couple immediately panicked, hurriedly shouted to Lu Dust. What are you still waiting for? Don't hurry to your white uncle to recognize the mistake, fast.
Husband and wife anxious, eyes red, Li Guilan even more has been anxious to cry. Brother, you apologize. My sister is also anxious. The family was reunited with great difficulty, and they really don't want to be separated again. Neighbors, one by one, holding their cell phones, waiting for Lu Duan's attitude, not much matter, they will not just use public resources. As long as Lu Duan apologized, the matter would be settled. Dusty. Brother. In full view of everyone, Lu Dust stepped forward and gazed at Bai Hongtao. Destiny carries a curse. Young life is deducted. 3 simmering true fires, 2 extinguished. If you're poor, your parents don't have children. If you're rich, your relatives are afraid. Your family, within a year, at least 2 people died, in addition to you, and the one currently hospitalized. Chapter 3 Want some face?
People's Hospital, outside the intensive care ward.
Was sure one anxiously looked out the door.
Today is the day Lu Dust out of prison. The original plan is to go to pick him up, but because of grandfather's serious illness cannot go, she explained to the Lu family. Lu Dust out of prison, immediately come to the hospital.
In the morning out of prison, this is almost noon, people are still not here? Was sure one, that lunatic should have been released from prison already, right? How come he doesn't even show up when the old man is seriously ill?
I think he's too ashamed to come to the house.
It's a good thing he didn't come. I feel bad about seeing him. Was sure one was wearing a small black suit, beautiful and capable. Hearing the crowd humiliate Lu Chen, she couldn't help but excuse herself. Lu Chen has something to do, he will be here in a while. What can a laborer have to do? Besides, can something be bigger than Grandpa's business? At first, Grandpa was very optimistic about him. The Guo family's old man was a comrade in arms with Lu Chuan's grandfather. For the grandsons of the 2 families, the marriage was arranged, although Lu Chuan's grandfather has passed away, but the Guo family's old man still followed the promise, and chose one of his granddaughters to marry Lu Chuan.
In this way, the marriage was put together. Back then, the Guo family was in the same small business as the Lu family, and the Lu family and the Guo family were door to door, but 20 years ago, an opportunity arose, and the Guo family began to explode. After 20 years, the Guo family has become one of the 10 richest men in the world.
And the Lu family
Has long been unworthy of the Guo family.
This marriage is not favored by the Guo family either.
Maybe he's been locked up for 3 years and doesn't know his way around. I think he's gone crazy after 3 years in there and went looking for a lady.
That's not necessarily true. I've heard that criminals in prison like to pick up soap.
Lu Chuan, with his good looks, may be the king of soap in prison.
Chrysanthemums bloom, ha ha ha.
The unbridled laughter echoed in the corridor, causing the elders to be displeased, telling them to lower their voices, which led everyone to curb their laughter and come forward to whisper. Then our good sister can be careful, do not be infected with AIDS. Big brother, you think too much. People Lu Dust now may not like women, maybe after the male disguised as a woman to go out to solicit money.
A few people are talking more and more outrageous. If not for the elders, I guess this laughter can stab through the roof. Shut up. He is your brother-in-law. Don't go too far.
The moment Gui Shiwen opened her mouth, she was so domineering that the few younger siblings who were close by shivered in fear, their bodies involuntarily sidestepping to the side. Rolling her eyes, she muttered in a small voice.
That kind of trash doesn't deserve to be my brother-in-law. Besides, Grandpa was quite fond of him back then, and he didn't even come to see Grandpa when he got out of prison. Does that make sense? A labor prisoner doesn't even put Grandpa in his eyes. Humph.
Gui Shiwen's face was ugly. The Guo family's old man, although rich and powerful, had always been good to the Lu family, and before Lu Chuan was imprisoned, he often dined with the old man.
Lu Chuan had a mouthful of Grandpa, very intimate. Now, Grandpa is dying. Doesn't Lu Dust come to take a look?
Anxiously, she opened her cell phone and looked at it. 10 minutes ago, she sent a message to Lu Dust. Lu Dust did not return. At this time, a gentle voice suddenly came from the end of the corridor.
1-1, I'm coming.
Guo Shiwen excitedly turned around to look, but she realized that the one who came was not Lu Chuan, but Meng Bo. For Meng Bo, Guo Shiwen's heart was disgusted, so she never gave the other party a good face in these 3 years. Even if she ran into him at the family gathering, she didn't take a proper look at him. But the other party is like a piece of chewing gum, sticking to the body cannot be shaken off, always looking for opportunities to courtship, very disgusting.
1-1, I heard that the old master is sick, and I specially brought some gifts to take a look.
Meng Bo walked over with the gifts, looking at Gui Shiwen with a gentle face. But Gui Shiwen directly turned her head, not even glancing at him out of the corner of her eye. He was not angry, walked to Gui Shiwen front, said gently, 1-1, I know that 3 years ago that thing let you have a misunderstanding of me, but you also know that I do not really want to hurt you, I just love you too much. We have known each other since we were 3 years old, and we were in the same class in elementary and junior high school. In my heart, you are the perfect goddess, the only candidate for my wife. But that day, they suddenly said you want to get married, or married to a stranger who has never seen. I am not willing, more cannot accept. I desperately drink to paralyze themselves, but I did not expect to do so unconscionable things. These 3 years I have been repenting all the time. I also know that let you forgive me now is not realistic, but I will always be by your side. Never allow anyone to bully you, hurt you, no matter when you need, I will be there. Let me accompany you to meet Grandpa. Snapped. Meng Bo suddenly kneeled down on one knee, and stretched out his right hand. It was deep and tender. The Guo family all looked over, and Guo Zhiyang and the others were even coaxing Guo Shiwen to hurry up and accept the other party. Guo Shiwen lowered her head, looking at this scene with some surprise, somewhat unable to believe that the Meng family's eldest son, who had always viewed himself highly, would actually kneel down to her in front of so many people.
When Guo Shiwen was confused, a voice came out. Yo, the Meng family's youngest son wants to be a mistress? Do you want some face? Chapter 4, Playing Dead?
With a sarcastic voice, a man walked in.
Lu Chuan?
Seeing Lu Chen, Guo family members' faces were shocked, and then their eyes fell on Meng Bo.
There's a good show to watch. It was really wonderful.
Meng Bo was incredibly shocked. According to his plan, Lu Chen should have already been locked up in prison, waiting to be abused by those vicious criminals.
Where did it go wrong? The plan had failed?
Restraining his inner shock, he gave a cold snort on the surface, mocking disdainfully. I said, why is it suddenly so cold? It turns out that you, a prisoner of labor, brought a demonic wind off.
Seeing Meng Bo, Lu Chen was angry inside. Just now.
Bai Hongtao explained that it was Meng Bo who bought him to go to the Lu family to look for trouble. causing a conflict with Lu Dust. A reformed laborer who had just been released from prison and caused trouble would be convicted of a felony.
Meng Bo's plan was to make Lu Duan roll back to prison and never see the light of day. How venomous!
Not letting him go in prison, and still not letting him go when he gets out.
So ruthless. Don't blame Lu Chuan for being impolite. Slap.
Raising his hand, he wheeled a slap on Meng Bo's face, which was so powerful that it hit Meng Bo in a circle in place before he fell on his buttocks and sat on the ground. He covered his face and was filled with shock.
You slapped me?
This slap was for Sherwin. Lu Chuan came to Gua Sherwin's side with a gentle gaze and softly said, 3 years ago, you bullied Sherwin. This slap is just the beginning. What you owe Sherwin, what you owe me, I will get it back bit by bit.
Mom!
Meng Bo angrily stood up and pointed at Lu Duan's nose and shouted angrily.
You country bumpkin, what are you?
Sherwin and I were childhood sweethearts, we are a match made in heaven, your family is poor, trash, garbage, and scum from the bottom of the social ladder. Poor people like you will always be ridden by us rich people, as cattle and horses. When this young master is in a good mood, he rewards you with a mouthful of food. When he is not in a good mood, you bunch of wastes, you will directly starve to death. You live and waste the country's resources, and die and waste the country's land.
Wastes?
Meng Bo spewed out a mess, while Lu Chen looked indifferent.
Have you finished? Finished, I'm going to continue.
Lu Chuan raised his right hand, Meng Bo subconsciously reached out and covered the left side of his face, and the next second.
Slap. A slap on the right side of the face.
The beating made Meng Bo's eyes bleed, both eyes dimmed, the inside of his brain buzzed, a ball of fire rushed up to the top of his head, pointing at Lu Dust, cursing.
Kill him. Kill him for me.
Several security guards, at the same time, rushed up towards Lu Dust.
At this time,
the door of the ward opened, and a lady with a slightly chubby body type, who was old but very well maintained and bejeweled, stood at the door and glared at the crowd and scolded.
What's going on? Food market? The old man is resting, what are you guys arguing about? Keep your voices down. Get ready, the old man will wake up soon.
This lady is no other than Gua Sherwin's aunt, the old man's youngest daughter. The old master had 3 sons and 1 daughter in his life. This daughter is the son of an old man, and is very much favored by the old master, and the youngest aunt has a very high status in the Gua family. The moment she spoke, everyone closed their mouths.
A few bodyguards looked at Meng Bo, not knowing whether to fight or not. Come back.
There were many ways to collect Lu Chuan, not necessarily in front of the Gua family, after all, he still had to marry Gua Sherwin. Indignantly glaring at Lu Chuan, he landed his gaze on Gua Sherwin's body, and his gaze instantly changed to a softer one.
Sherwin.
I'm sorry, no matter how much you hate me, I won't give up.
3 years ago, I'm really sorry. But my feelings for you are real, please believe me. Sherwin, I have an appointment with Zhang Dong for tea this afternoon, let's go together in the afternoon, I'll introduce you. Didn't you say last time that you wanted to cooperate with Zhang Dong?
Mr. Zhang is a famous developer. Gua Sherwin has some business she wants to dovetail with, and in recent times, she has been wanting to meet this Mr. Zhang. However, there was no channel and no one to introduce her. Once she heard Meng Bo say that she had an appointment with Zhang Dong, she had some hesitation and carefully glanced at Lu Duan, wanting to go, but worried that Lu Duan would be angry.
You can go if you want to go. Work is important.
Lu Fei smiled faintly, at the same time he took Gua Sherwin's small hand. Gua Sherwin's pretty face flushed, Lu Chuan's big hand was like a thick hot towel, it was hot but gentle. This scene drove Meng Bo mad. He suppressed his anger and maintained his demeanor, asking Gua Sherwin out first. Shifumi, Dong Zhang is too busy, from what I understand, he's flying to the capital again tomorrow, and it's not certain when he'll be back next.
If you miss today, you won't have a chance. Gua Sherwin opened her mouth, send me the specific time and address, I will go over there.
Meng Bo had a smug look on his face.
Gua Sherwin still couldn't stay away from him. Good, I'll make the arrangements.
At this time, Xiaogu pushed open the door and said to the crowd, the old master has woken up, you guys come in. A group of people entered the ward. Meng Bo, as an outsider, without the old master's invitation, could only watch Lu Duan and Gua Sherwin enter the ward hand in hand, his eyes red with anger. Entering the elevator, he angrily dialed the phone number of his men.
Meng Dahai, how the hell did you do your job? Inside the ward.
The old man was half lying on the hospital bed, with a withered description, sunken eye circles, facial emaciation, only a layer of dry skin, the outline of which can be vaguely seen in the form of a skeleton, as if the bed is not a person, but a skeleton attached to the skin of a person. Who would have thought that the fierce man who relied on an axe to break into the world back then has now been described as withered, just like a dead body? There is still a legend of him Guo Huaimin in the Jianghu, and he is already almost gone.
Grandpa.
Guo Zhiyong fluttered, kneeling in front of the hospital bed in tears.
Grandpa, you cannot leave us. What will we do if you leave?
Guo Shiwen also showed sadness. The old man is the day of the Guo family. He is gone. The Guo family building will fall, will not return to the past glory. In the room, there was a sense of sadness. The old man is the king of Guo family, and the old man is the king of Guo family.
Lu Chen frowned. This face is not right. The old man is a rabbit, fire life.
At birth, it is a bundle of candle flame, as a teenager it is a hearth fire, and in youth it is an exuberant bonfire that shines. When a person reaches his prime, he will become a sea of fire that is enough to start a prairie fire, and his essence will reach its peak and then slowly weaken. But Guo Huaimin's fire of life is not a candle in the wind, but a furnace fire. Sick is really sick, but live another 5 years absolutely no problem.
He is pretending to be dead? Chapter 5. We don't want anything. Guo Huaimin looked around the room.
Although he was already dying, his eyes were as deep as the sea, as if he was able to see through people.
Guo Huaimin has 3 sons and 1 daughter.
Respectively, Guo Xinghua, Guo Xingbang, Guo Huai, and Guo Lijun. These 4 people, but also Guo's group of executives, in charge of the group of large and small matters, but the old man monopoly, without his opening, who do not want to take away a penny of the group. The emperor is not dead, you cannot touch the supreme power, seemingly unlimited scenery, but everywhere subject to control. Among these 4 people, there is no lack of people who look forward to the old man's early death. If the old man does not die, they will never be able to stand up straight. Each of these 4 families has a child. Guo Zhiyon, son of Guo Xinghua, Guo Shiwen, daughter of Guo Xingbang, Guo De, son of Guo Huai, and Guo Xiaoya, daughter of Guo Lijun. Among them, Guo Shiwen is the oldest and has the highest education, and with her own ability has already sat as the project manager of Guo's group, and is deeply loved by the old man. Guo Zhiyong and Guo De are playboys who roam the major entertainment clubs in Jiangnan, but because they are boys, their status in the family is much higher than Guo Shiwen. Guo Xiaoya had just graduated this year, and because she was often compared to Guo Shiwen, she hated Guo Shiwen and often said that Guo Shiwen was a woman who was a labor prisoner.
At this moment,
the Guo family members were teary-eyed, and there were even 2 who were on the verge of fainting from grief. On the surface, there was a mourning. But behind the scenes, only they themselves knew what they were thinking.
Since everyone is here, then Old Flame, you can make an announcement.
Butler Old Flame took out a file bag and unwrapped it, announcing, after the People's Hospital's diagnosis, the chairman only has the last month of his life left, and calling everyone over today is to distribute the family estate. In addition to the group, there is also the Dynasty Entertainment Club, Donggang Hotel, Star Ocean Yacht Club, and Meyer Cabinet Factory. There are a total of 8 properties, and each family can choose one of them to manage on their behalf for a month, and as long as the performance within that month meets expectations, they can inherit the project. You guys, choose yourselves.
Boom.
The butler's words were like a thunderbolt exploding in everyone's head. Although they had long known that the old man was dying, when they got the exact time, they were still a little saddened inside. After a short period of shock, it was a figure of speech. Guo Zhiyon, of course, will not allow. I am the most familiar with the business of Dynasty Entertainment. This will be the club rightfully belongs to me. He is a popular figure in the Jiangnan circle of sons. Find a few friends to support the performance of the club went up, and steadily take. Guo Xinghua also smiled and said, the group's hotel business has always been my supervisor, then I want the East Harbor Hotel. He is the boss of the Guo family, of course, straight to the most profitable industry to go.
Oh.
The third Guo Huai sneered, the group's most profitable is the club and hotel, you father and son want to swallow all, not too greedy. The fourth Guo Lijun nodded, said, my daughter is studying hotel management, this Donggang Hotel must belong to me. Guo Di also stood out to scramble, I want the yacht club in Shanghai.
Rats scatter from a sinking ship.
Although we are blood brothers, but there is a lot of fighting in the dark, the old man died, Guo's group will fall apart, this time to talk about feelings useless, who get more family property, who will be bull later. In the past, there were 9 dragons to seize the throne, today there are 8 sons of the Guo family to seize the throne. The figure poor see the dagger, face red.
In front of money, affection is nothing.
Everyone is talking, everyone is staring at the fattest section, fighting over the blood, only, Guo Shiwen is alone, standing silently at the back.
Sure one.
Guo Xingbang poked his daughter's arm and winked at her before opening his mouth to the old man. Dad, Shiwen also has her own thoughts.
Sure one, tell us your thoughts.
A day ago, Wu Xingbang's family had a meeting to discuss the industries that their family would be competing for after the old master passed away. Currently, Guo Shiwen was the CEO of the group's development department. The group had a medium-sized construction industry that Guo Shiwen had built up.
The construction industry is not working today.
But a thin dead camel is bigger than a horse. As long as there are resources, the construction industry is still making money with its eyes closed.
Wu Xingbang's words, Avic Construction, our family must take.
Sure one, with your strength, after operating independently, at least $50 million a year.
Wu's family has a piece of land, dad to fight for down, and so the land down, direct development, find a few investors, a few rounds of financing down, at least $1 billion project. Let's father and daughter double sword. It'll work. But Gui Shiwen had a different idea. Dad's idea is right, Avic Construction will make money.
If construction doesn't work, houses have to be developed.
Besides, construction isn't just about developing houses, roads, landscaping, railroads, they're all fat.
With her resources, signing a few projects a year won't be a problem.
Just. Grandpa, I want Meyer Cabinet Factory. Buzz.
When Guo Shiwen said this, everyone froze.
The Meyer Cabinet Factory?
Of all the industries, the worst one. A small cabinet factory with a market capitalization of no more than $50 million and a yearly revenue of no more than $20 million.
She actually picked this project? Sure one. Guo Xingbang anxiously pushed her and hurriedly said, Shurfen is wrong, she doesn't want the Meyer Cabinet Factory, isn't that right Shurfen? What you really want to say is Avic Construction. Shurfen, you speak
Guo Xingbang kept giving Guo Shiwen a wink, feeling her father's gaze. Guo Shiwen was in great pain, she was going to let Guo Xingbang down. Closing her eyes, she gritted her teeth and said,
My goal is indeed Meyer Cabinet Factory. In an instant.
Wu's family members all laughed and murmured.
Laughing to death, she actually wanted Meyer Cabinet Factory.
Why did she only want Meyer Cabinet Factory and not Avic Construction? Avic Construction was much more powerful than Meyer Cabinet Factory.
What was her purpose in doing that? Sure one. The angriest person was Guo Xingbang.
He was so angry that his face was red. If it was not for the old man in front of him, he really wanted to shout and question.
Why?
The old man is also very curious. After all, the Meyer Cabinet Factory is the worst industry in the Guo family. Guo Shiwen is the eldest grandchild. She does not choose the best, choose a similar. Grandfather will not refuse.
Even the Guo family had already decided that Avic Construction was hers. How dare she not want it? Sure one, are you sure you want Meyer Cabinet Factory? Guo Shiwen nodded, yes grandpa. Shurfen, you.
Guo Xingbang exasperated long sigh. The old man looked at Guo Xingbang, smiled at Guo Shiwen.
It seems that your father has a different opinion. You are already married and have your own home, so you don't have to listen to your father, but you should ask Lu Chuan for his opinion. Lu dust you to choose a property. Guo family members, what? The old man actually asked Lu Chuan? Who the hell is he to tell the Guo family what to do with their property?
And, he's a poor man, he'll definitely ask for a lion's share. Humph, Grandpa cares about the friendship of his old comrades, but no matter how deep the friendship is, Lu Chuan is not a member of the Guo family, so why should he be allowed to choose?
Damn, is Grandpa senile? Dad's gone too far.
Lu Chuan is not a member of the Guo family. Even the daughter-in-law of the Guo family is not qualified to choose the industry, so why should Lu Chuan, a son-in-law, be allowed to do so? If he knows what's good for him, he can have the Meyer Cabinet Factory, but if he wants other properties, he can have them. I'll go out on a limb, I can't give him the Guo family's properties even if I have to turn my back on Grandpa.
In full view of the public. Lu Dus looked at the old man with a slight smile and opened his mouth. Grandpa, we don't want anything.
Grandpa, these years when one has been busy working, and I am not at home, I have not been able to properly accompany you, so I decided that we don't want anything from these several properties, so we can be at ease with you, and deliver you 3 meals a day every day, and accompany you to complete this last journey.
Chapter 6 Let's Divorce. Boom.
Lu Chuan's words were like a sound of thunder from the ground, scaring everyone.
Ha ha ha. Grandpa is dying and now he's playing the emotion card? He doesn't think that by serving you for a month, he'll give you more of the family fortune, does he?
Fool, the group's equity has long been divided. Today you do not want these properties, prepare to drink the northwest wind to go. The Guo family members are all slandering in their hearts. Guo Ziyang whispered to Guo Sherwin taunting, "Cousin, you really married a good husband not only give you a labor prisoner woman hat, but also give away hundreds of millions of family property, great." Guo Xiaoya and Guo Sherwin were 7 or 8% similar, the difference was the temperament of the two. Guo Sherwin, high and cold, domineering, a face of do not enter, while Guo Xiaoya is hot, passionate like fire, a pair of peach blossom eyes, ready to hook people. This pair of sisters, from childhood to the relationship is not good, grow up as more long-time cross swords. Sister, what all good, is to see people this vision a little problem. Just now if you bring Meng Daoshou in, Meyer Cabinet Factory and AVIC Construction are all yours. Guo Sherwin is also dumbfounded, incredibly looking at Lu Duan. Don't want anything? Seriously? She wasn't angry because she didn't want anything, she just couldn't understand Lu Dust. Re-educated laborer, jobless, no money, a poor family living in the slums, the two of them were now legally married. Guo Sherwin's was Lu Duan's. He didn't take advantage of this time to make a fortune? Is he a fool? The old man froze as well. Looking Lu Chuan up and down, that gaze seemed to ask, is this man a fool? Are you sure? You don't want anything? Sure. Lu Dust nodded heavily. If Sherwin wants Meyer Cabinet Factory, that's her business and I will support her. But I, personally, don't want anything. Put. Guo Xiaoya didn't hold back for a moment and laughed out loud. In her opinion, Lu Chen was acting, establishing a persona. The persona of a person who does not want a Guo family a penny, only rely on himself, to be a man of the sky and the earth, but unfortunately our ambition, in front of the money, is worthless. When his parents were sick and in need of money in the hospital, he realized. Money, how important. At this moment, Lu Chuan, in her eyes, was a douchebag. Birds don't even understand. The rest of the Guo family also had smiles at the corners of their mouths, silently enjoying the show. Lu Dust. Guo Xingbang angrily opened his mouth. What Sherwin wants is AVIC Construction, not Meyer Cabinet Factory. Also, there is no place for you to talk here. Get out immediately. Daughter disobedient even if, and then come a disruptive. Guo Xingbang didn't agree to this marriage in the first place. His daughter is so good, of course she wants to marry a second-generation rich, government official, a son. What's Lu Chuan? A country bumpkin can match his daughter? Guo Xingbang can't see Lu Chuan, and Lu Chuan can't see him, but he's his old man after all, even if it's to give Guo Sherwin a face. Lu Dust has to get by on the surface as well. Dad, what Sherwin chooses is her own decision. As her husband, I support all her decisions. Moreover, Sherwin is already an adult, and Grandpa also said that she has a family and can make her own decisions, so Dad can fight for AVIC architecture on his own if he wants it. Let Sherwin make her own decision if she wants. The implication is, the old man has spoken with you, BB? What kind of thing are you? What are you? Did I ask you to speak? Guo Xingbang was furious and red in the face, raising his hand and aiming it at Lu Chen about to fall, when the old man spoke. Xingbang. The old man let out a rebuke. Guo Xingbang immediately dropped his hands, red-faced and pleaded for Guo Sherwin one last time. Dad, China Aviation Construction was created by Sherwin. This property belongs to her. She really wants AVIC Construction, please. The words were interrupted by the old man without waiting to finish. It is Sherwin who wants it, or is it you? Being dismantled, Guo Xingbang's face changed and he immediately lowered his head, and the old master landed his gaze on Lu Chen and Guo Sherwin. Lightly asked. You two, have you decided? The two of them looked at each other and spoke in unison. Decided. Guo Sherwin, I want Meyer Cabinet Factory. Lu Dust, I don't want anything. Parking lot. In a red Audi. Guo Sherwin looked calm, glanced at the co-pilot Lu Dust and faintly asked. Don't want anything? Don't want money, don't want industry? You just came out, this is a good opportunity for you to turn over a new leaf, are you sure you don't want anything? For this question, Lu Dust did not answer directly, and asked rhetorically, Meyer Cabinet Factory, a small factory, the performance is worse than a year. After the collapse of the construction industry, the first to bear the brunt of the entity industry. This kitchenware factory cannot earn much money. Not as much as 1/10 of AVIC Construction. Can you bear to give it up? Then, a long silence. 3 years have not seen, but the two have nothing to say. After all, before they got married, they only met twice. No common topics. No mutual friends. Apart from being husband and wife in name, they weren't even friends. Lu Dust.
Let's get a divorce. Divorce? Sure.
If Guo Shiwen didn't mention it, Lu Chuan would have. 3 years ago, Ludwig spent 3 years in jail to save her. Guo gave him $5 million and took care of his parents, so they're even.
They don't owe each other. It's just that it's not a good time for a divorce. The old man pretends to be sick and informs everyone that he will die in a month's time, but his life expectancy is not yet over. He won't die in 5 years. Why did he lie to people? There is something fishy. We're a married couple. We'll help people to the end. Divorce is fine, after a while.
Lu just casually find a reason. I just got out of prison, divorce, I'm afraid that my parents' side is not good, give my parents a buffer time.
I'm not sure if I'm going to be able to do that.
Guo Shiwen breathed a sigh of relief. She is really afraid that Lu Chen will not let go of her. 3 years have waited, she is not bad to wait for a period of time.
I'll take you home.
Guo Shiwen started the car. When her hand touched the gear, she accidentally touched Lu Chuan's hand. Her small hand was like an electric shock. She hurriedly moved away, and her pretty face floated up with a blush.
Chapter 7A Family. This little nymph, shy? Guo Shiwen's every move, all fell in Lu Chuan's eyes.
He is 27 years old this year, Guo Shiwen 25. 2 years older, the mind is also a little more mature, especially in prison for 3 years, have seen all kinds of people, experienced life and death, has long since ceased to be 27 years old people's mentality.
At this moment,
he looked at Guo Shiwen's side face. The chin is rounded, the forehead of the sky is full, the double cheekbones have meat. In addition to great wealth, it is also a prosperous husband's face.
There is a mole on the tip of the nose. It's known as the mole of beauty.
Those with beauty moles are prone to commit peach blossom crimes, but the smoothness of her middle means that she is dedicated to her feelings.
Yes. She's a good daughter-in-law.
If I can stay with her for the rest of my life, it seems to be good, beautiful, dedicated, positive outlook, Lu Chuan was thinking. The car stopped in front of Jinhui Tobacco and Liquor Company. Guo Shiwen unbuckled her seatbelt and dropped a sentence to Lu Chuan, I'm going to buy something.
The car. Lu Chen looked at Guo Shiwen's back.
The upper body of the black small suit outlined the perfect S-shaped curves, walking when the aura is open, the lower half of the black suit skirt, stockings tightly wrapped long legs, competent with a hint of sexiness.
Big waves of long hair, the breeze flicked, pouring. My wife is so beautiful. It is a pity that it is going to be divorced. Hey.
Lu Chuan sighed a long sigh, put the seat down, and lay on it to rest his eyes.
The first time I saw him, I was so happy to see him.
A knock on the door came. Lu Chuan looked up and saw Guo Shiwen standing in front of the car door. He rolled down the window.
What's wrong? Help me carry it.
Lu Chuan glanced at the front of the store, for bottles of Maotai wine, 10 Chinese cigarettes, and quite a few nutritional products, piled up into a small mountain, at least $50,000 to $60,000 in gifts.
Is the customer you met in the afternoon so important? Bought so many things.
Lu Chuan asked curiously, then carried the stuff to the trunk. Guo Shiwen didn't answer, but looked up and down at Lu Chuan's body, broad shoulders, narrow waist, long legs, developed biceps, handsome appearance.
Walking on the road, very tall and outstanding. You have a pretty good figure, you can consider becoming a model. Modeling doesn't suit me. With the medical and metaphysical skills I learned from the old man, it's too easy to make a name for yourself. Modeling? If the old man found out, he could slap him to death. Guo Shiwen glanced at Lu Chen with her afterglow, pouted, and didn't say anything.
In her heart, she sighed, he's quite handsome, but he's just arrogant, he's not good enough to be a model. On the way, the two of them were silent.
Half an hour later, the car stopped downstairs at Lu Chen's house. Thank you for sending me back, goodbye.
Lu Chuan said thank you and got out of the car, ready to go home, but found that Guo Shiwen also followed up, and inside her hand, she was still carrying the various gifts that she had just bought. Lu Chuan was slightly stunned.
What are you doing here?
Without waiting for Guo Shiwen to respond, Lu Yongheng's family of 3 ran out of the building. The 3 of them were joyful and their pace was extremely fast.
Seeing this scene, a warm current arose in Lu Chen's heart. It was wonderful.
Being with family was happiness, and the family of 3 went out to greet them.
Dad, Mom, you don't need to go out to pick me up, I'm not a child anymore. The words just fell.
A family of 3 brushed past him and rushed straight to Guo Shiwen behind him.
When, why are you here? Just come, why did you buy so many things? Sister-in-law, you're here, I missed you. The attitude was intimate, just like a family. Lu Chuan, what?
Guo Shiwen smiled and said with an apologetic face, I should have gone to receive Lu Chuan when he came out today, but I had to go to the hospital when my grandpa suddenly became seriously ill, sorry. I remembered that Dad loves to drink, so I bought a few bottles on the way, and I'll let Lu Dust accompany you to drink a few cups later to celebrate Lu Dust's new life.
Mom's throat is not uncomfortable, I bought you some honey, usually drink more.
By the way, I went shopping the other day and saw a few clothes that were especially suitable for Snowy, so I bought them for you to see if you like them.
The gift was bought for his family?
Listening to Guo Shiwen's words, she knows her parents' physical condition and hobbies very well, and she must not have run to the house much before even Lu Shui was taken into consideration.
Wen, why are you still so polite with us? It's just about mealtime, let's go up and eat together. Li Guilan looked at Guo Shiwen with anticipation.
They had been worried for the past few days. Now that Lu Chen had returned, what if Guo Shiwen filed for divorce? Now that they saw the two of them coming back together, a glimmer of hope flared up in their hearts.
A family of 5 entered the house.
Bai Hongtao was standing in the living room smoking with a sad face. As soon as he saw Lu Chuan, like seeing the savior, excitedly stood up, both eyes glowing.
Lu Chuan, my matter. Lu Chuan interrupted him, your matter, deal with it later.
Bai Hongtao also knows that only Lu Dust can save him now, and obediently stubbed out his cigarette and waited on the sidelines. Li Guilan put down her things and headed for the kitchen, saying, you guys talk, I will go and fry a few dishes, and then leave after Wen finishes eating.
Mom, no need.
Guo Shiwen stopped Li Guilan and said gently, I still have to go to see a client in a while, so I won't stay for dinner. Don't be busy first, I have something to discuss with you and Dad.
LOL.
The moment these words came out, the faces of the people in the room changed drastically.
She wasn't going to mention divorce, was she? Promise, or refuse?
There seemed to be no reason to refuse. Bai Hongtao was very sensible and went to the corridor, leaving space for the family of 5.
The atmosphere instantly turned silent, or Lu Shui broke this dead silence and asked, Sister-in-law, you are not going to divorce my brother, right?
Of course not.
Guo Shiwen laughed.
Phew, scared me to death. Lu Shui patted her chest and breathed a long sigh of relief, then asked, what do you want to say then? Guo Shiwen said with a smile, I bet with my grandfather that I would run Meyer Cabinets, and as long as next month's turnover was not lower than this month's, he would give Meyer Cabinets factory to me. But I don't know anything about the cabinet industry and I'm worried that I won't be able to finish the task, so I'd like to ask Dad to come out and help me. Next month, Dad will be the factory manager, and his salary will be set at $50,000 for the time being. After I completely inherit the cabinet factory, I will give Dad 50% of the shares.
Auntie will be in charge of the cafeteria.
Just behind the cabinet factory there is a set of houses, 120 square feet, 3 rooms and 2 halls, is the original factory manager living place. The decoration is relatively general, these days to clean up a bit. After a while, you directly move over to live, so that Xiuxue can also have their own independent space. This old house has only 1 bedroom, Li Guilan and Lu Shui sleep together, and Lu Yongheng has been sleeping on the floor in the living room, and now Lu Duan is back, cannot let them hit the floor together But her words left the family of 4 dumbfounded.
Especially Lu Chuan.
He clearly remembered just now in the hospital, when Guo Shiwen proposed to choose Meyer Cabinet Factory, everyone laughed at her crazy, even Lu Dust was a bit unable to understand, so many lucrative industries she didn't choose, why did she choose a cabinet factory that no one wanted?
Surprisingly, it was for her own family.
As for the Lu Yongheng trio, they were all taken aback. Meyer Cabinets is indeed nothing in the Lu family, but after all, it is an enterprise with tens of millions of dollars in assets. Lu Yongheng hurriedly got up, shrugged off, no merit, I have not been in contact with the cabinet industry for several years, which is worthy of 50,000 yuan of wages not to mention half of the shares. Li Guilan was also startled, head shaking like a rattle drum. Wen, I know you are for the good of our family, but such a large industry we deserve Even Lu Shui denied the proposal, sister-in-law, you have already helped us a lot over the years, we definitely can't have this cabinet factory.
Shocked at the same time. The heart is also a little puzzled.
Even if she felt that she owed Lu Dust, the help of these years has been paid off.
Is it worth it to give their family a cabinet factory?
As for her saying that the cabinet business is not familiar with, need an old man in charge of the whole situation, that is purely joking, then the technical words, the workers are stronger than Lu Yongheng, as long as there is an order, there is still worry that no one can produce it?
A family of 4 shocked. Guo Shiwen Guanliu smile, voice gentle said. Dad, Mom, what do you mean by receiving we are not a family? Chapter 8 Injustice. A family. Lu Chen's heart trembled violently. What Guo Shiwen said and did today was like a warm current that rattled his cold-blooded and heartless heart. The Lu family was all incredibly moved. They looked at Guo Shiwen, biting their lips tightly, their eyes watery. Guo Shiwen stood up, revealing a gentle smile, and firmly said, "Mom and Dad, I still have to meet a client in the afternoon, so I'll leave first, and I'll come back to pick you up after I take over the factory. I'll see you off." Downstairs, in front of the Audi. Looking at Guo Shiwen in the car, Lu Chuan had mixed feelings in his heart. Did you give up CBC construction for my parents and want the cabinet factory? Your parents are very capable. It is because of Meng Bo's suppression that they became what they are today. Everything is because of me. This is what I owe your family. Meyer cabinet in my name, Meng Bo will not suppress. Mom and Dad feel at ease to work is good, not to say rich and famous, but at least can be clothed and fed. Guo Shiwen's words made Lu Chen suck in a breath. It turned out to be so. Giving up the construction of a single-handedly created Bank of China, at the risk of flipping with his father, must be Meyer cabinets, it turned out to be all for his family. Sentient and righteous. Guo Shiwen's image, in Lu Chuan's eyes, had changed a bit. There is one more thing. We will wait at least 1 or 2 months for the divorce. After I inherit the family fortune, we will divorce again. Grandpa likes you so much, he should be able to give you a share of the property. As she spoke, Guo Shiwen started the car and prepared to leave. Lu Chen opened his mouth. I don't want it. Money, he can earn, with his ability to make money is not a problem, he is not a soft food. Seems to have guessed his answer. Guo Shiwen's voice was calm. I'm not doing this for you. They, who are your parents and sister, are also my parents and sister. Her pretty face reddened, she cast her head aside and said quickly, I'm leaving first. Looking at the red Audi's taillights, Lu Chuan's heart was touched. Lu Dust returned to the room. He saw a family of 3 are wiping tears, face violently changed, asked, what happened? No. Li Guilan wiped away her tears and squeezed out a smile. Wen is too good for our family, your father and I are touched in our hearts. I'm not going to divorce my sister-in-law, am I? I'm not going to divorce my sister-in-law, am I? Lu Xue hugged Lu Duan's arm, her eyes full of tears. She used to be a beautiful little princess, but after Lu Chen's accident, her life fell from heaven to hell, and she had a breakdown and complained, but it was Guo Shiwen who often talked to her and let her slowly come out. How could marriage be something he alone could say? Lu Dust smiled awkwardly. Don't worry, right, where is Bai Hongtao? Lu Yongheng casually pointed to the bedroom, inside. In the bedroom. Bai Hongtao's cell phone keeps ringing. Note, Meng Dahai. Bai Hongtao didn't dare to pick it up, nor did he dare to hang it up, so he simply muted it and threw the phone aside, and when he saw Lu Chuan coming back, he plopped down on his knees. Lu Dust, please save my son. This period of time, Bai Hongtao's son has been a low fever, delirious, but ran 5 hospitals cannot find the problem, and even a doctor issued a critical notice. Yesterday, Meng Dahai found him, said that he could take his son to the capital for treatment. Medical expenses are all responsible by the Meng family, but to let him do one thing. That's what led to the scene in the morning. Lu Dust before leaving that your family within a year to die too, one is you, one is the one in the hospital, directly scared him silly. He wasn't afraid of death, but he was afraid that something would happen to his son. Lu Dust closed the door and pulled the curtains shut again, the bedroom instantly darkened. Lu Chuan obviously felt that the temperature in the room dropped a few points, especially around Bai Hongtao, cool bone piercing. Bai Hongtao, do you know the sin? Lu Chuan pinched some calculations and let out a roar like Vajra's fury. Bai Hongtao shivered in fear, cold sweat broke out, and kowtowed repeatedly to admit his mistake. Lu Chuan, I was wrong, I shouldn't have framed you for the Meng family for the sake of money, please, on the basis that I haven't done your parents a lot of favors in the past few years, save my son. Your father and son have not yet finished their lives, the reason why they are suffering is because you did something evil back then and got retribution. A cold, unfeeling voice echoed in the room. Ah. Bai Hongtao froze for a moment, then seemed to remember something, his body shivering. Still don't want to admit it? 7 years ago, the Zhao family girl started a mess, 1 death, 2 lives, you still do not confess? Boom! Lu Chen's words were like heavenly thunder, exploding in Bai Hongtao's head. His face was pale and shivering, as if he was a ghost that had been scared to death. Tell me, what happened back then? Lu Dust like a merciless judge, the expression of ice-cold sitting there, Bai Hongtao's soul was scared to lose, how dare to hide, immediately put 7 years ago the past events set out.
7 years ago, White Hontao 25 years old, because of the figure, handsome, got a lot of little girls' favor, but his idea at that time is, all flowers in the bush is over, a piece of leaf does not touch the body.
Only move, do not move love. But it cannot resist the accident. Zhao Mengmeng pregnant. But at that time Bai Hontao in the game, no fixed girlfriend, but there are countless mobile girlfriends, between him and Zhao Mengmeng is a playground, a total of once together, pregnant? Lying ghost. Bai Hontao directly make a masterstroke. WeChat pull black, phone pull black, change a job. Completely disappeared. This trick he used many times, usually those women messed up a week or two on the good, after all, the days have to go on, but he never thought, Zhao Mengmeng actually so stupid. After 3 months of searching for Bai Hontao, jumped from the building, a corpse. At this moment, I heard that it is the wrong soul, White Hontao scared shivering, and quickly begged for help, Lu Dust, I really no wrong, she wants to blame me just fine, my son is innocent Lu Dust, help me, I give you kowtow. White Hontao a snot and a tear, kneeling in front of Lu Dust, bang 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 a series of a few loud head, Lu Dust white glance at him, cold voice. You give me kowtow useless. If you want your son's illness to be lifted, you must let Zhao Mengmeng's grievances dissipate. Do you know where her grave is? Do you know where her home is? I know. Marriott Hotel.
One size of the private room, Meng Bo opened a series of 3 bottles of Mao Tai, poured 3 cups full of white wine, his own end up a cup, smiling.
Come on, I mention a cup first. Chapter 9 Could Meng Bo be true love for her? Come on, I will raise another cup.
I wish Wen and Zhang Dong a good cooperation, come on, let's go one.
Wen, won't you toast to Zhang Dong?
Inside the private room, the drinks were flowing, the glasses were empty and full and empty. 3 bottles of Mao Tai had already reached the bottom 2 bottles. Guo Shiwen's eyes began to blink a little bit, rushed to send a message to her assistant, and continued to lift the glass again.
She smiled and said, I would like to discuss the Tiancheng Athens matter with Dongjiang.
Huasheng Group is a famous developer in Jiangnan, specializing in selling hard-covered houses, and they have recently developed the first phase of Tiancheng Athens, which has already built the building.
Since last year, the state issued a policy, hardcover delivery.
Developers, after the body is built, will cooperate with some factories. Guo Shiwen investigated, Tiancheng Athens Phase 1 has a total of 1,200 households, if they can take the order of cabinets, enough for Meyer cabinets to eat for a year. The purpose of her coming over today was just that, orders. Guo Shiwen took out a booklet, Zhang Dong, this is the program I prepared for this cooperation. The cabinet as a whole is made of pure solid wood, the countertop is artificial quartz stone, the color can be changed according to the decoration style. The pricing is 2,000 for 1 linear meter. In the Lu family, Guo Shiwen said she knew nothing about the cabinet, in fact, just want to give Lu Yongheng a step down, she had single-handedly built the AVIC building, on the decoration industry of the various projects, no like the back of her hand. To build the cabinet board has a variety of materials, the worst density board, the market price of only 700-800 a meter or so, a little better in particle board, ecological board, pine board, multi-layer board and so on. And the best is the solid wood board. High-end atmosphere is also environmentally friendly. Cabinet company on the market, most of the offer of solid wood panels in 3,000-4,000 a meter or so, Guo Shiwen pricing 2,000, is already bleeding. She did mainly want a long-term cooperation. She heard that Tiancheng Athens a total of 5, if all can take, at least can ensure that Lu Dust in the next few years without worry about food and clothing. Ms. Guo's offer is indeed very sincere, but Bar our group and OP cabinets have been working together for almost 10 years and have feelings. But Ms. Gui is so sincere again, I really. Zhang Dong smiled like a smiling tiger. Neither say yes, nor say no. Usually such a customer, more difficult to deal with, he either wants to continue to pressure the price, or has other purposes, in short, not to meet his purpose, this order will not be signed. Old fox. Guo Shiwen cursed in her heart, but the surface is smiling like a flower. Zhang Dong, OP's offer at least 3,500, you can rest assured that our quality is absolutely not worse than OP. Just don't know, Zhang Dong were still not satisfied? Zhang Dong smiled slightly. Meng Gongzi introduced the person I certainly rest assured, as for the dissatisfaction, there is nothing. The only dissatisfied place is high, there is nothing dissatisfied. The desire to speak, teasing the heart. Attacking with psychological warfare to make the other party take the initiative to speak. Guo Shiwen has seen a lot of these old foxes. Often, this is a situation that can be solved by money. This way every meter, I let another $100. This is already the lowest price in the market. If Jiangdong still price, I also have no way it. Money can solve things or not things, afraid of the other side wants not money. Ha, Ms. Gui is polite, this is not a matter of money.
It is.
Gui Shirwan's heart thumped. This Dong, nearly 60 years old, bald, with a pair of small eyes the size of green beans, from the time Gui Shirwan entered the door, a face of colorful staring at her. From time to time, his eyes swept over her chest. For such a lecherous man, Gui Shirwan had long since seen it all. It was just that. He kept saying that money wasn't a problem, but he didn't agree to sign the contract.
I'm afraid. Miss Gua.
I am not going to hide it from you. I met Miss Gua 3 years ago, and the moment I saw Miss Gua, it was as if the earth had returned to spring, and my entire being was rejuvenated.
Miss Gua, I really adore you. If you are willing to be my girlfriend, orders and whatnot are not a problem. Sure enough.
This old pervert.
Gui Shirwan's face instantly pulled down and rejected directly back with an icy attitude. I'm sorry, Dong Zhang, I'm already married. And, as far as I understand, you are also married.
We came here today to talk about business, other than business, other things, don't mention it again. Gui Shirwan already this attitude, normal people understand that it is impossible, but Zhang Dong is like a scoundrel, fat face extruded a lewd smile.
What's wrong with getting married? I just want to fall in love with you, and not to marry you, it is not delayed. Gui Shirwan. Shame on you.
She is in the business world, she has seen all kinds of people of all shapes and sizes, colorful wolves are the most, but generally colorful wolves will peak, implied with words, and once rejected, immediately converge.
He is so direct, shameless is really rare.
Gui Shirwan was just about to refuse, when Meng Bo, who was on the side, directly slammed his cup and shouted angrily.
Zhang Dongkai, I'll fuck you up. Give you some face, is not it?
Meng Bo grabbed Zhang Dong's clothes collar with one hand, the other hand snapped Big Ear Melon, a series of a dozen, hit Zhang Dong's eyes, head dizzy. The whole person as a piece of mud paralyzed in the chair.
The mouth is still not convinced, keep shouting and cursing. Meng Bo, you kid ruthless. The friendship between us, even if it is broken, you do not.
Finish the words, Meng Bo snapped 3 slaps in the past, hitting the corners of Zhang Dong's mouth bleeds, mouth kept begging, do not hit again. Gui Shirwan was worried that something would happen, and also persuaded Meng Bo.
Meng Bo, don't fight. Don't kill anyone.
At this moment, the moment Meng Bo looked up at Gui Shirwan, both eyes instantly red, full of shame, bowed his head and said, Shirwan, I am sorry. I wanted to help you pull a relationship, but I did not think that he was this kind of person.
It is me who is sorry for you.
Meng Bo, this a child sorry, said Gui Shirwan hard a move, to his disgust, in a moment turned into a must-have.
It's okay, you also have good intentions. You don't have to blame yourself.
I'm really sorry, Shirwan, I just want you to be happy, I don't want you to suffer a little bit of aggression, like this kind of son of a bitch, just should be beaten.
3 more slaps.
Another series of 3 slaps, hitting Zhang Dong screamed bitterly. Looking at this scene, Gui Shirwan's heart faltered.
Could it be that Meng Bo was truly in love with her? Chapter 10 In House. Howar Mountain Cemetery, in front of a tombstone. Bai Hongtao wore mourning and kowtowed 3 times to the tombstone first.
Meng, at first I was wrong, killed you and the child, now I already know the wrong, please forgive me.
In the future, I will come to see you on New Year's holidays.
Bai Hongtao was in tears, crying very miserably. Lu Chen stood aside, he could detect that the coldness of Bai Hongtao's body was slowly disappearing. Seeing that it was getting late, Lu Chuan opened his mouth and said, go back, remember your promise, and come to see her on New Year's holidays in the future, otherwise, she will come back.
Yes.
Bai Hongtao shivered in fear and looked at the tombstone with eyes full of fear, but for the sake of his son, he still decided to come and visit often in the future.
Cap Hill Cemetery is on the outskirts of Jiangnan and is very remote.
At the moment, it was getting late and it was eerie to walk in the cemetery. When I walked to the foot of the mountain, I saw a villa with big red lanterns, decorated very festive, and many people were moving things inside. Bai Hongtao said with an envious face, this villa area is called Shanshui 1, it is said that a villa costs tens of millions of dollars, and all the people who live there are rich and powerful tycoons.
This house is not suitable for people.
Lu Dust snapped out, the house is decorated very festive, but it is surrounded by Yin Qi, living here will be killed.
It is not suitable for people?
Bai Hongtao was about to ask, when he saw Lu Chuan pulling down a middle-aged man who was posting happy words on the front door.
Friend, what is this?
That middle-aged is the villa owner's uncle. The family is happy to smile and say, next week to get married, we come to set up a little. Lou Dust said, this mansionine gas is very heavy, not suitable for living, more unsuitable for marriage, otherwise within 3 days there will be a disaster of blood and light, you'd better advise. Lou Dust said half, was interrupted by the man.
Where is the charlatan, up here to cheat people to come? Get out of here.
Here is the most expensive neighborhood in Jiangnan. When the site was selected, invited a dozen feng shui masters, is rumored to be the location of the dragon vein in Jiangnan. People living here will be rich and famous. If it is not tomorrow's nephew's big day, he is not willing to be angry, not to this full of nonsense Jianghu liar break the legs cannot. That's all there is to say, believe it or not. When the old man taught him medicine and feng shui, he told him, medicine cannot cure the disease, God degree of destiny, if the other side does not believe, do not take the initiative to help. Just like Bai Hongtao, he believed in Lu Chuan, so Lu Chuan saved his life.
Ding dong.
At this time, the cell phone rang and a message came. Guo Shirwan, Xiaoya, come and meet me at the Marriott Hotel 1 package.
Lu Chuan was confused. Sent it wrong, right? Who is Xiaoya? It seems to be Guo Shirwan's assistant. Look at the tone of voice is quite urgent. Is something wrong? Marriott Hotel.
Meng Bo, tears in the eyes, full of deep love, gazing at Guo Shirwan.
I'm not sure if you're a good person, but I'm a good person. When I was 5 years old, we played house, I played the emperor, you played the queen. From that day on, I swore that I would marry you. When we were studying, we spent every day together, you reading and I watching you. I even told my father that I would not marry you in this life, but just when I was about to propose to you, you suddenly told me that you were getting married. At that moment, I felt that my dreams were disillusioned and the world collapsed, and I. Guo Shirwan interrupted him and said, Meng Bo, that incident is over, you will meet a better one than me. No.
Meng Bo was emotional and his eyes were red. In my heart, you are the best woman in this world.
I love you. I won't marry anyone but you.
The words were firm and the feelings were sincere. Guo Shirwan was a little touched, but shook her head.
Meng Bo, I'm already married. I don't care.
Meng Bo's eyes with tears, deep feelings.
I am willing to wait for you. If you divorce, I can get a license with you at any time. If you do not divorce, I will quietly guard you for the rest of your life. Do you the most solid fortress, for you to cover the wind and rain?
Meng Bo's words are decisive, forceful, and very persuasive. Guo Shirwan froze, the heart is more endlessly moved. Putting aside the matter of the wedding day, since childhood, Meng Bo had always been like a brother, taking care of her, protecting her, and caring for her. If there was not that incident 3 years ago, he and Meng Bo. Guo Shirwan's heart was a little chaotic. This Xiaoya, how come he hasn't come to pick me up? Just then, a voice suddenly came from outside the door.
Meng Bo, why are you like a dogskin plaster? You're stuck with my wife all day long, are you in need of a beating?
The voice was loud and angry.
Looking along with the voice, only to see that the speaker was Lu Duan.
Meng Bo roared, and in his heart, he greeted Lu Chen's ancestors. Damn, Guo Shirwan was about to agree, and this bastard came back to stir things up.
Lu Chuan, you've misunderstood.
Guo Shirwan stopped Lu Chuan and explained what just happened, then said, let's go, take me home first. After drinking so much wine, the whole person was drunk. She wanted to hurry back to sleep and calm down, then think about Meng Bo's problem.
But how could Meng Bo give up such a good opportunity?
He wanted to strike while the iron was hot and win Guo Shirwan's heart. Lu Chuan, although you are now Wen Wen's husband, you have to understand that she was forced to marry you.
I'm not going to give her up. I'm going to play fair with you. Idiot. Shirwan is my wife, competition my ass. Lu Chuan cursed and turned his head to drop his gaze on Zhang Dong.
With a bloated body and a shiny brain, he was lying on the ground like a dead dog, with no energy at all.
Was this the legendary Zhang Dong?
Guo Shirwan nodded. Well, Zhang Dong is a legend in Jiangnan's real estate industry. He came to Jiangnan when he was 15 years old to fight for a living. At first he was just a porter at the docks, then he kept fighting, and at the age of 20, he founded the Huaxing Group, and now he is one of the top 5 developers in Jiangnan.
She still has Zhang Dongcai's quotes written in her office, which is disgusting to think about now. Lu Dust, he was invited by Meng Bo? Why? Lu Dust asked again, have you ever seen Zhang Dongcai before? I haven't, Lu Chuan, I'm a little drunk, can you send me home first?
Thinking about what happened just now, Guo Shirwan became a bit impatient.
Why do you keep asking? Do you want me to recall those disgusting images?
But just at this moment, Lu Chen suddenly exposed up. He fiercely slapped Meng Bo on the face.
Splat. Chapter 11 Breakup. Splat.
There was a crunching sound. On the left side of Meng Bo's face, 4 more reddish fingerprints appeared.
Lu Chuan, what are you doing? Guo Shiwen was startled. What's wrong with this person? How could he just hit someone when he said he would? Meng Bo had done himself a great favor today, but he still wanted to hit someone. Was he a violent maniac?
This person is not Zhang Dongkai at all. He was invited by Meng Bo to cheat you.
Lu Chen's voice was cold and stern. If he hadn't arrived in time, Meng Bo's plot would have already succeeded. Meng Bo's pupils contracted violently and looked at Lu Duan incredulously. This banquet today is indeed a setup by him.
First, he found someone to impersonate Zhang Dong to molest Guo Shiwen, then he heroically rescued her, then took advantage of Guo Shiwen's drunkenness to romantically confess to win her favor, and took her down in one fell swoop.
Once he is dismantled, then all the previous efforts will be in vain.
Meng Bo's heart was fierce, and he directly bit back.
Lu Duan, don't talk nonsense there. How could a prisoner of labor recognize Zhang Dong? Haven't you seen him for what he is?
He is just an uneducated violent maniac, a labor reformer. He's not reasonable at all. He only beats people up when it comes to things regardless of whether they're right or wrong. You won't be happy with him, so hurry up and get a divorce. Guo Shiwen's handsome face was covered with frost, and her almond eyes were filled with anger. Onion White Jade finger angrily pointed at the person in the corner, sternly questioned.
Who the hell is he?
Meng Bo's face was ugly to the extreme. Once he was dismantled, he and Guo Shiwen would have no chance. He must bite the bullet and deny it.
He is Zhang Dong. Shiwen, what do you mean by that? You're questioning me like this. We've known each other for so many years. When have I ever cheated you? Could it be that I would find a fake person to pretend to be Dong Zhen? Are you kidding? Would I be that naive?
Guo Shiwen frowned, her beautiful eyes flowing as her gaze landed on Lu Chuan.
Lu Dust. Why did you say that he is not Zhang Dong? For today's sake, the only way to know which one of them is lying is to figure out the identity of this person.
Zhang Dongkai started from nothing at the age of 15, a top 5 tycoon in Jiangnan, with over $100 billion in assets under his name, such a big boss, but he has the look of a poor man.
Look at him.
Lu Dust, pointing to the person lying in the corner, pointing to his eyebrows and eyes, said, zygomatic bones sharp and meatless, the ground is broad and thin, the nose is small, narrow and thin, meatless. Such a bone phase of the person floating, no fortune. And his fortune is only the tip of a needle. Tang Jiangnan City ranked the top 5 billionaires, fortune at least thigh thick, a needle thin. Poor people will be rich?
Lu Dust words, Guo Shiwen said, confused. She didn't know anything about face reading, but this person in front of her did not have any standard in his speech, and his eyes were vague, not like a tycoon, but like a big pervert. Meng Bo let out a long breath. He thought that Lu Chuan knew Zhang Dong and had a picture of Zhang Dong, but he never thought that he just decided that this person was not Zhang Dong based on his facial features. At that moment, a cold laugh. Open your mouth and close your mouth face, I say. Lu Dust, what did you learn inside the prison? Sold the skin, but also turned into a magician? You say he is not Zhang Dong, he is not? I say you die in 10 minutes, can you jump to your death immediately? The person who was snuggled in the corner, at this time, pulled his neck and shouted out, I am Zhang Dongkai, you dare to hit me, I will not let you go. Meng Shifan also frowned and said quietly, the face can't be considered evidence. Want evidence? I will give you evidence. Lu Chen twisted his head and grabbed the man's wrist, questioning in a cold voice, say, who are you? I am Zhang Dong. He shouted. Give you another chance. Lu Chuan steeply forced Zhang Dongkai painful grimace, but still hard mouth. I am Zhang Dongkai, I want to call the police. I want to take you to jail. I'll ask one last time, who the hell are you? Lu Dust suddenly broke out. Instantly, Zhang Dongkai felt his hand, like being pinched by a vice. The pain was tearing his lungs, finally couldn't bear it, blurted out. My name is Zhang Debao, I am a security guard of the Huaxing Group. Meng Bo said that I look like Zhang Dong, so he gave me $2,000 to let me act for him. I am just a part-time worker, please let go. There was dead silence in the room. Meng Shirwen stared at Meng Bo with wide eyes, unable to believe it. Why? Don't want to help with the introduction, you can just say it. Is it fun to get a fake one over to trick me? The moment Zhang Debao confessed, Meng Bo was like being struck by lightning. His face was as white as paper, and his mind was thinking at high speed inside. He wanted to explain? But how the hell to explain? To tell the truth, everything today was a play to trick Gui Shirwen into bed? That is not directly barbecue? What else could it be? Lu Chen looked at Meng Bo coldly. Mr. Zhang played the role of a bully to bully you, and he was heroically rescuing you to win your heart. Rotten theater, but it seems to be quite successful. Don't listen to his nonsense, I just love you too much. The plot was dismantled. Meng Bo, completely panicked, rushed to Gui Shirwen with tears in his voice, trying to salvage the situation. Foolish. Lu Chen cursed and was about to slap him with his hands when Gui Shirwen beat him to it. Splat. The white jade hand fiercely smacked Meng Bo's face. Meng Bo, isn't what you did to me 3 years ago disgusting enough? I've already forgiven you once on account of my childhood friendship, why are you still doing this to me? Let me tell you, even if I divorce Lu Chen one day, the two of us are impossible, never. Ever. Never. Gui Shirwen's eyes were red and her voice was in tears. When I. Meng Bo did not want to give up yet, and was about to beg when a powerful slap came down, which was more than 10 times more powerful than Gui Shirwen. It hit Meng Bo's eyes, his ears were red, and he was dizzy. Lu Chuan. You dare to hit me, do you believe me? The words did not fall, another slap fell, the corner of Meng Bo's mouth tasted a trace of blood, spit a mouthful of red blood, dizziness has not stopped. The collar of his clothes was lifted up by Lu Chuan in one hand. From now on, you and Shirwen are no longer friends, you go your way, she goes her way, you are strangers. Meng Bo poo-pooed a mouthful of blood and glanced at Gui Shirwen with anger. Screamed and cursed. Strangers are strangers, for fuck's sake, can't little master find a girlfriend? Don't come begging me for anything in the future. After Meng Bo poo-pooed a mouthful, he was ready to walk away, and the moment he turned around, Lu Chen's voice came from behind him. I let you go? Chapter 12. Eat your family rice? Lu Chuan. Gui Shirwen's beautiful eyes red, softly spoke. Lu Chuan turned back to look at her, for eyes to see, a thick sadness from her beautiful eyes overflowed. Let him go. I don't want to see him. A drop of bean-sized tears fell out of Gui Shirwen's beautiful eyes. She also held back the tears, afraid of being seen by Lu Chuan, subconsciously turned her head to the side. Lu Chuan's heart tightened. Grabbing Meng Bo's collar, he went up to the door and kicked it. Roll. He threw Zhang Debao, who was paralyzed on the floor and rotted into a ball, and then, with a bang, he closed the door, and inside the private room, a silence fell. There are no outsiders here, if you want to cry, cry. Lu Chuan handed over 2 tissues. At first, Gui Shirwen tried to take a deep breath, trying to stay calm, but the pain that was suppressed in her heart made her unable to control herself, and she cried loudly on the table. Oh. Her shoulders jerked and jerked. Seeing this scene, Lu Chuan's heart felt bad. In his impression, Gui Shirwen was a female president, a cold beauty, thunderous, out of the muck and unattainable, but at this moment, her shoulders were so thin and weak. Like a 17-8-year-old girl. Skinny and weak, looking like a paperweight on the side. She's a woman too. She also needs a shoulder to lean on. Lu Chuan pulled a chair and sat down beside Gui Shirwen, pulling her slender, tender and white wrist like porcelain, and wrapped his arms around her and leaned on his shoulder. He gently stroked her hair with his big hand. Comforting said. Do not cry. You grew up together, there must be feelings, but people will become when they grow up, no one will always remain a child, it is a pity that he did not grow into a good person. It's not worth crying for that kind of scum. Feeling Lu Duan's broad shoulders, listening to his gentle words, sadly venting her emotions, coupled with the effect of alcohol, she unconsciously fell asleep. Jiangnan, Longhu Tianlang Villa area. This is a rich area in Jiangnan, all the people living here are rich and powerful tycoons. Wuxingbang has a set of detached villa here. Lu Duan had come to visit. He drove lightly and familiarly, drove to the front of the villa and helped Gui Shirwen out of the car. What are you doing in my house? At the doorway, there was a roar of a river lion that startled Lu Chuan. Only to see, a silk long dress, triangular eyes, eyebrows picked extremely high, cheeks thin and long, neck is very long, a face of savage woman standing in the doorway. Yan Xiuli, Lu Chuan's mother-in-law. When was drunk, I sent her back. This mother-in-law, from before they got married, was very disgusted with Lu Chuan. The son-in-law in her eyes was Meng Bo's kind of son-in-law, Lu Chuan this kind of country bumpkin, not at all worthy of entering the door of their family. Lu Chen also knows that she does not like himself, will not make a fool of himself. I will send her inside and leave immediately. Holding Gui Shirwen, she walked inside. Yan Xiuli one leg he blocked the way.
The sound made by the slender as a turkey's neck was sharp and piercing.
Want to enter the door of our Gua family? First kneel and kowtow. Lu Dust? Nuts. Why should I kneel to her? Who does she think she is?
You didn't give birth to me, you didn't raise me, and I didn't grow up eating your family's rice, so you're not qualified to make me kneel. These 3 years, even if I have a deficit, it's still what I owe Sherwin. It has nothing to do with you. Lu Chuan has a good impression of Gui Sherwin, but this pair of parents of hers, it's really not good.
It's sickening. A son-in-law can be bullied? Eating your family's rice? He directly knocked Yan Xioli out of the way and walked into the villa.
Yan Xioli was bumped and stumbled, her big curly head trembled, the veins on her slender neck jumped up, and she yelled in an even more shrill, ear-piercing voice.
Son of a bitch. The little beast is going to flip out. How dare you talk back to me?
She rushed in, grabbed a document, and slammed it on Lu Duan. If you don't kneel down, this is the divorce agreement, sign her right away, and then get the hell out of the Gua family.
Yan Xioli has long been looking at Lu Dust as not good. With her daughter's posture, what kind of man cannot find?
Not to mention that far away, say that Meng Bo, rich family, a talent, Lu Dust compared to him is a piece of shit.
The quarrel between the two men attracted Gua Xingbang.
He came out from his study, a newspaper in his hand, swept a glance at the situation in front of him, and then greeted him with a smile.
It's Lu Duan who's here. Yo, is Sherwin drunk?
Lu Dust nodded. Gua Xingbang hastily pointed to the stairs and said, the first room on the left-hand side of the second floor is Wenwen's, you send her up first, then we will talk. Lu Chuan nodded and sent Gua Sherwin back to her room and helped her take off her shoes and cover her quilt.
You sleep well. I will go back first.
Lu Chuan was just about to leave when suddenly, a small hand hooked onto his little thumb. Gua Sherwin was half asleep and half awake, her mesmerized gaze looking at Lu Duan, and she mumbled under her breath.
Don't leave me.
Lu Dust's heart moved. The first day of the two people's wedding, Lu Dust went to prison, married for 3 years have not had skin to skin. At this moment, looking at Gua Sherwin's pink little face, like a sobbing gaze, Lu Chuan's heart has some strange.
They are still married now, and that is also legal, right? It was just. Gua Sherwin was drunk. Was it too underhanded to take advantage of her? He was a bit of a man, but he was not a man. Lu Chuan let go of Gua Sherwin's hand and turned around to leave. Downstairs, Gua Xingbang warmly poured a glass of water for Lu Chuan. In theory, we should celebrate your first day out of prison, but as you know, the old man sighed. Lu Chuan interrupted, Dad, there's no need to beat around the bush as a family, so just say what you have to say. As the second master of the Gua family, he not only has to fight with outsiders outside, but also has to fight with several brothers. Don't look at Gua Xingbang's attitude is very good, but in fact, it is an old Ingbi who is hiding a needle. This couple can't wait for him to sign the divorce immediately and get out of the Gua family. Gua Xingbang smiled warmly and sighed long and hard, with an expression of I am also helpless, I can't do anything about it. Lu Chuan ah. To be fair, I personally like you a lot. On the day of the wedding, if it wasn't for you, Sherwin would have been defiled by that boy Meng Bo. Your behavior alone was very manly. But Shifumi is a very capable child, and it's true that you two are somewhat mismatched. But I am willing to give you a chance. Gua Xingbang then took out a file bag from the drawer. Dad, before doing business, there is a bad debt has not been confiscated back. This is the note and the other party's information, a total of 2 million. As long as you can help me to get it back, split you 500,000 as a reward. But the task is a bit urgent, I can only give you 3 days. This is an opportunity to show yourself, I hope you take advantage of it. Is he that kind? Lu Chuan muttered in his heart, this old Inbi, wouldn't want to hack him again, right? But 500,000 yuan compensation can give Dad a new car, for Mom and sister to buy a bit of jewelry and beautiful clothes, the point is, can be raised in the Gua family. Okay, this account, I'll ask for it. After Lu Dust left, Yan Xioli was annoyed and angry. Surnamed Gua, why do you want to give him this opportunity? Gua Xingbang narrowed his eyes, took a sip of tea, and lightly spat out a name. It is Zhao Shirtao's account. Upon hearing the name Zhao Shirtao, Yan Xioli's whole body involuntarily shivered, as if she saw the devil in hell, her eyes covered with panic. Chapter 13. The pattern is small. People's Hospital, Intensive Care Ward. Grandpa, I've come to send you dinner. The hospital meal for fear that you are not accustomed to eating. My mom fried a few dishes for you. My mom fried a few dishes for you. Open the lunchbox, 4 dishes and 1 soup, the aroma is delicious. My son-in-law will still love you, but Grandpa's hands can't make strength, I still have to trouble you to feed a little.
The old man sat up with a kind smile on his face.
No trouble, it's the right thing to do.
Lou dusted while feeding, while measuring the old man's body, breath long, voice full of air, then downstairs square dancing grandpa or strong body.
But why is this old man pretending to be dead? Pretend to die, the industry is equally divided. What exactly does he want to test? Lou Dustna, I let you pick an industry, how you do not want anything, is not look down on my Gua group's industry Or do you have another purpose?
The old man's speech was breathless, but a pair of eyes were shining brightly.
I want to get my words? Lu Chen smiled faintly and said lightly.
Grandpa, this is to say which words, was group family big business, who cannot be moved, but I'm not a person of the Gua family, and how can I covet the Gua family property? Lu Dust, here on our masters, you don't have to pretend that the master's mercy grandchildren filial piety that one. I and your grandfather's relationship, you know, these years you have suffered a lot, I have always wanted to compensate you. Now I'll give you one last chance, you tell me which property you want, I'll let the old fire turn to you now. The old man's attitude was sincere and his tone was kind, as if he genuinely wanted to compensate Lu Chen. But Lu Chen still shook his head.
Grandpa, it is right for me to honor you, as for the industry I really don't want it, if I want something, I will fight for it with my own efforts, not get it for nothing. The pattern is small.
The old man glanced at Lu Dust, eyes flashed a trace of contempt. You know, just now you casually pick an industry, can let you less struggle for decades? As far as the poor cabinet factory is concerned, the annual profit is around $10 million, which is indeed enough for ordinary people to struggle for a lifetime.
But Lu Dust even do not want? Because of the shorthand? Because of backbone? Oh, in front of the poverty backbone counts for nothing?
In the shopping mall, you must be unscrupulous, cannot let go of any opportunity to obtain benefits, like you are such a hypocrite, a lifetime will not be rich.
You.
The words are not finished, the old man stopped, to a wimp say business, is equal to a cow.
The conversation took a turn for the worse. What are your plans with one? I heard Sherfan say that you guys are getting a divorce? Lu Dust nodded, well, we have already discussed it, and we will divorce in a month.
The old man was in a trance, and a hint of anger flashed in his eyes. Are you planning to wait for me to die, and divorce one after she inherits my property so that you can share half of her family's fortune?
Lu Chen shook his head again.
My marriage with Gua Shirwan is famous but not real, so I won't ask her for a single penny when we divorce. Over the years, Gua Shirwan has paid a lot for the Lu family, and even if he has to compensate for the divorce, he will be the one to compensate Gua Shirwan. The corners of the old man's mouth contempt is more and more obvious.
Oh, such a good opportunity to get rich, you actually do not want anything, Lu Dust, I should say you have backbone, or say you stupid? Hey, rotten wood cannot be carved I am tired, you go back first.
The old man waved his hand with a disappointed face.
After 3 years in prison, this Lu Chen has not improved at all.
Just like his grandfather, he is arrogant and doesn't know how to change, he can't make a big fortune in his life. In recent years, he can obviously feel his body is not as good as a day, not a few years of life, he is not afraid of death, but he is afraid of Gua's group and his death collapsed. The oldest Guajingua has more than enough ability, but not smooth enough, easy to make enemies in the shopping mall.
The second Guaxingbang is too smooth and clever. The third and fourth were mediocre, not presidential material. As for Gui Shirwan's generation, they are even more incapable of taking the lead.
He doesn't feel comfortable handing over the group to anyone, which is why we have this drama today.
Each person has a share of the industry and competes with each other.
Then both the ability to run the company, but also the ability to business battle ruthlessness, so that their own company's performance rose, so that other people's company's performance plummeted, harvest the most perfect victory.
Jiangnan's business world is not peaceful, those peers are wolves and tigers, all waiting for him to annex Gua's group after his death. If he couldn't even defeat his own siblings, how could he fight those wolves and tigers? He was going to elect a strong man. The most important thing was that thing in a month's time, he needed to elect someone who could be sacrificed. Well, Grandpa, take a good rest, I'll leave first. For the sake of his grandfather, Lu Chuan wouldn't bother with the old man, but he didn't like him as a person, and he didn't know what the old man's purpose was for pretending to be dead. But he had a bad premonition. This old man, there must be something fishy. Lu Chuan got up to say goodbye. Mr. Lu, I will see you off. The butler, Old Flame, followed him up.
He had only been gone for an afternoon, but Lu Chuan felt as if he had aged 10 years, his head was downcast and his eyes were dull, just like a walking corpse. Lu Dust surveyed him for a couple of eyes, blandly opened his mouth.
Uncle Fire, why don't you go home to mourn the death of your loved ones?
Old Fire's feet stalled and his eyes were filled with horror.
Mr. Lu, what do you mean by this?
His mother died suddenly in the afternoon, causing him to be haggard and like a lost soul.
He hadn't told anyone about this matter. How did Lu Dust know about it?
Lu Dust pointed to his forehead and said, "The parent star palace is dark. It should be that an elder has just passed away, but it is good that it is the end of life, and you didn't feel any pain before death, so you don't have to be too sad."
You also know how to read faces?
The Old Fire incredibly looked at Lu Dust. His mother is 72 this year, healthy, no disease, no disaster. Last night with the old sister square dance it, the results of this afternoon suddenly gone. The hospital check is natural death, no disease, no disaster, indeed is considered the end of life.
But this can be seen from the face? I learned a little something inside the prison. Lu Dust explained.
Old Fire was shocked and asked curiously, "What else can you tell?"
Lu Dust looked up and down and opened his mouth.
"The feng shui of your family's ancestral tomb is bad, and the children in your family don't have the destiny to become dragons and phoenixes, and they don't even have the means to finish their studies.
To put it nicely, they are old people.
The hard to hear are all drunkards." Old Fire's pupils shrunk violently.
This guy got
The next generation of their family, a total of 7 boys and 4 girls, did not have a single college student. His son and his elder brother's son, in his sophomore year of high school, beat up the teacher and was expelled from school. His second brother's family, a son and a daughter, after graduating from junior high school, did not study, and all day with the group of social people to play together, often get into trouble to let him go to peace. His fifth sister's family has a son who spent money on college, but he skipped classes all day to go to the bar, and ended up failing all his classes, and didn't get a diploma in the end. Please also ask Mr. Lu to point out how I can break the situation. The Old Fire excitedly shook Lu Dust's hand, and a hint of different respect appeared in his eyes. Tomorrow, when we are buried, we will move one of our ancestral graves, and all the problems will be solved naturally. With these words, Lu Dust turned to leave, out of the gate straight to the parking lot, turning the corner in an instant.
Bang!
A child's scream came from the ears.
Chapter 14 7 Golden Flowers. Ouch!
Lu Dust's subconsciously big hand to explore embraced a small waist. Before he had time to savor, a pile of documents slapped on his head.
Slap slap bang. The documents and boxed lunch spilled all over the place. Sorry.
Lu Dust hurriedly apologized and froze when he looked up. The other party was in her early 20s, her features were exquisite and beautiful, her figure was exquisite, and her purple shirt with a beige skirt added a few points of cuteness to her.
Simply like a fairy out of a painting.
The beauty shook off Lu Chuan's hand, grabbed her high heels, and questioned Lu Chuan.
"Hey, how do you walk, didn't he grow?"
Halfway through her words, she suddenly widened her eyes, and her eyes flashed with an unbelievable light.
"No, did not see anyone nah?"
After freezing for a few seconds, he finished the latter words again, but the momentum passed, and the tone became much milder.
"I'm sorry, I just got distracted. How's your foot?"
The heel of the shoe suddenly broke, easy to break the foot. Lu Chen squatted down, ready to help her check.
"My feet hurt."
The beautiful woman let out an ouch and immediately opened her cell phone album favorites, which contained only one photo. A bald young man wearing a prison uniform.
It was really him.
Chu Huairo's beautiful eyes were filled with surprise.
Thoughts snapped back to a year ago.
On that day, the mysterious father suddenly called them to the prison, pulled out a photo and pointed at the man on it. His name is Lu Chen, he is the destiny of the true dragon son of heaven, and he will be proud of the future. For the sake of your happiness, I made a marriage contract with him for you, and he will be your husband from now on.
Chu Huairo snatched the photo and realized that Lu Chen is still a little handsome, smilingly said, "Dad, he is just one person, and it is not enough for the 7 of us sisters to share all." The second sister Wang Wanqiu said with a smile, 7 days a week, 1 a day, not exactly?
Then he is not going to die of exhaustion.
Ha 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 ha.
The eldest sister Zhou Zhirua frowned and said angrily, "Let us 7 sisters serve a man, what is he entitled to?
What qualifications does he have?" "I don't agree." Facing the eldest daughter's displeasure, her father said indifferently, "It doesn't matter, if you don't like it, don't marry. Anyway, I've introduced you to the man, it's up to you if you want to marry him or not."
"If you don't want to marry him, you can recognize him as your brother and look for him if you have any problems."
"If I'm not around anymore, he'll be your backbone. If you don't have money, ask him for it. If someone wants to kill you, ask him to be your shield. He's your family now. Beauty, do you have itchy flesh on your ankle?" Hearing Chu Huairou giggle, Lu Chuan raised his head in surprise. Right, no touching. Chu Huairou hummed and hurriedly retracted her foot. Lu Dus stood up, explained, I checked, your ankle is not injured, but the high heels are broken, the rice also spilled, I compensate you. Look at the body is quite strong, 7 times a week should not be a problem. Thinking of this, Chu Huairou's face suddenly reddened. Afraid of being discovered by Lu Chuan, she turned her head sideways and said arrogantly, you want to compensate me, this girl still does not want it? Lu Dust? What did you say? I mean, compensation for your shoes, next door is the mall, I will take you to buy a new pair of it. Chu Huairou face indifference, but the heart has been deer in the headlights. What to do? Should we recognize each other on the spot? But what should I say? Hey, Lu Chuan, am I your future wife? I'm sure he'll take me for a nymphomaniac, right? You have to be more reserved. I don't have time now. Lu Dus said, then you say how much money, I will compensate you. Chu Huairou pursed her lips and smiled, I don't lack money. Lu Dus spread his hands, then I go? Chu Huairou's small face of anger, hands pinched waist, small face bulging, hit the lady, not compensation, you want to go? Lu Dust. Then you say how to do? Chu Huairou smiled and took out her cell phone, opened the QR code of WeChat, I'm not thinking about it now, let's add a WeChat, wait for me to think about it and then let you compensate. A year ago, the old man only gave the photo a name, for Lu Dust this person, she did not have a little understanding, first understand, after all, the future to marry him. The first thing I want to do is to get to know him, after all, I want to marry him in the future. Lu Dust took out his cell phone to scan the code, the lady's avatar is a very cute cartoon character, WeChat name is Zoe Loves Meat. He put on the ground of the documents organized to Chu Huairou, said, beautiful, today's things sorry, when you want to think about how to compensate, feel free to send me a message, I still have things, goodbye. Hey. Chu Huairou called out to him, haven't asked what your name is. My name is Lu Dust, how about you, Beauty? My name is Beauty. Air. Lu Dust a face of confusion left, looking at his back child, Chu Huairou in place for a moment of joy, and then opened the phone WeChat top chat group. Group name, 7 Golden Flowers. Zoe loves to eat meat, Gmail guys, guess who I just met wow wow wow. Autumn and Autumn love to play with the ball, which family's little handsome boy? I'm not sure if you're going to be able to do that. At. Lu Mingjie, 4th sister, who exactly did you see? Excited you like this? Zozo loves meat, I met our husband Lu Duan. Chapter 15 7 Sisters. Jirua, what do you mean our husband? I won't marry him. Lu Mingjie agreed, what era is it now, still doing the arranged marriage thing? Tong Tong, arranged marriages, even if it is, but also let us 7 married to him 1, what international joke? I won't marry him. They are all elites from all walks of life, and there is never a shortage of suitors around them, rich gentlemen, elite turtles, and CEOs. Zoe loves meat, what do you call a husband if not a husband? The first thing you need to do is to call your brother. Father has said that he will be our family member from now on, if you encounter difficulties, go to him for help. Lu Mingjie, I don't have any difficulties, and even if I did, it's not something he can solve. Jia Yuhan, since he's father's disciple, let's get in touch. Hu Xuan, I think 5th sister is right, no matter if we get married or not, let's get in touch and see. Zoe loves meat, then I'll ask her out someday to give the sisters a look? Jirua, can. Lu Mingjie, +1. Zhao Yuhan, +2. Marriott Hotel. Drinking in the number 1 private room. Come on, I'll raise a glass. Congratulations in advance to Tingfei and Maxine for tying the knot. Wang Hao is full of smiles, Wang family and Li family are both big families in Jiangnan, after the successful marriage, they will surely be bigger and stronger, and create another glory. Second uncle, is the villa at One Landscape ready? Nothing went wrong, right? Groom Wang Tengfei asked curiously, close to the wedding, he was busy, coincidentally, Wang Hao is to get the decoration, the new room to Wang Hao to lay out. Second uncle to do, you put 1,000,000 hearts, but Wang Hao want to say and then stop. But what? Wang Tengfei face puzzled. Hey, it's not a big deal, is the afternoon met a Jianghu cheat, said your villa is too heavy and chi is not suitable for living, otherwise there will be blood disaster. Wang Hao repeated the words of Lu Dust, causing everyone to laugh. Haha, that liar is definitely not a local. But it is not, in Jiangnan who does not know that Shanshui 1 is built on the Dragon Vein Ah. The sons and daughters of Tengfei will definitely be able to become dragons and phoenixes, so that my Wang family will be proud of the crowd.
The Wang family laughed loudly. No one put Lu Chen's words in their hearts at all. Wang Hao also felt that he was a bit fussed over, poured a glass of wine and was ready to punish himself, when suddenly there was a strange sound.
Snap!
The wine glass crashed to the ground, breaking into pieces. Looking at the sound, he saw Wang Tengfei choking himself, his face red.
Tun Fei!
The crowd was shocked and rushed up. Only to see, Wang Tengfei's face was horrified, one hand holding his neck, his eyes red, the other hand desperately pointing at the bottle cap on the table, and then pointing at his throat.
Wang Hao hurriedly asked, "Wine bottle stuck in the throat?" Wang Tengfei hurriedly nodded.
Upon hearing this, everyone breathed a long sigh of relief. It is good that it is not poisoning.
Quickly send to the hospital. Jiangnan University Hospital. Emergency room.
Wang Tengfei was lying on the bed with a reddish color. The doctor took the tweezers and carefully helped him clip out the bottle cap that was stuck inside his throat. "Young man, drinking alcohol can even drink the bottle cap in. I don't know whether to say you are careless and good, or unlucky."
Wang Tengfei was also confused. How did the bottle cap run into the wine glass? It should be that I have been so busy lately that I am in a trance, so I have to take a good rest after the wedding. Thank you, doctor.
Wang Tengfei said thank you, and was about to get up when a strange sound suddenly came from the top of his head.
Bang!
The ceiling suddenly smashed down, and one of the pieces hit Wang Tengfei's forehead.
Ah! Wang Tengfei howled miserably and directly fainted. Outside the emergency room. Tengfei was also too careless to even drink in the bottle caps. It must be that he's been too busy lately and hasn't rested well. Big brother, after the wedding you give him a few months off, just so he can take Maxine on a honeymoon. Bang!
Suddenly, the emergency room door was pushed open with great force. The doctor pushed a car and rushed out in a panic, and lying in the car was Wang Tengfei. At this moment, Wang Tengfei's face was covered in blood and he was unconscious.
Tun Fei. Wang Hao immediately rushed over and grabbed the doctor's arm, questioning, "What's wrong with my nephew?"
"Mr. Wang, let's wait until I've taken care of him." The doctor quickly pushed the person into the resuscitation room. In the corridor, the Wang family looked at each other.
What's the situation? He was fine when he came here, how come his head is bleeding after treatment? This is a fucking hospital, not a battlefield. A group of people are anxious and confused. Half an hour later, the doctor helped Wang Tengfei walk out. His face was pale and haggard, his head was still bandaged, and he looked exhausted. "Doctor, what the hell just happened?" Wang Hao angrily ran forward and questioned.
"Everyone, just now when I was removing the bottle cap, a mouse stepped on the ceiling of the emergency room and smashed Mr. Wang. I'm very sorry." The doctor bowed and apologized while being a bit puzzled. He had been working here for more than 20 years and had never seen a rat, much less something as outrageous as a falling ceiling.
What did you say? The ceiling was trampled by rats? What are the people in the maintenance department of your hospital for? I'm going to complain to the dean. What's the status of the Wang family? It's a famous family in Jiangnan City, and a bottle cap was smashed in the hospital? You think the Wangs are so easy to bully? In a few days, it's Tengfei's wedding day, and it's ugly to have a scar on your head, so the hospital must pay compensation. Compensation of $10 million, the doctor fired.
Wang's family will not let go. The doctor is also very helpless. Encountered this kind of thing, he is also very confused. Whispered muttered, "We are a regular 3 hospital, usually does not occur this kind of situation.
Why is it so unlucky today?"
When the Wang family heard this, they became angry. Wang Hao's eyes widened angrily, one hand grabbed the doctor's clothes collar, fierce and vicious as if a man-eating tiger.
TMD, what do you mean by that? Did we get injured in your hospital, or is it just our own bad luck?
The doctor was so scared that he shook his head repeatedly. I don't mean this, our hospital will be responsible for it, just $10 million, it is impossible." Wang Hao still wanted to argue. At this time, Wang Tengfei tiredly interrupted him.
"Uncle, forget it, I am tired.
I blame my own bad luck, just dropped a piece of ceiling, just hit me on the head.
I'm tired, let's go home." "Okay, let's go home."
Wang Hao glared fiercely at the doctor and helped Wang Tengfei leave.
On the road. Wang Tengfei tiredly lying in the car, sore throat, headache, the whole body is uncomfortable, muttered under his breath. Too unlucky.
Drinking wine stuck bottle cap.
The emergency room was smashed by the ceiling. Simply unlucky to the home. The people of the Wang family also fell into deep thought. which is indeed unlucky. Dad, the blood and light disaster that the liar said will not be now, right?
Suddenly, Wang Hao's son exclaimed.
The plague of blood and light.
These 4 words, like a sledgehammer, smashed in Wang Hao's chest, smashing his head buzzing, but then shook his head. Back then, the developer had searched for 36 feng shui masters to figure out where the dragon vein of Jiangnan was located, so how could it be false?
How can a house built on the dragon vein be in residence?
You kid, the dog fart does not move, just no nonsense.
Wang Hao blared at his son. Wang Xiaoyu lowered his head and skimmed his mouth. But I think my brother is really a little too unlucky. Shut up.
Wang Hao scolded, the wedding is coming, those unlucky words are not allowed to speak. Wang Xiaoyu muttered his mouth, obviously somewhat unconvinced, and was about to retort when a loud bang suddenly came from behind him.
Bang! The car 360 drifted on the highway, and the huge impact made the body of the people in the car swing wildly, screaming, and the scythe of death appeared in front of the eyes of all the people. Chapter 16 I invited. Bang!
Another bang, the car rotated 3 times, crashed into the green belt of the tree.
Hiss!
The people in the car sucked in a breath of cold air, head dizzy, for a moment confused about what the situation.
Wang Hao shouted, Xiaoyu? Xiaoyu how? Dad, I'm fine.
Wang Hao sighed with relief, where is big brother?
I'm also fine, it seems like a truck hit us.
Although it crashed, the car didn't flip over, and the people were only shocked and not seriously injured.
Everyone is not hurt, right? Where's Teng Fei? How about Teng Fei? Quiet on the back seat aside.
In front of the emergency room. Looking at the familiar patients, the familiar families, the emergency doctor has a bitter smile on his face.
Everyone, hello again. The Wang family couldn't laugh and rushed up to ask, how is the person?
A comforting voice, in addition to the forehead wound was violently impacted, resulting in open wounds. There are only a few abrasions, a moment to do a brain CT, if there is nothing wrong then you can go home.
However,
hearing the front, everyone is relieved, the wedding invitations are handed out, if it cannot be held on time, the face of the Wang family can lose face. But the word but instantly raised their hearts to their throats.
But what? Wang Hao asked anxiously. The doctor frowned and said, but isn't Mr. Wang a bit too unlucky?
Drinking and getting stuck in a bottle cap, getting hit by the ceiling in surgery, and getting rear-ended by a big truck on the way home. Each one of these is unlucky enough, but Mr. Wang actually suffered 3 in one day. I suggest you think of a way to turn Mr. Wang around. He practiced for more than 20 years, the first time to see Wang Tengfei so unlucky, are a little afraid to let him hospitalized, for fear that the night again out of the hole what moth to.
Do you doctors still believe in metaphysics? Seek God, worship Buddha, feng shui transit. It is not metaphysics?
The doctor said with a smile, I did not believe before, but these years I'm used to seeing life and death, found that some things do not believe nada, say Mr. Wang it, in one day, 3 bloody disaster, who have you seen him so unlucky?
Dang.
The 4 words blood and light disaster were like a sledgehammer that struck hard at the hearts of the crowd.
In just one night, 3 disasters, 2 blood and light disasters. This was not even a move-in yet. Once one moves into the villa, what's more? The Wang family's crowd was all in a cold sweat, their backs were all wet. The bad luck and blood-like disasters, could it really be related to the villa at One Landscape? Swish.
The crowd looked at Wang Hao in unison.
Early in the morning, Hat Mountain Cemetery.
Old Fire wandered in front of the grave in his morning clothes. Dad, that kid is just talking nonsense. He said that the feng shui of our family's ancestral grave is not good, and also said that we can only wait for death in our life, but look at our brothers, which one of them is not better than him? The Old Fire's son Fireson, a face of indignation shouted. Yesterday, the Old Fire home, Lu dust that words to the family, but also yelled to change the ancestral tomb, but Fireson think the other side is just farting.
Fireson, there are some things you don't understand, Lu dust he has real skills.
When Fireson heard this, his entire body became anxious and angrily shouted, Dad, you're confused.
If he was really capable, how could he be a door-to-door son-in-law? How could he have been imprisoned for 3 years?
His skills were learned inside the prison. After Old Flame finished speaking, he looked towards the mountain again, and when he saw Lu Chen's figure, he immediately got up and went down the mountain to greet him.
Mr. Lu, you are here.
Although Old Flame was an elder, he was after all an underling of the Guo family, having been a steward for his entire life, he knew his status very well and understood the ways of the world. In front of Lu Chen, he appeared very humble.
Uncle Fire, since I promised you, I will definitely come.
The Fire family is thriving, with dozens of people wearing hemp in mourning.
Brother Lou Dust, the ancestral tomb has been dug up, you see where it is more appropriate to relocate to?
When Fireson saw that Lu Chuan was so young and his own father was still respectful, he was furious. Surname Lus, you do not take a piss and look at their own virtues. The hair is not long enough to learn others to pretend to be a master? Fireson originally did not believe in feng shui metaphysics, he was worried that his father had been deceived. The point is, Lu Chuan had a sentence that angered his nerves.
The Fire family descendants are all drunkards. Damn it.
You're the one who's a drunkard. You're a son-in-law who's been in jail for 3 years.
If you're so tough, why don't you change your luck? Fire Sam, no fooling around. Hurry up and apologize to Mr. Lu.
Old Fire immediately reprimanded his son.
Why should I apologize to him? He's a liar.
Fireson stared disdainfully at Lu Dust, he felt that his father was just being impatient. Seeing Fireson so irritable, Old Fire was infuriated and his face turned red. If Fireson pissed off Lu Dust, the Fire family didn't know when they would have a chance to turn around. You rebellious son, if you don't apologize to Mr. Lu, I won't be able to spare you. Old Fire yelled at Fire Sam, his face filled with anger. If it wasn't in front of his ancestral grave, he would have already made his move.
Uncle Fire, it seems that I am not welcome in your family.
Lu Dust opened his mouth indifferently.
Yes, our whole family does not welcome you. If you are sensible, get lost.
Firesen's attitude is very arrogant. Those Fire family members although did not comment, but from the attitude can be seen, they are on the side of Firesen. Fire Uncle, you also see, not I do not help, is some people do not welcome me, I go first. Medicine cures the undead disease, and God degrees those who are destined to die.
Lu Chen can't do the thing of putting a cold ass on a hot face.
Don't go, Mr. Lu.
I'll let Huasin get lost now.
The hand Lu showed at the hospital yesterday has already conquered him, he only trusts Lu now. This is the ancestral tomb of the Fire family, if he wants to roll, it is him who will roll.
Fireson pinched his waist and had a very arrogant attitude. I will kill you, this unfilial son.
The old Fire did not expect the Fireson so disobedient, rushed up to do it, suddenly heard a burst of rapid footsteps, subconsciously turned around to look. See a group of people, Fire rushed over.
Are they from the Wang family? As Master Guo's butler, Old Flame was no stranger to the upper echelons of Jiangnan's celebrities, and instantly recognized Wang Hao, the Wang family's second master, but how did they come to Cap Hill?
The ones buried in the cemetery here are all ordinary people.
What are they doing here?
Fire Son, because he was too excited, a face reddish red, both eyes glowing, smugly said.
I invited. Chapter 17 Divorce is not good, but you can be widowed.
The grandmother's death, Fireson sent a circle of friends, of course, also sent one to Wang Xiaoyu. He did not think that Wang Xiaoyu would come at all.
And, also brought the whole family. You invited them? Old Fire looked his son up and down, his eyes full of incredulity. What is the status of Wang's family? A big brother on par with the Guo family, a big brother would attend their family's funeral? That's right, I invited them.
Fire Sen's neck is going to tilt up to the sky in excitement.
Am I awesome? Quickly praise me.
Old Fire also laughed, his son was not a good reader, he thought he was a straw man, never thought that he would invite the Wang family to accompany him.
Not bad.
Old Fire gave a short compliment. The Fire family members all complimented Fireson. Xiaosin Kana, are friends with the Wang family.
The one next to him is Wang Xiaoguan's father, right?
Even Wang Hao was invited. Little Sam is awesome.
Little Sam is awesome. Listening to the boasting in his ears, Fire Sam's gaze glanced at Lu Dust. Dumbass. You're the fucking drunkard. I'm going to welcome Brother Wang and the others.
At this moment, Fireson felt like he was being honored by millions of people, floating in the air, and the image of Wang Xiaoyu patting his shoulder and comforting him came to his mind.
And the clansmen would watch the scene.
From now on, he and Fireson was close friends with the Wang clan son, and his status instantly rose.
That's wonderful. Thinking in his mind, Fireson walked straight to Wang Xiaoyu and called out affectionately to his son. Brother Wang. Get out of the way.
A group of people directly knocked Fireson over and rushed in front of Old Fire, which startled Old Fire, and just when he was ready to greet him, he saw a few people shouting excitedly.
Mr. Lu, finally found you.
The expression was respectful and the tone was excited. It was the same expression that Fireson had just had. Seeing this scene, the Fire family members were all confused. Especially Fireson, he excitedly climbed up, incredulously shouted, "Brother Wang, you recognize the wrong person, right?
He is a charlatan. Are you saying that Lu Chen is a charlatan?
Wang Xiaoyu's attitude suddenly turned cold. After Wang Tengfei's accident yesterday, they had investigated Lu Dust's identity overnight. It was impossible to recognize the wrong person.
Right.
This guy is a door-to-door son-in-law, and as a result, he even threatened to read faces and understand feng shui. What is he if not a charlatan?
Firesome arrogantly pointed at Lu Dust. Dare to disrespect Master Lu, you damn looking for death.
Wang Xiaoyu exploded and fiercely kicked Fireson flying out, falling into a dog's mouth. Wang Hao bowed deeply to Lu Chen and spoke in a respectful manner. Mr. Lu, I came over today to apologize to you. I hope you can forgive my recklessness. The moment these words came out, the Fire family members were all stunned.
Fireson's forehead was even dripping with cold sweat, and his back was soaked.
Fireson didn't understand how the second master of the Wang family, who even his own father had to be respectful when he saw him, could be so respectful to Lu Chen.
Something happened to the owner of the house, right?
Lu Dust light opening, that house in she surrounded, live in it will be blood disaster.
Yes, something happened.
Wang Hao respectfully, Mr. Lu, my big brother in the Marriott set at table, I hope you can appreciate the face.
I don't have time now, wait for the evening.
After dealing with the matter of relocating the graves, he still has to find Zhao Shitao to ask for money. Guo Xingbang so emboldened, I think this Zhao Shitao is not so good to deal with.
Then at 8 o'clock in the evening, Marriott waiting for you? I'm not sure I can do that.
See, Lu Dust promised. Wang Hao long sigh of relief. On the way to the road he was afraid that Lu Dust because of last night's things and rejected him.
Mr. Lu, these rude guys, do you need me to help you deal with it?
He had long ago recognized the old Fire identity, but a housekeeper was not worthy of being greeted by him. His words caused the hearts of the Fire family to instantly rise to their throats.
No need, I will be on time at night.
Lu Dust rejected Wang Hao's proposal. Old Fire had followed the old master for decades, so giving him a small favor today would be considered keeping an eye on the old master.
Good.
Tonight, at 8 o'clock, my Wang family will welcome Mr. Lu at the Marriott.
The Wangs are gone.
But at the scene, there was a dead silence. They looked at Lu Dust nervously, with a flicker of panic in their eyes. Especially Fire Sam, that sentence Mr. Lu directly scared him to death, and he fell on his butt on the ground not knowing what to do.
Mr. Lu,
Old Fire stammered, but he didn't know how to speak. The great god that even the Wang family had to politely come to invite, ended up being scolded by his son with a mouthful of liar.
I am not sure how to say this, but I am not sure how to say this.
How could he still have the face to ask Lu Chuan for help?
AI.
After a sigh, Lu Chuan faintly opened his mouth.
Uncle Fire, can we start the grave relocation ceremony now?
The old Fire thought that Lu Dust will directly leave, heard the words of Lu Dust froze for a moment, then nodded vigorously. Can, Fire Sing you son of a bitch do not hurry to come over to Mr. Lu to apologize. Mr. Lu is sorry, just now it was me who had eyes but no pearls. Fireson lowered his voice, which still has half a bit of arrogance.
After 2 hours of work, the grave-moving ceremony was finally done.
The old Fire wanted to invite Lu Dust for dinner, but was refused by Lu Dust, and was about to go down the mountain when his cell phone rang.
Caller, Guo Xingbang. Lu Dust connected, the phone came. Guo Xingbang benevolent voice, Lu Dust where are you? Lu Dust, to find Zhao Shitao on the road. Oh. I also want to call you to eat lunch together, then you first busy.
On the phone, Guo Xingbang's voice is filled with the love of elders to juniors. You be careful, do not do things impulsively.
There is something despite what happened to me on the phone. Dad will fully support you. Dad? This old cunt. Lu Chen smiled, thanks Dad, I'll go and get busy first. Good, you get busy.
Guo Xingbang hung up the phone. Yan Xiuli on the side rolled a huge white eye. A mouthful of a dad, those who don't know still think that Lu Dust is your son. Anyway, I don't care, sure one must divorce him. Guo Xingbang laughed unconventionally, divorce this matter, right, there is no need to rush, and, divorce is not good to say out, our Guo family's daughter, how can you divorce?
Yan Xiuli eyes glared, just to be angry. Guo Xingbang added, divorce is not good to hear, but can be widowed. Chapter 18 The Old Fox. Dad, who were you just talking to on the phone?
Guo Sherwan, who slept through the night, has come back to life, wearing a professional outfit down from the second floor. I heard you guys talking about Lu Chuan.
What happened to Lu Chuan?
Guo Xingbang smiled faintly with a loving face, nothing happened.
Lu Dust yesterday begged me to find him a job.
Said he just got out of prison, penniless. I wanted to give him 100,000 yuan pocket money, but he said nothing. This child's self-esteem is too strong.
But there really wasn't anything he could do in the group.
I gave him a few options to choose from. The first is to work as an internal clerk and organize documents. The second is to go to finance and become a field accountant. Both jobs are very stable. But he resented the small amount of money, and had to make a lot of money.
Hey! Guo Xingbang sighed long and hard, and his face showed an expression of hatred.
I don't know how to say this child is good. I don't know how to say that this child is good.
Later, he chose to go to ask for accounts. To ask for money? Where to go to ask for money?
Guo Sherwin frowned. With her understanding of Lu Chuan doesn't seem like the kind of person who has a low eye.
Zhao Shitao's account. Guo Xingbang faintly spoke. Dad.
That Zhao Shitao is a gangster. You let Lu Chuan find him to ask for money, is not pushing him into the fire pit? Guo Sherwin was like a cat that had its tail stepped on, instantly exploding. She recognized Zhao Shitao. He was a construction site earthworker, he was ruthless, he hit people at the drop of a hat, he was a typical gangster. The most frightening thing is that he has connections in the black and white, even Guo Xingbang do not dare to provoke.
And
Zhao Shitao's son had an accident. In order to give his son treatment, he has smashed pots and pans. The last time Guo's family went to ask for money, Zhao Shitao threatened, will not give a penny.
If he dares to come to the door again, he'll be killed. Lu Chuan just got out of jail, he has no connections. If he goes to Zhao Shitao for money, isn't it a death sentence? Don't get too excited.
Guo Xingbang laughed with a relaxed expression and comforted Guo Sherwin. Lu Chen is not a fool, he can't beat Zhao Shitao, he can run.
He's not a 3-year-old child anymore. What's more, he's your husband. If he can't even do this kind of thing well, how can he be the son-in-law of our Guo family? This is a test for him.
What a test! He's deliberately making things difficult for Lu Chuan.
How could Guo Sherwin not know what her own father is like? He's a typical smiling tiger. One thing in front of people, another behind their backs.
They have already agreed to divorce in a month's time. With Lu Chuan's character, he wouldn't take the initiative to do anything for the Guo family. It must have been his own dad who forced Lu Chuan to do it.
Dad, I know you don't like Lu Chen, but as long as we are not divorced, he is my husband. If you guys keep this up, I'll have to move out. Guo Sherwin's face turned red with anger. Move out? Where can you move to? Guo Xingbang hummed disdainfully, thinking, your little money has been taken to subsidize the Lu family. Do you still have money to rent a house? I'm going to move in with Lu Chen's parents and sister. Over the years, she often visited the Lu family, firstly because she felt indebted, and secondly because she could only feel the warmth of home when she was in the Lu family. The villa is comfortable to live in, but it is cold. They only care about her signing a few more orders. No one cares whether she is happy or not. Guo Xingbang, face gloomy, coldly said, move to the Lu family, with them to live in the doghouse? Yes, even if I live in a doghouse, I will not live with you.
Guo Sherwin angrily shouted. A child, carrying a bag, turned to get into the car. The red Audi issued a beast of a roar, and disappeared without a trace in the twinkling of an eye.
Yan Xiuli said with a worried face, when she will not really want to leave home, right? She doesn't have a chance. Guo Xingbang's eyes flashed a murderous intent. What do you mean?
Zhao Shitao is at the end of his rope. The last time I went to ask for money, he said that if he dared to go to ask for money again, he would kill me. His eyes at that time did not lie. Moreover, he is retired from the special forces. 1 to fight 10 is not a problem. Lu Chuan will die for sure. Thinking of that ferocious eyes, Guo Xingbang shivered. Yan Xiuli, some puzzled, asked, I know Zhao Shitao ruthless, but Lu Dustin not a fool, not hit him will not run?
Guo Xingbang said, do you think that the person who wants Lu Dust to die is only one Zhao Shitao? Yan Xiuli surprised, what do you mean? Guo Xingbang laughed meaningfully, who hates Lu Dust the most in this world? Yan Xiuli blurted out, of course it is Meng Boa. Guo Xingbang picked up his cell phone and dialed Meng Bo's phone. He put on a helpless tone and said, hey son-in-law, uncle has a thing to ask you to help. What is it, uncle?
Receiving Guo Xingbang's phone, Meng Bo was a little surprised. After all, he only yesterday and Guo Sherwin fell out.
She just told me that she wants to move out and live with Lu Chen.
As you know, Lu Chen and his family are crammed into a 1-bedroom apartment, which is no different from a doghouse, so I don't want to let Wen go to live there. I and your aunt persuaded her for a long time, but she just won't listen to you, and Wen is a childhood friend. Good feelings. Can you help Uncle more persuade her? Guo Xingbang said with a sigh.
She wants to move in with Lu Chen? That day, Meng Bo and Gua Sherwin decided, Meng Bo from love to hate, hate to wanna get dead Lu Dust, and now Gua Sherwin wanna move over to live with him? The woman she hasn't even touched yet is going to get dumped by trash? What the fuck?
Don't worry, uncle, I'll persuade them both.
I have something to do, I'm hanging up now.
Wait to help our good son-in-law prepare for his funeral. Chapter 19: The Short-Lived Man. Jiangnan, suburbs. In front of a sand field. A car cab stopped. Lu Dust got out of the car and was just about to walk inside when the cab driver rolled open the window and said, "Little boy, I see you holding Zhao Shitao's photo in your hand. You should be here to find him to ask for debts, right? I advise you to give up. The people who came to claim the debt before were all beaten away."
Oh? Is he bad? Not really.
I heard he's very good to his workers and never owes them wages.
As for other people's money, maybe it's for his children's treatment, so he hasn't paid them back.
The driver often runs in this area, know these things well.
Lu Dust frowned, inquired, what is his child's disease?
I heard that it is leukemia, but also very serious kind. Every once in a while have to go to buy platelets, but also have to chemotherapy. Expenses are very big.
Finished, he was a little impatient. Young man, you in the end to go ah? If you don't, I'll go back. I'm not going.
Lu Dust turned around and was just about to walk towards the sand field when suddenly his cell phone shook and a message came. "Gua Sherwin, Lu Dust, I can't get through to you on the phone. You mustn't go to Zhao Shitao to ask for a debt."
Lu Dust? She knows about Zhao Shitao?
It seems that this person is not easy to deal with, and on second thought, he figured it out. How could the old Ingbi be so kind as to share 500,000 with him? Of course, she wants to trap him.
Lu Chen sneered and did not reply.
Not far from the sand field, there is a small river. A long way Lu Dust saw, a large and small in the riverside play. The adult is clearly he was looking for Zhao Shitao. Lu Chuan just approached. Zhao Shitao noticed him, and after explaining a few words to the child, he walked towards Lu Chuan.
"Gua Xingbang sent you?"
Glancing at the photo in Lu Duan's hand, Zhao Shitao coldly spoke.
"Debt repayment, heaven and earth."
Lu Dust glanced at the little boy playing by the river, clearly blessed with deep fortune, but his life is a short one with a curse. "It looks like Gua Xingbang did not take my words to heart. I said, that money was supposed to be mine. If anyone dares to come to me again to ask for a debt, do not blame me for not being polite." The aura on Zhao Shitao's body suddenly turned ferocious and murderous.
At this time,
a faint cry came from the ear.
"Dad!"
The child who was playing with a ball a second ago, with an innocent face, suddenly fell to the ground, foaming at the mouth and convulsing.
"Xiao Bao!"
Zhao Shitao exclaimed, rushed towards his son, and when he was about to pick up his son, there was a rebuke from behind.
"Don't move him." Lu Chen quickly stepped over, tilted Xiao Bao's head sideways to prevent the vomit from choking his nasal cavity, and gently stroked his back.
Zhao Shitao let out a tiger roar. "Stop, you are not allowed to touch my son." Lu Chen stroked Xiao Bao's back, blankly glanced at Zhao Shitao, and said in a cold voice,
"When epilepsy is committed, you can't just move the patient. Keeping the airway open, the patient will naturally recover after a while.
Moving the patient around will most likely cause the airway to become blocked, causing death by asphyxiation. This is the basic common sense of medicine." Zhao Shitao was slightly stunned. He was a big old man who didn't understand medicine, but listening to Lu Duan's words, it seemed like it made a little bit of sense, but he didn't dare to relax. A pair of eagle-like eyes stared at Lu Dust vigilantly.
"You still know how to see a doctor?"
Lu Dust glanced down at Xiao Bao, innocent but disease-ridden.
Sighing.
The child was born with insufficient hematopoietic stem cells, resulting in weakness from time to time, and needs to rely on blood transfusions to sustain his life. Zhao Shitao's complexion changed. I did not expect the other party to say exactly the same thing, and his son's condition was exactly the same.
Coldly laughed. "It looks like you did not put in a lot of effort in order to get the debt. These are all Gua Xingbang told you, right?"
Lu Dust smiled and said, "The child's fate is not good. His mother died in childbirth when she gave birth to him, and his grandparents died one after another when he was very young. He and you have a shallow destiny, indicating that you were not around when he was a child. He grew up living with his grandma and grandpa, but his mother's maternal family all hated him and regarded him as a spoilsport, and..."
How do you know all this?"
Zhao Shitao eyes staring round. The heart is even more shocked to the extreme. If the son's condition is Gua Xingbang told Lu Dust, then their family's private affairs have never told anyone.
Face reading. "I'm not sure if you know how to do that, but I'm sure you know how to do that."
Zhao Shirtao opened his mouth wide in surprise. This ability to see through people's past lives with a single glance exceeded the scope of his understanding.
At this moment, Xiao Bao convulsed for 2 minutes with no intention of stopping.
Lu Chuan frowned, took off Zhao Xiaobao's top and took out 12 silver needles from his pocket. He laid the needles at a fast speed, and in the blink of an eye, he stabbed more than a dozen silver needles into the acupoints on Zhao Xiaobao's chest. As the silver needles entered the body, the tails of the needles brushed and trembled, and the tails of the needles collided, making a sound as crisp as a silver bell.
After 10 seconds, Xiao Bao stopped convulsing. Lu Chuan pulled out the needle
and instructed Zhao Shirtao, "Epileptic offenses are a waste of energy, little treasure needs to rest for a while." Zhao Shirtao held his son in his arms and looked at Summer with incomparable shock.
"You actually know how to cure diseases."
When Little Treasure convulsed, it was at least 15 minutes, but today it even ended in 2 minutes. Moreover, usually after convulsions, Little Treasure was very tired and pale, but today he was flushed, and his mouth even shouted out a child's hunger.
Lu Chuan threw the used silver needle into the garbage can and calmly said, "Can there be a fake cure?"
Zhao Shirtao calmed his excitement and pleaded, "Doctor, as long as you can help cure my son, not to mention the money owed to Guixingbang, even if you want me to die, I will never hesitate." Over the years, in order to cure Zhao Xiaobao, he spent all of his savings, but he was unable to be cured. Half a year ago, he helped Zhao Xiaobao to have a bone marrow transplant, and it was reasonable to say that the person should be well, but in less than a month's time, he started to commit the disease again, and he could only rely on blood transfusion to renew his life. And Lu Chuan's miraculous means made the almost desperate him see hope again. Lu Chuan swept a glance at the quiet Xiaobao, his heart felt compassion, and his tone was ghostly.
"I also want to save him. But I couldn't do it."
"Mr. Zhao, your son is not sick, but short-lived. He has exhausted his young life, and he will die within 3 months."
Chapter 20: Buying Life. What? What? My son is not sick?
Zhao Shirtao was struck like a thunderbolt, his face was pale and he was trembling.
"No, it can't be."
"You must be mistaken. I went to a dozen hospitals and they all said that my son is leukemia."
"He is just sick."
Lu Dust shook his head helplessly. He was born with a short-lived face. He lost his mother at birth, lost his grandparents at a young age, and was ostracized by his mother's family. His body has a deadly aura, and his young life has been depleted. To put it bluntly, you take him to the blood exchange, can only figure a psychological comfort, there is no therapeutic effect.
Not to mention these doctors, even Hua Tua can't do anything. How is this possible?
Zhao Shirtao's eyes were red and full of despair. He had put all his hopes of curing his son on the blood exchange, but Lu Chen's words directly destroyed all his hopes. After despair, there was endless anger. He didn't believe that a guy who didn't have a full head of hair could understand the art of reading people's faces. It must be a small trick to trick him into paying back the money.
"Dare to curse my son, I will kill you." Zhao Shirtao roared and pounced towards Lu Dust like a tiger. Bang! Lu Dust raised his leg and gave him a kick.
The speed of this kick, Zhao Shirtao completely did not react, only felt a burst of pain in the stomach, followed by the whole person directly flew backwards. Like a boiled prawn, covering his stomach in cold sweat from the pain.
"You, who the hell are you?"
Zhao Shirtao's eyes widened. Before he retired from the army, he was a small captain of the special forces. 1 to fight a dozen strong men is not a problem. It is not an exaggeration to say that he can kill a person with 1 punch.
But the moment Lu Chuan struck, he didn't even have a chance to react. This meant that Lu Chuan was definitely a top expert. How could such a person ask for money for someone? Lu Chuan said coldly, "Is this how you treat your savior?"
Zhao Shirtao struggled to climb up, rushed at Lu Dust and said sternly, "Who told you to curse my son? He's only 6 years old, he hasn't read a book yet, he hasn't seen the country's great mountains, he hasn't enjoyed his life, but now you tell me he only has 3 months left to live. How can you let me accept it? You tell me, how can I accept it?"
Zhao Shirtao kept pounding the ground, roaring in anger.
The voice carried unwillingness, pain, and even a hint of despair. It was the sorrow and pain of a father who had put everything he had into it, but still couldn't save his son. Fate was determined by heaven, and if he wanted to save him, he would not be able to do so unless he changed his fate against the heavens.
Against the heavens to change fate?
Zhao Shirtao, like grabbing a straw to save his life, rushed to Lu Dust in front of the kneeling begging, "Brother, do you have a way to help my son to change his fate?" "There is a way, only the master has educated Lu Dust. This method is more against the heavens, cannot be used arbitrarily, or will be condemned by heaven."
But Xiao Bao
glanced at the weak child, and Lu Dust's heart was intolerant.
Opened his mouth and said, "It is possible to buy life." Zhao Shirtao froze, incredibly said, "How can I buy it?" Swap someone else's lifespan for my son? Lu Dust nodded his head and said, right. The life expectancy of a person has long been predetermined by heaven. Some people live to 99, some people live to 20 years old, everything is predestined. Xiao Bao's life expectancy is only 6 years old. If you want to live, the only way is to buy life. It's just that this kind of thing sounds too unbelievable, and other people may think that Lu Chuan is talking nonsense, but Zhao Shirtao has already taken him as a life-saving straw. Without hesitation, he said, then transfer all my life to my son. Lu Dust began to show Zhao Shirtao's face. Before he came, he thought Zhao Shirtao was a vicious person, but after he saw him, he realized that the other party was a person with a great sense of justice, but he just acted recklessly and liked to get his hands dirty. He shook his head helplessly and said, your life is not good. Why? Zhao Shirtao's eyes are red. Not to buy life? How can it not work again? Is it hard to believe that this kid is playing him? Lu Dust explained, you are the life of a military general, and you have been a soldier, you have made achievements, you have a heroic soul in your life, there is no way to give someone else a birthday. Can't I do it even if I want to myself? No way. Lu Dust righteously said, Ancestor had set up rules, non-great evil people cannot transfer life, or will be punished by heaven. How to be considered a great evil murder, arson, rape, poisoning at least to carry human life on the body, is considered to be a great traitor and evil generation. Buying the life of a bad person is to punish evil and promote goodness, and to benefit society, but buying the life of a good person is a crooked way of doing things, and will be punished. Where can I find such a person? Zhao Shirtao dumbfounded, although he has a lot of good bravery around, but are small fights, the real back of the life of the early prison, which led him how to get off? Lu Dust said, no need to rush, this person to me to find. Hearing this, Zhao Shirtao took a long breath, stepped forward and gave Lu Dust a deep bow. Sir, as long as you can cure my son, I, Zhao Shirtao, will be an ox to repay you. Lu Dust nodded, since meeting was destiny, and he couldn't do anything to watch a 6-year-old child die a horrible death. As for the person who bought his life, he also had someone in mind. During this period of time, you should not take the child to the hospital and toss him around, take him around and have a good time. When it is ready, I will contact you. Good, I'll listen to all of you, sir. Since I don't need to be cured, I'll pay back the money I owe Guoxingbang to Mr. Zhao Shirtao took out a bank card from his pocket and handed it to Lu Chuan and said, in the card is the $2 million owed to Guoxingbang, the password is 6 zeros. Lu Dust put away the bank card, accompanied Zhao Shirtao to send the child back to the room, and then wrote him a prescription, let him according to what is written above, once a day decoction, you can ensure that the child does not commit the disease for a period of time. But if you want to live, you still have to buy it. And it is imminent. Before leaving, Zhao Shirtao anxiously asked, Mr. Lu, the matter of buying life, how long can the candidate find it? Lu Chen pondered for a moment. He spoke faintly. Within a month. Okay, Mr. Lu, I'll see you off. A month is not a long time, Zhao Shirtao can accept it, and Xiaobao can afford to wait. He personally sent Lu Chen out the door. The two had just walked to the door, only to hear a deafening sound of a car, like the roar of a wild beast getting louder and louder, and an off-road vehicle, like a raging mad cow, crashed towards Lu Dust. Chapter 21 Lu Dust is dead. Mr. Lu, be careful. Zhao Shirtao made a tiger pounce and pounced on Lu Dust. The two of them rolled smoothly to the side of the sand pile, the SUV pounced, Zhao Shirtao pulled Lu Dust up and patted the dust on him. Mr. Lu, are you alright? I'm fine. Lu Dust stood up, his eyes gazing at the buggy in the distance. The SUV turned around in place, the driver whistled, and all around the sandfield, more than 30 black-clothed men armed with clubs rushed out at once. Mr. Lu, this group of people are coming from a bad place, you go back first, leave this place to me. Zhao Shirtao drew out a throwing stick from his back, his tiger eyes exuding a ferocious gaze. In the distance, a big G drove over. The car door opened and a man in a black suit walked down. The SUV driver immediately got out of the car and treated the man with respect. Big brother, the one in casual clothes is Lu Chuan, this old guy is in cahoots with him, let's get him killed together. The boss glanced at Zhao Shirtao and said in a cold voice, brother, this matter has nothing to do with you, leave immediately, the stick has no eyes, it would not be good to hurt you. Tiger is now better, go out with dozens of brothers. Zhao Shirtao sneered. Who are you? Do we know each other? Tiger face showed a hint of surprise. It's true that you forget a lot of things, I think that when I was in the army with me to learn fighting, not this memory. Hey, are you dreaming? My big brother still needs to learn from you. The driver pointed at Zhao Shirtao and cursed,
but just halfway through, the tiger blasted a fist up and directly knocked the driver to the ground.
Big brother, what are you hitting me for?
The driver was confused.
Shut up. Tiger tensed his body and looked excitedly at Zhao Shirtao. You are the captain? How to mix into this now?
It's no wonder that Tiger didn't recognize Zhao Shirtao at first. He worked in the sandfield, all day wind and sun, plus his son's illness. His skin was dark and full of folds.
It looked like an old man in his 60s, with only that pair of eyes shining.
Back then in the army, Zhao Shirtao is a small captain, takedown, fighting, military boxing a race in the army. The tiger is under his soldiers. They were born into death as a life brother. Later, Zhao Shirtao was discharged early because of Zhao Xiaobao, and Tiger was discharged 3 years ago, and opened a security company after returning to Jiangnan. Not only do they provide security and bodyguard services, but they also take on some black jobs to help the big boss eradicate his enemies. This is not the time to catch up on old times, let me get straight to business with you.
Zhao Shirtao pointed at Lu Dust and said, This Mr. Lu Dust is my honored guest. I don't care what kind of grudges he had with you before, from now on it's all written off.
Tiger was startled, and hurriedly said, Captain, you misunderstood. I have no grudge against Mr. Lu. There is a big boss who offered $1 million to buy Mr. Lu's life. However, since you have opened your mouth, this task I designated cannot do. At that, Zhao Shirtao was a bit surprised. $1 million is not a small sum of money.
Who is it?
The tiger was just about to say, but was interrupted by Lu Dust. No need to say, I know who it is. This Jiangnan, the only person who was willing to spend $1 million to buy his life is Meng Bo.
Lu Chen's heart, a ball of anger.
In prison, Meng Bo bought murderers to attack him again and again. If not for the old man he met later, he would have been killed by the people Meng Bo arranged. Outside, Meng Bo suppressed his parents, forced the family to live in low-cost housing, and repeatedly plotted against Guo Shirwan. Although it is said that the two of them have a name but no reality, but that is still his nominal wife.
It looks like I was too kind to you.
A murderous intent rose in Lu Chuan's eyes.
Zhao Shirtao took a step forward and looked up to Lu Chen.
Mr. Lu, what is the trouble? Just open your mouth. As long as you say, I will immediately go to do it.
Lu Chen gently shook his head. No need for now, I will contact you if I need to.
Right.
Lu Dust looked up at Tiger.
You give Meng Bo a call, just say that I'm dead, it's a delivery.
Tiger froze, his face full of uncertainty. Will this work? Lu Dust smiled slightly. Listen to me.
After the tiger glanced at Zhao Shirtao, who nodded to him, the tiger's attitude towards Lu Dust was very respectful.
I will call Meng Bo and inform him that Mr. Lu is dead.
This is my business card. If Mr. Lu has a need, he can call me at any time. The captain's honored guest is my honored guest. If there is a problem, Mr. Lu can always command. On the way home, Lu Dust's cell phone rang 3 times in a row.
Little brother, what's going on? Hello, in or out? If you don't show up again, I'm going to get angry. JPG. Sender, Zoe loves meat. Lu Duan? Little brother? Lu Dust, in.
Soft love eat meat. Hey, you are talking to the first beautiful girl in Jiangnan. Hey, cannot be more enthusiastic.
Lu Chen, may I ask what the most beautiful girl in Jiangnan is looking for me for?
Zoe loves meat. Tomorrow morning at 8 o'clock, Blue Star Cafe. This beautiful girl wants to talk to you about compensation.
Lu Chuan, good. Ludwig, what color clothes will you wear tomorrow so that I don't mistake you for someone else? Zoe loves meat, idiot, the most beautiful one in the room is me, how could you recognize the wrong person? Land Dust. Land Dust, what if someone is more beautiful than you? Zoe loves meat, impossible. Zoe loves to eat meat, selfie selfie selfie. Zoe loves to eat meat, how is it? Are you mesmerized by this girl's beauty? Tomorrow at 8 o'clock, don't be late. Seeing the selfies in his cell phone, Lu Chen's heart swam.
The first one is the forest under the sun. She sat on the swing and smiled like a flower. The second one is at the beach. She stood in the sea and smiled. The third one is at home, hugging a big bear. Cute cute cute.
There is one to say, this face value are enough to hang a lot of big stars.
A little bit of narcissism is not excessive. There were no cabs in the vicinity of the sandfield, so Zhao Shirtao took the initiative to drive Lu Chen through the bustling and lively city.
The car slowly drove into a shantytown.
Zhao Shirtao looked at the shantytown houses and frowned.
Mr. Lu, with your ability, you can enter any mansion in the Jiangnan area. Why are you living in this kind of place?
There was a little change in the earlier years. Lu Dust's tone was flat, but the bottom of his eyes was flooded with a murderous intent. There were some accounts, it was time to settle them. Before getting off the car, Lu Dust to Zhao Shirtao account. The candidate to buy the life I have determined. Give me a month's time, and in a month's time, I will renew the life of Xiaobao. Zhao Shitao showed joy and arched his hand at Lu Chuan. Then, thank you Mr. Lu, I won't disturb Mr. Lu's rest, give me a call anytime you have something to do. Mr. Lu waved his hand and turned towards the direction of his home. Only to see a red Audi car parked in front of his home, enter the door to see Guo Shirwen sitting in the living room playfully. Today is a working day, she does not work to run here to do what? Moreover, I heard that Guo Shirwen is a workaholic, working at least 12 hours a day. How did she run to her house on a weekday? Lu Chen was curious for a while.
Why did you come here? Chapter 22 New Room. What do you mean why did you come? This is Wenwen's home, shouldn't she be here?
Li Guilan glared at Lu Duan and said, she couldn't wait for this beautiful daughter-in-law to stay in her house every day.
I'm going to go and cook dinner.
Li Guilan squeezed her eyes at Lu Chuan and pulled Lu Yongheng and Lu Shui away to give the young couple some alone time.
In the living room.
After the two were silent for a few seconds, Guo Shirwen opened her mouth to explain.
I called you and never got through, so I thought I'd come over to see if you went to Zhao Shitao to ask for money?
Lu Chuan directly handed over the bank card, $2 million, already asked for it back.
What?
Guo Shirwen stood up, staring at Lu Duan with big eyes, asking in a series of questions.
How did you do it? Did he not do it? Did you get hurt?
Zhao Shitao is the Guo family's most difficult debtor, with a fiery temper and ruthless strikes. Even Guo Xingban was afraid of him for 3 times, but as a result, Lu Dust took care of it directly with a single strike. Zhao Shitao is very reasonable, I gave him the note, he returned the money to me.
Lu Dust said lightly. Is it that simple? Guo Shirwen found it unbelievable.
I'm not sure if it's that simple, but I'm not sure if it's that simple, she said. Guo Shirwen froze, looked at the bank card in her hand, and then looked up at Lu Chuan.
Her pretty face was filled with bewilderment. This shouldn't be
Zhao Shitao was going to keep the money for his son's treatment, and he said he wouldn't give it. Lu Dust sat on the sofa and took a comfortable pose. His son's illness was almost over, so he returned the money.
Guo Shirwen was filled with shock. Leukemia can be cured? He met a divine doctor, and the divine doctor cured it.
Lu Dust grabbed an apple and ate it, eating while saying, it is said that this doctor, medical skill is very high, and the person looks handsome and dashing, the temperament is extraordinary, elegant, women will fall in love with men will see inferiority complex.
Guo Shirwen? Small frown threw out a sentence. Zhao Shitao met a liar, right? Lu Duan, how could it be?
Zhao Shitao is not a fool.
That's right, but this divine doctor you mentioned, is he really that powerful? Leukemia has been cured? Guo Shirwen seemed to be very interested in the divine doctor. Lu Dust, it's not cured yet, a month is almost up.
Guo Shirwen's eyes flowed and she seemed to think of something. His son is really cured, you remember to introduce the divine doctor to me.
You're sick? Looking up and down Guo Shirwen, her cheeks are flushed, there is some slight qi deficiency and fatigue, her body should still be good, right? I'm not sick.
But I have a friend who has a little problem that I want to consult. Anyway, when Zhao Shitao's son is well, you can ask for me.
Lu Dust nodded.
By the way, why did you go for Zhao Shitao's bill? My dad said that he wanted to give you $100,000 of pocket money to arrange for you to work in the company's finances, and you didn't agree and wanted to make a lot of money, so you went to risk asking Zhao Shitao for money.
Is this true? Guo Shirwen's words made Lu Chuan feel funny. $100,000 pocket money? This old Enby. Laughing breathlessly, he asked a rhetorical question, what do you think?
Guo Shirwen spat out her little tongue. What kind of my father, I know in my heart. She picked up her cell phone and directly transferred $500,000 to Lu Chen's bank card. I transferred the payment to your card.
Lu Chen was slightly stunned. Don't you need to take it back to Dad first to reconcile an account? Do you think that when this money arrives at Dad's place, there will still be a share for you?
Guo Shirwen's beautiful eyes rolled. She knew her father too well, and after this account went back, she would definitely find all sorts of excuses not to settle the payment to Lu Chuan.
By the way, today, the eldest uncle celebrates his birthday, and he is organizing a birthday banquet at the Marriott Hotel in the evening. Do you want to go there together? Lu Chen frowned.
The Guo family didn't treat him well, and he didn't want to put a hot face on a cold ass. If the two were husband and wife, it was proper to attend the birthday banquet of the elders in the family together. But the two negotiated a divorce in a month.
Just as they were tangled, Li Guilan's voice came from the kitchen. Go. He went.
Mom Lu dust breathless turned back and shouted a child, only to see Li Guilan holding a kitchen knife, glaring at him ferociously reprimanded sentence, little brat, do not go I cut you. Lu dust turned his head to Guo Shirwan and said, in order for you not to become a widow, I'd better go. Put. Guo Shirwan was amused by this family, her cheeks flushed and her beautiful eyes flowing.
Mom is so cute. Lu Chuan smoothly picked up, her son is also cute. Just a passing remark, the result finished. Guo Shirwan blushed, Lu Chuan also uncomfortable, hastily digress, lunch together, right? Guo Shirwan nodded. After a hearty lunch, the family along with Guo Shirwan came to the Meyer Cabinet Factory. Meyer Cabinets was founded by the old man 10 years ago. The factory alone covers an area of 12,000 square meters. There are also more than 3,000 square meters of office space. It is the most powerful local cabinet factory in Jiangnan. Dad, this place will be in your hands from now on.
Guo Shirwan handed over the appointment letter and the factory seal to Lu Yongheng.
I didn't think that I, Lu Yongheng, would have a day to return to the cabinet industry. 1-1, you guys chat first, I'm going to take a look at the tools in the factory. Lu Yongheng in the cabinet industry for decades, but because of Meng Bo's suppression, gave up his love of the industry to market vegetables. He thought he had no chance to return to the cabinet industry, did not expect Guo Shirwan sent him a, the scale is larger than before the cabinet factory. I'd like to see your father's beauty. Li Guilan, also a face of satisfaction, the most dark and painful days, finally got over. By the way, where is the house? This way. Guo Shirwan leads the way. Self-constructed cottage, set area of 100 square feet, 3 rooms, 2 halls and 1 bathroom, although the decoration is very simple, and they are now living in the low-cost housing then, is a day a place. Guo Shirwan introduced, in the future, Mom and Dad will live in the master bedroom, and Xiao Shui and Lu Duan will live in the 2 guest bedrooms. Yay! I finally have my own room. Lu Shui excitedly ran into the guest room. Li Guilan went into the kitchen and fantasized about cooking. This kitchen must be more than 10 square meters, it's so spacious. Looking at his joyful family, Lu Duan smiled and thanked Guo Shirwan from the bottom of his heart. Shirwan, thank you. I should. Guo Shirwan's small face slightly red, pointing to the roof of the house said. I'm going to add another floor. When the time comes, I can make a study for my father, and also add 2 more bedrooms and utility rooms. In this way, when there are children in the future, they will also be able to live apart. When these words came out, both of them froze at the same time. Guo Shirwan quickly explained, I mean, when Xiao Shui has a child, she can live up there, don't misunderstand ah. Lu Chen smiled. The 2 of us have such good genes, the child we give birth to must be beautiful, right? Guo Shirwan's pretty face was red, lowered her head and said with a sticky voice, who will have a child with you? I have to go back to the company. I have to go back to the office. The engineering team will come in tomorrow to build the 2nd floor. Tell Dad and Mom that I'm leaving first. Lu Chen nodded. Guo Shirfan carried her bag and prepared to leave. She wore a professional small suit today, underneath is a hip narrow skirt, on the feet is a pair of fire red fine high-heeled shoes, high cold, adding a touch of red color. Just walked a few steps, she turned around and turned back, the breeze blew her long hair, her smile was bright, and her beautiful eyes contained a smile. Then I'll see you tonight. Starlight Mansion, top floor. Meng Bo stood by the window, overlooking the entire Jiangnan. Dang dang dang. Meng Hai knocked on the door and walked in with an evil smile on his face. My lord, the matter of Lu Duan has been taken care of. Chapter 23 Never Lose. Meng Bo spoke with a gloomy face. There won't be any mistakes this time, right? Meng Hai quickly said, don't worry, Your Excellency, I looked for the strongest organization in Jiangnan this time, and it has never failed. Moreover, Tiger personally called me and said that the person is dead. There is absolutely no mistake. Good. Meng Bo excitedly rushed over and slapped Meng Hai's shoulder. Hi, you finally did something to satisfy the son, go to the finance to receive $100,000, and have a good time at night. Meng Hai was overjoyed, thank you Gongzi. Meng Bo pulled open the black curtains. This wall is composed of a photo, the face on the photo, it is clearly Lu Dust. And the left eyes of these photos, all of them were gouged out. In these 3 years, the photos were changed countless times. He picked up a knife and slashed across it with force, watching the knife slice through Lu Chuan's brain and slice his face, a hideous smile appeared on Meng Bo's face. It's so cheap to die like this. Where is Guo Shirwan? She didn't go to the company today, but tonight Guo Xingui is organizing a birthday banquet at the Imperial Palace, and all of Guo's family members will be there. Meng Hai returned. Birthday banquet? I'm sorry. Book a wreath for me and send it over. The Lu family.
Li Guilan cooked taro sugar water, known far and wide. The surrounding neighbors who have a birthday will ask Li Guilan help to cook a pot. Li Guilan is also very confident in their own skills. When one is too busy, this taro sugar water, she has not eaten it.
Lu Yongheng is holding the bowl with a happy face. What's the hurry? When the house is decorated, let one move over to live together. The opportunity is not plenty of it.
Lu Shui also smiling, let sister-in-law live next door to me. Seeing their joyful appearance, Lu Chen's heart is also warm. After this period of contact, he found that Gui Shiwen was still a very good person, capable, responsible, with a face value, character, and for their family, really very attentive.
No matter which way you look at it, it's the best candidate to be a wife.
But as soon as he thought of the agreement between the two, he sighed and said, "You guys are thinking too far, maybe we will divorce after a while."
The moment these words came out, the atmosphere instantly froze. 3 pairs of big eyes, staring straight at Lu Dust.
The mother suddenly came, "Even if the divorce is finalized, we still have to let Wenwen move over." Lu Duan laughed, "All divorced, how can people live here, how embarrassing ah."
In the next second, the 3 people said in unison. Wouldn't it be better if you moved out? Lu Dust? Whose house is this anyway? Lu Yongheng straightened his body, a tone of education. Son, Wenwen is a very good girl, you cannot lose her, no?
Lu Shui beamed and agreed, "That's right, you absolutely can't do anything wrong to your sister-in-law, or I will beat you up for my sister-in-law." Li Guilan also nodded her head and said, "Don't keep a straight face all day long, be warm to her, be gentle, be nice."
Lu Duan spread his hands, "I squatted in jail for 3 years for her, it's not good enough."
Li Guilan raised her eyebrows and said, "I let you take the initiative, don't wait for Wenwen to come to your door, you have to ask Wenwen to go out more often to enhance the relationship, do you understand?"
I'm not going to be able to do that, but I'm going to be able to do it. This is the daughter-in-law I've been waiting for. With a family of 4, I'm the extra one.
Lu Chuan spat in his heart, but on the surface, he nodded, "I know, I'll take the initiative from now on." "Right, Mom, fill up a sugar water, I'll send it to Guo family's old man."
Bang!
Lu Yongheng slapped his son on the head and educated.
What old man of the Guo family? Call him Grandpa.
That old man and your grandfather is a brother, I have to call a child father, you have to call Grandpa.
He and Grandpa are brothers, but it does not mean to treat us as a family, ah?
Lu Dust spat out a few words in his heart.
30 minutes later. Lu Chuan entered the hospital carrying sugar water.
The old man is sleeping, Lu Chuan is not convenient to enter to disturb, by the fire uncle to carry, and Lu Chuan is ready to go, just walk 2 steps, fire uncle hurriedly chased up.
Mr. Lu, please wait. Ancestral graves have been moved, what are the next instructions?
Lu Duan said, Fire Sin is pure in nature, but he has been ripened by the inferior man, causing him to be well-behaved and violent. I suggest that Uncle Fire send him to the military for 3 years to hone his temperament, so that he can find his true self. Old Fire quickly nodded, I also think so. Shao's in childhood quite understand, is too much around the rotten friends, was brought down, and so on this year's conscription I will arrange for him to go in. The old Fire on the Fire Sin such a son, of course, do not want her all day dangling blind mix, when the military to hone some out, and then by virtue of his contacts and resources, enough to let the Fire Sin success.
The Fire family's matter is good to solve.
It's just that the Guo family's old man's meaning, Lu Chuan has never understood.
Uncle Fire, the old man's body should be quite strong, right?
Old Fire froze for a moment, but didn't answer. Lu Dust immediately understood and said with a smile, Uncle Fire, I'm not going to make things difficult for you, I'm just a little curious, the old master is obviously in good health, why is he pretending to be sick, and making a test to make these juniors hook up with each other? Old Fire has been with the old master for more than 40 years, and is the old master's most trusted person. Of course he knows the plot behind this, but the matter is important. If the old master knows that he secretly told Lu Chuan, the consequences are unimaginable. But Lu Dust helped him move the grave and improve the Fire family's chi, it was a great favor. He observed left and right, and looked along the window to the ward, confirming that the old master was still sleeping, before pulling Lu Chuan to a corner and carefully saying,
Mr. Lu, the matter is so important that I can't say it explicitly. However, you must remember that for the 1-month test, Sherwin absolutely cannot lose. Lu Dust frowned and asked back, what can I do if I lose? Can you die? Chapter 24 Advanced Liver Cancer.
Uncle Fire stood in the doorway, his face grave, his eyes flickering, his fists clenched, and after several attempts to speak, he let out a long sigh.
I can't say. All in all, Sherwin absolutely cannot lose this examination. He bit the word absolutely very heavily, as if once he failed, he would be doomed. As the words fell out, he took out a car key and handed it to Lu Chuan. This time, when I asked Mr. Lu to make a move, I didn't know how much honorarium was appropriate, so I prepared a substitute car, hoping that Mr. Lu wouldn't mind. The car is in the parking lot and can be seen as soon as you exit the elevator. Lu Dust also did not directly accept the car keys, ghost door rules, do things for others, pay as you like, people give a piece is not too little, give 100 million is not too much. Since the fire uncle does not want to say, then I will not make it difficult for you. After taking the key, Lu Chen turned around and wanted to leave. At that moment, Uncle Fire's voice came from behind, remember. Sherwin must not lose. Never lose. Losing will kill you? Although Uncle Fire didn't admit it, he basically acquiesced. What the hell is going on? This old man, what trick is he playing? It seems the old man is pretending to be sick, not just to choose a successor, there must be other problems. Lu Dust went straight to the parking lot. Uncle Fire's gift was a brand new Audi A4 for transportation. Just as he was about to start the car, he saw a heavily armed person who was sneaking around the hospital entrance, and the figure looked somewhat familiar. Bai Hongtao. Hearing someone call out to him, Bai Hongtao was startled and subconsciously hid behind a pillar, and when he saw that it was Lu Chuan, he let out a long sigh of relief. Mr. Luo. What are you sneaking around for? Lu Chuan asked. Bai Hongtao said with a face of embarrassment, last time you helped me cast spells, my son is alright, but my body is getting worse and worse, I want to hang a number to check what is going on. Hanging a number to go to the hall in the parking lot wondering what? Bai Hongtao looked left and right, see no one around, before carefully said, last time I received the money of Meng Dahai, but did not get things done, he is everywhere to catch me, the hospital has his people, I do not dare to go to the registration. Failure to plant Lu Dust, resulting in Meng Dahai was Meng Bo severely criticized, Meng Dahai threatened to break Bai Hongtao's legs to take the anger, these days he has been hiding, do not dare to show up. This is simple, I will help you hang a number is not good. This matter is due to Lu Dust, he does not mind helping, so with his own ID card to hang a medical examination, let Bai Hongtao to check. An hour later, Bai Hongtao took a file bag and walked out with his head hanging down. Get in the car and say it. Lu Dust drove the car and asked while driving toward the shantytown, how is it? Late stage liver cancer. Bai Hongtao drooped his head, as if he had lost his soul. My son was discharged from the hospital. But he is still going to die. Hey, my son is still so young, if I die, what can he do? Hearing Bai Hongtao sighing, Lu Duan said with a smile, don't worry, your life expectancy is not yet over, you can't die. Bai Hongtao sat up with a jolt, excitedly asked, Mr. Lu, my disease can still be cured? Lu Dust said, advanced stage of liver cancer, not necessarily inevitable death, your life is not over, as long as the doctor's instructions hospitalization can be turned into a safe. Hospitalization Bai Hongtao faced difficult, he has just inquired, according to the hospital's treatment, want to cure at least a few $100,000, how can he take out so much money In addition, once hospitalized, he will not be able to make money. Who is going to raise his son? Bai Hongtao looked at Lu Dust and asked carefully. Mr. Lu, do you have another way? Lu Dust nodded and said, yes. I can prescribe you a pair of Chinese medicines, decoct them every day, and you will be cured as well. Terminal cancer, it sounded very scary, but it was nothing in front of the Ghost Gate inheritance. Bai Hongtao was excited, when he got the test report, he had thought of his last words, and being cured was simply heaven's mercy for him. How long will it take to have an effect? Lu Dust to do a little thinking, at least 3 months to see the effect, and during the medication, cannot take any other drugs, otherwise the consequences will be endless. You think about it yourself. Bai Hongtao said without hesitation, Mr. Lu, I listen to you. Before, when someone said that drinking soup can cure cancer, Bai Hongtao would definitely think that the other party is a liar, but after what happened before, Lu Chen is the god in his heart. If Lu Chuan said he could cure it, he could definitely cure it. The most important thing is that Chinese medicine saves money. Seeing him agree, Lu Chuan wrote a prescription, told him to pay attention to the situation and drove home. 7:50 p.m. Marriott Hotel entrance. Wan Hao's father and son were personally waiting for Lu Chuan at the entrance of the hotel, a scene that made the guests coming and going talk. Wasn't this the second master of the Wang family? Who was so grand that he could make Wang Hao wait at the entrance? I heard that Guo Jingguo was holding a birthday banquet here tonight, so it couldn't be that he was waiting for Guo Jingguo, could it? If Guo Huairen's birthday banquet was still possible, Guo Jingguo wasn't worthy of it.
Wang Hao glanced at his watch and paced back and forth anxiously. Dad, don't turn around, it's making me dizzy, that Lu Chen, since he promised us, he will definitely come to the appointment.
Wang Xiaoyu had a helpless expression on his face. Can I not be anxious?
At noon today, your big brother's hospital bed suddenly collapsed, and if we don't transit, the wedding in a few days won't be able to take place. This marriage is of great importance to the Wang family, so there is no room for error. Wang Xiaoyu heard, helplessly spread his hands, said, people come not necessarily how it, I heard the aunt that means, she seems to not quite believe Mr. Lu.
At this time, Lu Fei walked over. Wang Hao immediately greeted him warmly. Mr. Lu, quickly inside please. Chapter 25 Going to the Banquet.
The Wang family in Jiangnan is a veritable prestige family. The oldest Wang Quan joined the army and now carries a general star on his shoulder and is a formidable figure. The second Wang Hao founded the Tenglong Group and is worth more than $100 million, and the third Wang Rui has settled abroad for many years. Today, in order to invite Lu Chuan to a banquet, the three siblings came to two people.
Mr. Lu. Please. Wang Hao personally led the way and directly entered the banquet hall. Just as soon as he entered,
before his but sat down, a conspiratorial voice came.
This is the master you are talking about?
Lu Chuan looked up and saw a woman with curly permed hair, wearing a set of silk cheongsams, aged 50 plus, with exquisite makeup and somewhat towering.
She tilted her chin, skimming Lu dust with her afterglow. That expression seemed to say, let me look at you with my eyes? Are you worthy of that? Rui, this is Lu Duan.
His feng shui attainments are very high, and he saw that there was something wrong with the bridal chamber at a glance, so he is simply a god.
Wang Hao smiled and introduced them. Mr. Lu, this is my sister. Wang Rui rolled a big white eye. Second brother, what are you kidding? A kid whose hair hasn't even grown is also worthy of reading feng shui for my Wang family.
Wang Hao's complexion changed and warned, third sister, Mr. Lu is a guest I invited, please treat him with respect.
Wang Rui snorted coldly and said disdainfully, times have really changed, what kind of cat or dog dares to pretend to be a master to cheat people? I have some understanding of the feng shui community in Jiangnan, who is your master? This attitude?
Lu Chen was a little upset in his heart, but on the face of Wang Hao and his party's good attitude, he responded indifferently.
My master is from the ghost sect, as for the name of my master, he did not speak about it.
Wang family members were all stunned at the words, especially Wang Rui, with a piercing smile.
Oh, it is really lying without a draft. What kind of bullshit ghost sect? I've never even heard of it, and it's really ridiculous that you can't even say your master's name. But I would like to hear, how much money are you going to pit my second brother? Lu dust back, ghost door rules, pay all depends on the other side of the heart, you want to give as much as you can. Yo, pretend quite like that thing, Wang Rui mocked a sentence, and then painted a sudden change, said sternly, dare to come to my Wang family to cheat, you have big guts, believe it or not, I will call the police right away, let you spend the rest of your life in prison? The aggressive attitude made Lu Chen very unhappy. He said impatiently, you are not living as well as you want, so you take it out on others? What are you saying? Parents' house is weak, you have little affection with your parents since you were a child, and the children's house is dark, which means you have no children in your life, and even if you have children, you can't keep them. No parents' love, no children filial piety, their own life is not as good as, take others to take the anger, such as you, not long walk. This word, Wang Rui was stunned, face showed shocked color, incredibly asked, how do you know? Second brother, is it you told him? Wang Rui grew up in a foreign country, his life has only seen his parents less than 10 faces, and she has been married twice, have not been able to give birth to a son or daughter, and then did IVF, but the child was born in the second month of strange death. Wang Hao shook his head and said, I never mentioned you to Mr. Lu, reading people's faces is the most basic skills of the feng shui master, Mr. Lu has real skills. The Wang family looked at each other, all of them were full of surprise, just by looking at the face can know the fortune, this Lu Dust seems to really have two skills. Wang Rui was also taken aback, since you know how to read people's faces, how about you calculate my recent fortune? Lu Dust coldly said, you just lost a large sum of money, but you don't have to be too upset. At this remark, Wang Hao couldn't sit still. Third sister, you recently lost money in business? Wang Rui's face changed dramatically, she made an investment some time ago and lost a whole $800 million, but this thing she didn't tell anyone, but Lu Dust saw it at a glance? Her face was embarrassed, well, it's a loss of some money, but it's not a big problem. When these words came out, the Wang family's jaws dropped. Wang Rui has admitted it. Doesn't it mean that Lu Chuan knows her fortune just by looking at her face? This was a true master. Wang Hao was the first to react, rushing at Wang Rui with a furious look, and said sternly, "Why don't you quickly apologize to Mr. Lu?" Wang Rui could not wipe her face. Turned her head to the side and dropped a sentence. Isn't it normal to lose some money in business? I am not very sad. This woman, really arrogant. Oh. Lu Chen laughed dryly. I told you not to be too upset, not to comfort you. Just want to remind you. It won't be long before you break a bigger fortune. When the time comes, we will be sad together. Lu Chen's words made the entire private room silent. Wang Rui's eyes rolled round and she angrily pointed at Lu Duan. What did you say? You are cursing me? Lu Dust Environmental Protection Arms, sneer, curse killing art is the ghost door highest order of the technique. Once someone offered 10 billion to ask my master to take action, were rejected by my master. District to you, also worthy of using our ghost door spell killing art? Don't flatter yourself. You're not worthy. I'm not worthy? Wang Rui's mind swirled and buzzed with these three words. She cursed. Little bastard. She just wanted to rush up, but was immediately stopped and pulled down by Wang Hao and his group. Mr. Lu, I'm really sorry. Wang Hao was sweating profusely, afraid of offending Lu Chuan. Lu Dust lightly said, apologize is not necessary, directly into the main topic. Do you have a drawing of the entire neighborhood? There is. Wang Hao pulled out a file bag. Inside there is a landscape 1 park construction map and villa design map. Lu Fei took out the construction map to look at a few eyes. The heart has an answer. This is the Jiangnan Dragon Vein. He drew a few strokes on the construction diagram, connecting those villas together, instantly forming a soaring dragon. I didn't see it before, but when Mr. Lu drew it like this, it was really a dragon vein. But on top of the dragon vein, how could it be a yin residence? Right, please also ask Mr. Lu to solve the puzzle. Lu Dust circled a villa. This is your house, right? Wang Hao nodded and said, that's right. Lu Dust explained, in the dragon vein, the strongest dragon gas is the dragon's head and dragon back, can make a person green clouds, fly 10,000 miles, and the Wang family villa is located in the dragon butt, is the entire dragon vein Yingqi most prosperous place. When the people looked at it, it was really on the dragon's butt. Wang Hao said with a sad face, Mr. Lu, then how should we break the game? Lu Dust raised 3 fingers and said, there are 3 ways to break the game. First, sell the house directly. Second, to invite a Buddha statue to suppress the yin qi in the room. This Buddha statue must be enlightened by a master. Third, forcibly change the Jiangnan dragon vein so that the Wang family villa falls on the back of the dragon vein, so you can take the Jiangnan dragon qi, a fly, but this is a time-consuming and exhausting project, even I do not know how long it will take. Changing the dragon vein is a great matter of changing destiny against the heavens, and Lu Chuan was not sure of its difficulty before doing it. Once the 3 methods were out, the Wang family fell into deep thought. The third one was undoubtedly the best, but it was time-consuming and labor-intensive, and they couldn't afford to wait. The second one seemed simple, but it wasn't easy to find a Buddha statue that could suppress the yin qi. Wang Hao hesitated. Mr. Lu, I would like to choose the first one, but isn't it harming others if the yin house is sold to them? Will it have an effect on luck? Lu Dust shook his head. The dragon vein yin qi is different from ordinary yin qi. It's a disaster for you guys, but it's a blessing for those who are in the business of the dead, so you might be able to make a fortune. The people heard the words and talked about it. Dead people business? I remember, isn't old Zhao in the coffin business? We can sell them to him. Old Li can do it too. Their family are all forensic doctors, dissecting corpses all day long. Living there is just right. Wang Hao breathed a sigh of relief. In that case, I'm relieved. He directly took out a $1 million check and handed it to Lu Chuan. Mr. Lu, this 1 million is a little bit of our Wang family's intention. Please accept it. Let's make a friend. Our Wang family in Jiangnan is quite a bit of strength. Mr. Lu, if there is anything, just look for me. If you have any problems, Mr. Lu can come to me. Lu Dust in Wang family is considered even, but think of Mangbo. Lu Dust hesitation, opened the door. There is something that needs Mr. Wang's help. Chapter 26 I will be heartbroken. Marriott Hotel. Inside the private room, the lights are raised, and the glasses are pushed and exchanged. Hua family members were all dressed up. Wine, good food, everything is perfect. The only shortcoming is that today's banquet hall space is a little small, the crowd sitting a little crowded. Hua Ziyang frowned and spat a sentence. Today's banquet hall is a little small, ah? How did not set the largest one?
Guo Xingbang said, the largest which one was booked out.
Guo Zhiyong frowned, then grabbed back
Today Dad's birthday, tell the hotel to talk to the person who booked it, switch it. Guo Xingbang blankly glanced at him and threw out a sentence, booked by the Wang family.
Guo Zhiyong froze for a moment. Wang family booking? What is the Wang family doing today? I don't know.
Guo Xingbang shook his head. It is said to feast on a VIP. I heard that Wang Tingfei a few days ago more unlucky, bottle cap stuck in the throat, went to the hospital, out of the hospital and had a car accident.
Looking for a master to calculate a fortune. Please master dinner it. Master?
Once heard the master, Guo family eyes are bright. Back then, Guo Huaimin is under the guidance of a master, invested in a project, turned up, from a small boss turned into a tycoon.
Doing business with people, are very believe in feng shui. Guo Xinghua said, what master? Lao Air, you go and ask around.
A month later, Dad left. We have to give Dad a beautiful funeral, for Dad to choose a feng shui treasure land, in addition, and then ask the master to give our family a good calculation.
A good master is the key to getting rich.
The others nodded their heads. Uncle is right, a master can not only bring good luck, but also make us rich.
Please come and take a look at our family.
After all, our family has been in bad luck lately. Grandpa is leaving, and someone else just got out of prison, so don't bring bad luck to us.
In an instant,
the eyes of the crowd fell on Guo Shiwen.
Guo Xiaoya smiled like a flower. It's already 8:30, is Lu Chen coming or not?
Although he doesn't have a position in the Guo family, at least the two of you are married, on such an important day, he actually didn't show up. Is this looking down on our Guo family?
Guo Xiaoya's words were like a thorn.
It stabbed the nerves of the Guo family.
A mere Lu Chen, just out of prison, a reformed laborer, he dares to look down on the Guo family? He's been delayed, he'll be here in a moment. Guo Shiwen opened her mouth. Guo Zhiyong said in a conspiratorial voice, Aya, it doesn't matter if he comes or not, no one in the Guo family treats him as one of their own anyway, huh?
Guo Xiaoya rolled her eyes. That's right, don't come. No one cares if he comes.
Guo Shiwen's face sank and she said in a cold voice, if he said he would come, he will definitely come. Guo Shiwen's face sank and she said coldly, if he said he would come, he will come. You believe in him so much?
The eyes of the crowd fell on Guo Shiwen. Under the eyes of all, Guo Shiwen's gaze was sure and her tone was resolute.
Right. I believe in him. Just as the words fell, a cold snort came from the doorway. He's not coming.
The door of the private room was pushed open, and the crowd looked up towards the door.
Only to see Mengbo walked in carrying a wreath. Someone exclaimed, wreath. Mengbo, what do you mean? Guo Zhiyong became furious. Today on my father's birthday, what do you mean by sending a wreath?
Mengbo smiled and said, I heard that Lu Duan died, so I've come to give you a happy news.
You, what did you say? Lu Duan is dead?
Guo Zhiyong was startled, jerked back to look at Guo Shiwen. Guo Shiwen was also dumbfounded, obviously only met in the afternoon. Only Guo Xingbang, as the driving force behind the whole thing. After hearing this result, he was already happy in his heart, but he put on a look of pain, grasping Mengbo's hand and bursting into tears.
No, how could my son-in-law die? This is a fake, right? Mengbo laughed coldly in his heart. This old fox is still quite capable of pretending. Tipped me off in the morning, isn't it because he wants me to get Lu Chen killed?
An SUV went out of control and directly hit and killed Lu Dust, and the scene was bloody and disgusting.
Impossible. Guo Shiwen stood up violently, her pretty face covered with frost. We only met in the afternoon.
Mengbo sneered, after you met in the afternoon, he died.
What a pity.
The body was crushed and stuck to the bored oil road, and had to use a shovel to get up.
He's not dead yet. Dead with no body.
These 4 words buzzed in Guo Shiwen's mind, as if a large hand had pinched her heart. The blood vessels in her body contracted together, her head was dizzy, and her eyes were sore. The pain caused her to wince. Bean-sized tears were about to fall from her beautiful eyes. A childish whimpering sound came out.
Guo Xingbang covered his face, agonizing, Lu Duan is gone, my son-in-law is dead, and my daughter is widowed. It's too tragic. Lu Dust is still so young.
I thought that when Lu Duan was released from prison, our family would finally be reunited, but I can't believe that it turned out this way.
Sure won. What are you going to do?
I feel sorry for you.
Guo Xingbang's voice calmed Guo Shiwen down. Mengbo can't be trusted.
Moreover, she had only been separated from Lu Chen for a few hours, he was fine when she left. How could something suddenly happen? Pulling out her cell phone, she dialed Lu Chen's number.
Beep beep. No one answered. Dial another one, still no answer. Ha ha ha.
Meng Bo let loose a loud laugh, arrogant smile. Sure one, you do not bother.
He is dead. As an old friend, should I advise you to mourn, or congratulate you? Snap.
Guo Shiwen slapped over, her round eyes glaring angrily as she pointed angrily at Meng Bo.
Lu Chen didn't die. Don't you curse him.
Even if he did die, his death has nothing to do with you. As his wife, I will pursue the responsibility to the end.
You don't want to escape the law.
The force of the slap was so small that Meng Bo had the feeling of being tickled with a cheap smile on his face.
Ha! Shifumi, you're so cute in your naivety. You think the law can sanction me? Guo Shiwen's face sank.
If the law could punish him, he would have been shot countless times.
But Lu Chen was killed just like that? The murderer cannot be brought to justice?
An unconcealable sadness arose, and rolling tears wept.
At this time,
a person handed her a tissue and said gently,
"Do not cry. Otherwise, I will be heartbroken." Chapter 27. I have a friend too. Lu Chen.
When she saw the person, Guo Shiwen's expression changed drastically, and after letting out a cry of shock, she grabbed Lu Chen's shoulders with all her might.
You're still alive? Put. Lu Chuan laughed out loud and said with a smile, I have already died. But because I couldn't let go of you, my soul flew back to look for you. Really? Guo Shiwen fluttered her eyes and gazed fondly at Lu Duan. This silly girl. Lu Chen couldn't help but laugh. Of course, even if I only have my soul left, I won't allow others to bully you.
Guo Shiwen's heart trembled violently, her complex expression was incomparably moved.
But in the next second, she reacted violently. If it's a ghost, how come everyone can see it? This bastard. He dared to molest himself.
The beautiful eyes glared at Lu Chuan, and her taut heart relaxed.
Lu Chuan twisted his head to look at Meng Bo. I heard that you went around telling people that I was dead?
Meng Bo's smile froze on his face, his heart was shocked to the core. The tiger he was looking for this time was the strongest underground force in Jiangnan, and he had never failed. But Lu Chuan, surprisingly, he appeared in front of him alive again.
What the hell was going on here? Was this guy an undefeatable little strongman?
After the shock passed, a hideous smile appeared on his face. Since he had already torn his face, there was nothing to hide, and he said with a cold smile, Lu Dust, even if you are not hit by a car today, tomorrow you may be killed by lightning, smashed by a billboard, bitten by a tiger, stabbed to death. You can hide today, but you can't hide tomorrow, and sooner or later, the scythe of the god of death will cut off your head. The figure is a dagger, a straight threat. Guo family crowd one by one. Not only did no one come up to stop, and even wanted to open a bag of melon seeds, collapse a bucket of popcorn, cut a watermelon, eat while watching. The dog bites the dog with a mouthful of hair.
Fight! Meng Bo.
Guo Shiwen shouted angrily, and was just about to retort when Lu Chuan opened his mouth. This is Huaxia, the Grim Reaper can't control it. Lu Chuan's calmness made Meng Bo feel like his majesty had been trampled on. I hope your life is as hard as your mouth, humph.
Bang!
He grunted angrily and slammed the wreath in front of the two men, turning around and leaving angrily.
I'm going to see off Mr. Meng.
Lu Dust winked at Guo Shiwen and chased after Meng Bo with big strides.
Lu Dust Guo Shiwen wanted to block, but was Yen Sholi dead drag, still think things are not big enough?
In a moment, call Mr. Meng and beg him to forgive you. Walking out of the room, Meng Bo took out his cell phone and dialed Meng Dahai.
Crap Nima Meng Dahai. I gave you $1 million, and this is how you do it?
Immediately contact the tiger for me, tell him that Lu Dust is still alive, and let him quickly deal with it for me, otherwise. Halfway through, he saw Lu Dust chasing after him.
What's the matter? You want to make a move?
He hung up the phone and looked at Lu Dust with disdain. The corridor is full of surveillance. As long as he dares to touch him, he can send Lu Dust to jail for the rest of his life.
I want to talk to you. Lu Dust voice gradually cold.
3 years ago, drugged my wife, in prison, arranged for thugs to try to kill me, suppressed my parents, and let them enter the shantytown.
Meng Bo, are you so sure that I won't dare to retaliate against you?
Meng Bo was stunned, then laughed out loud.
Retaliate? Come on, I'm standing right here, come and hit me. The laughter was arrogant and cocky. A look of having eaten Lu Chuan. Ding!
Right at this moment, a soft sound came from the elevator next to him. The elevator door opened and 5 or 6 strong men poured out.
The man at the head of the elevator had a cigarette in his mouth and a cold expression on his face. It was the ruthless tiger that Meng Bo had hired. The strong men behind him were all big and fierce. When Meng Bo saw this, he was a little surprised in his heart. Meng Dahai's efficiency can be just let him contact the tiger killed over. With the help coming, Meng Bo became even more arrogant. Lu Chuan, don't you want to talk? As it happens, I have a friend who wants to talk to you.
He bit the word talk very hard, sparks erupted in his gaze, and he had a murderous aura.
Lu Dust smiled faintly. What a coincidence, I also have a friend who wants to talk to you. Seeing his calm face, Meng Bo was very irritated.
So with a big wave of his hand, he shouted in a dashing manner, "Tiger, arrest him for me." At the command, 6 strong men rushed over like tigers. Meng Bo proudly hugged his chest, dodged the car accident, "You cannot escape me," waiting to die. He hadn't killed him before because he was worried that Guo Shiwen would hate him if she knew, but since he had already torn his face off, there was no need for him to pretend to be a fluttering gentleman. He would use his absolute strength to finish off Lu Chuan and then make Guo Shiwen submit to him. The image of Guo Shiwen lying underneath him had already appeared in his mind, and he was just getting complacent when a sharp pain suddenly came from his back.
Bang!
Meng Bo was like an arrow off a string, sped out, heavily smashed on the wall, directly eyes almost fainted.
Are you fucking blind? I am Meng Bo, he is Lu Chen? Meng Bo covered his waist and spoke angrily. The one who hit is you. Tiger roared, rushed up and punched again, hitting Meng Bo's head buzzing, and then took out a sack and directly stuffed Meng Bo in it. Tiger, are you crazy? Dare to hit me, believe it or not I will let you evaporate tomorrow?
When had the great young man of the Meng family ever been humiliated like this? Meng Bo was about to explode with anger. Just as he was yelling, the conversation coming from his ears almost made him collapse.
Mr. Lu, I'll take the person back to wait for you first. I'll come over later. Boom.
The conversation outside was like a thunderbolt that exploded in Meng Bo's head.
Lu Duan. Tiger's rebellion was because of Lu Chuan? How did the two of them hook up? Moreover, the tiger even called Lu Dust as Mr. Lu. What the hell is going on here? Chapter 28, Dad?
In the box, the atmosphere was very dull. The table was filled with delicious dishes, but Guo Shiwen had no appetite and stared at the door worriedly.
Creak.
The door of the box was pushed open and Lu Chen walked in.
Guo Shiwen immediately breathed a sigh of relief. What did you chase out? You didn't do anything, did you? I'm a civilized person, I won't just do anything. Lu Chuan smiled, the wreath was sent back to him.
The wreath was sent, but also the scythe of life. His revenge, to start.
What happened after I left this afternoon? Did Meng Bo buy a murderer to kill you?
Meng Bo's threat before he left made Guo Shiwen very worried, and said with a stern face, "You should not leave me in the future, don't give him the opportunity to do it, got it?"
Lu Chen froze, follow you closely?
Guo Shiwen nodded, yes, close.
Lu Dust, bath, sleep also close together? Guo Shiwen's pretty face flushed, glared at Lu Chuan angrily, and put an abalone in his bowl. Eat abalone. Don't talk. Lu Chuan looked at the abalone in the bowl and seemed to have received some sort of hint. When are you going to eat abalone? Guo Shiwen looked puzzled and pointed at the abalone in the bowl. Eat when you want to, eat when you're hungry, eat in time? Put. This little nymph, very pure.
Lu Chuan snickered and picked up the abalone in the bowl and swallowed it in one bite. The birthday banquet officially began. Between the drinks, the faces of all the people put on a reddish color. Between the intoxication, Guo Jingguo shifted the topic to Lu Chuan.
Lu Dust, you just came out to find a job? I don't have it yet. Lu Dust returned.
Guo Jingguo said, that's not good, young people cannot be idle, idle will be lazy, you who have a suitable job to introduce a Lu Dust.
Guo Zhiyong spoke directly, Dad, outside our neighborhood is not a new courier station? It's recruiting people, so we can let Lu Chen go to deliver the courier.
Lu Dust physical strength so good, can go to deliver I heard that a month's salary of more than 10,000, although not catch up with my 0, but also can be. Guo Xiaoya smiled and proposed, Lu Dust looks quite handsome, dress up a little, can go to the hotel as a guest, the ability to excel if, perhaps, can be promoted to foreman manager it. It seems to be a serious proposal, but in fact, it is a belittling. Everyone here, the lowest position is also a project manager, and Lu Dust can only be a bottom waiter.
Lu Dust smiled back, thank you all, but I don't need to be introduced to a job. What? Do you dislike the job we introduced you to?
Voice Shoya grunted and said with a disdainful face, Lu Dust, people should be self-aware, although you have a university diploma, don't forget that you are a reformed laborer. In this society where college students are everywhere, who would hire you as a prisoner of labor?
If you don't have the Gua family's connections, not to mention courier delivery, you can even go to the construction site to sell hard labor, no one will use you, do you understand?
Hearing them belittle Lu Chen as useless, Gua Shirwan was a bit annoyed, but as she was about to speak up, the door of the box was pushed open.
Wang Tengfei walked in with a glass of wine. I heard that Mr. Lu is celebrating his birthday here, so I've come to make a toast. I'm not interrupting your family feast, am I?
The Wang family's son, a dignified man with an extremely strong aura, the moment he entered the door, the Gua family's people all stood up.
Gua Jingwa, even full of smiles, raised his glass and said, Wang big young man can come, is my Gua Jingwa's honor, how can I disturb it?
The Wang family and the Meng family are both top families in Jiangnan, while the Gua family can only be ranked in the second rate. Wang Tengfei personally toasted, this matter spreads out, Gua Jingwa has a lot of face.
Brother Wang, I'll toast to you.
Gua Zhiyang also ran over to clink glasses, wanting to take the opportunity to embrace Wang Tengfei's thighs, mixing into the circle of top sons.
Wang, I heard that you will be married next week. Coincidentally, I also have time recently. I went to support the scene. Let's add a WeChat. I will give you a wedding red packet. There is a thing nothing off in contact. Gua Zhiyang took out his cell phone and opened the QR code.
Wang Tengfei rejected, no need, our family marriage does not accept red packets. Gua Zhiyang, holding a cell phone hand, awkwardly held up in midair, a face red, awkwardly coughed a child, and then asked,
Brother Wang, where do you do wedding? When the time comes, I will go over to toast you.
Wang Tengfei once again refused to say, no need, this wedding banquet invited friends and relatives, no outsiders.
The meaning of the words, you are not worthy of being my friend. Being rejected twice in full view of the public, Gua Zhiyang's face turned from red to black and then from black to white. Cough. Gua Jingwa coughed awkwardly to relieve Gua Zhiyang. Come on, let's celebrate Mr. Wang's happy new marriage in advance. Happy new marriage, Mr. Wang, 100 years of happiness. Give birth to a son early. Cheers.
The crowd raised their glasses together, and after a glass of wine was downed, Wang Tengfei smiled and said,
I still have things to do over there, so I will go back first, you guys have fun. Gua family people have risen to send off, Wang Tengfei quickly said. There is no need to send. I'm right next door, just a few steps away. That, Lu Duan.
Apart from the Gua family crowd, Wang Tengfei shouted to Lu Dust, drink less, a moment after the busy to my place, we will be a little more. The attitude is intimate, like a conversation between friends.
In the box, there was silence.
Everyone stared at Lu Duan with wide eyes, incredulously. Especially Gua Zhiyang, his eyes were almost glazed over, he had just lowered his voice and wanted Wang Tengfei's WeChat, but was ruthlessly rejected, but Lu Dust was even invited by Wang Tengfei to go over and drink together.
One must know that next door was the Wang family's family banquet. Only close friends could be seated. He, Lu Chuan, on what grounds?
At this time, Gua Xiaoya suddenly realized, I remembered, Lu Chen and Wang Tengfei are from the same school, and are about the same age, so they probably met at school. It turns out that they are alumni.
That's no wonder.
Friendship in school is the most simple, do not consider the family background, as long as you can play to the brotherhood, but really want to find them to do things.
Oh, dream on.
It is estimated that it is a long time to meet again, drink together, talk about old classmates and school history.
Wu Xingbang raised his head and inquired about Lu Chuan, did you just come from the next box? Lu Dust nodded. Gua Zhiyang asked with a curious face, I heard that the Wang family invited a feng shui master to change Wang Tengfei's luck, did you see him? The Gua family is also interested in feng shui?
Not knowing what the Gua family meant, Lu Chen remained cautious and nodded, I saw it.
Gua Shirwan asked, how about that master? Lu Chen pondered for a while, and then said in a serious manner, that master he is Jade Tree, looks like Panan, learned, talented, when he speaks, there is a kind of floating feeling.
A number of sky-high praise, so that the Gua family members of the mysterious master is full of curiosity. Especially Gua Shirwan, a hint of respect appeared in her eyes.
What is that master's name?
Gua Xinghua asked curiously, figuring out the master's name would allow him to find someone to ask around and then ask him to do an errand for the Gua family.
Doing errands? Oh, Lu Chuan sneered in his heart and thought of a spoof in his mind. Lu Dust coughed and said in a serious manner. Everyone shouted Master Baba. Gua family people shouted in unison, Dad? Chapter 29 Signed and Drawn Evidence. The dinner party ended.
Gua Sherwin called a chauffeur and stood waiting at the entrance of the hotel. Today she wore a white dress, a pair of thin-heeled high heels, the evening breeze blue, concave and convex. Although thin, but there is a sense of flesh. The small waist with a firm grip and the S-shaped curve made her attract the attention of many perverts.
Cold? Lu Duan asked softly.
She shook her head, facing the evening breeze, her beautiful eyes flashed with a gloomy look.
What? Unhappy? Lu Dust inquired.
There is a little. Gua Sherwin frowned, a long sigh. The mood is a little anxious. Meng Bo tore his face. He will not let you go.
Care about me, ah?
Lu Dust smiled faintly. Don't worry, nothing will happen. My matter with Meng Bo, there will soon be a result.
Gua Sherwin, how long is soon? Lu Chuan pondered for a while, about a month.
Oh. Gua Sherwin, a child, silent for a while, then opened her mouth. Lu Dust, you and Dad squeeze in the living room to sleep. At night when sleeping will disturb Dad, do you want to move out to live?
Lu Chen shook his head and said, No, I'm used to it. Oh, then I'm leaving.
Gua Sherwin disappointed beeped, this time driving over. Gua Sherwin also got into the car. Looking at the rear lights of the car, Lu Chuan was suddenly stunned.
Wait. The house is too crowded. Moving out, is she hinting at something? For example, go home with her. Hey, really stupid.
Lu Chuan slapped himself on the head and shook his head as he left the hotel.
Jiangnan, in an abandoned garage.
Meng Bo was tied to a stool with a towel stuffed in his mouth.
Tiger and two minions were fighting the landlord next to him. Cluck. Lu Duan walked in. Mr. Lu is here. Tiger greeted and immediately put down the poker in his hand. Lu Chen nodded to him and walked towards Meng Bo. Hello again. Bah.
Meng Bo spat a mouthful of thick phlegm and screamed.
Lu Chuan, what can you do if you arrest me? Do you dare to touch me?
I'm just missing a hair, and all of you people will have to evaporate into thin air. Lu Chuan didn't say anything, but pulled out a piece of evidence and placed it in front of Meng Bo. What was written on it was clearly the matter of Meng Bo drugging Gua Sherwin 3 years ago in a bid to commit an act of misdemeanor.
Meng Bo said with a disdainful face, What are you showing me this for?
Yes, I tell you, 3 years ago I gave Gua Sherwin drug.
What can you do to me? Call the police to arrest me? You don't even ask who dares to touch me, Meng Bo, in the south of the river?
Even if you make a big deal out of it and sentence me, I can still get someone else to take the fall for me, and then I'll continue to get away with it under a different identity.
Over the years, Meng Bo has drugged and played with a lot of women, and there are a few who want to go to the police, but the result? Does anyone dare to touch him? I'm only asking if you admit it. If you recognize, sign and draw a pledge, I let you leave. Lu Dust, face expressionless, said. Meng Bo sneered, What if I don't admit it? Lu Dust returned, If you don't admit it, of course there is a way to deny it. Ha ha ha. Meng Bo arrogantly laughed, I just won't sign, what can you do to me? Hit me.
As long as I have a little injury on my body, I can find a hospital to open an appraisal and send you to jail. Speaking of this, he turned his words around and laughed eerily. Lu Dust, I know you can fight, and ordinary people can't hurt you. But you always have a time when you are not there, right? You see how I'll get your parents and your sister killed? Hey, 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 hey. Lu Dust's behavior today has completely angered him. Fluttering Duke, he's not going to act anymore. He's going to resume his identity as a bully youngster and make Lu Dust understand the consequences of offending him. Who said I was going to hit you? Lu Dust clapped his hands, and 3 burly men came over from the distance, 1 meter 9 in height, with burly muscles. They looked very powerful, but on their faces, they were wearing lewd smiles. Gollum. Meng Bo looked at the 3 men and had a bad feeling in his heart. What do you want? Lu Chuan took out 4 pills from his pocket and said with a smirk, Doesn't Mr. Meng like to have fun? Then I'll let you have a good time. The potency of this pill is 10 times stronger than whey. 1 for each of the 4 of you, it's guaranteed to be 9 times a night, and it'll keep you coming back for more. Ha ha ha. The 3 burly men, with lewd faces, laughed. It's been a long time since I've played with such a pretty little white girl. Let me go first. You push him, he pushes me, I push you, and we'll all hee. 9 times is not enough, I want him for 3 days and 3 nights. That obscene smile, see Meng Bo hairs stand up, cold sweat, back are wet. In his mind, uncontrollably appeared the next picture.
Naked strong man, grabbing his waist. Vomit. Mengbo almost vomited. Sign, I sign.
After signing the paper, Mengbo threw the paper to Lu Duan and said disdainfully, "Take it to the police. I will make you understand that this world belongs to the rich, and the law only serves money.
People like you can only be trash for the rest of your life.
Believe me, sooner or later, one day, I will be in your face." Let Guo shout under me.
Bang! Lu Chuan kicked and sent Mengbo flying.
Looking at Mengbo's back, the tiger looked helpless. "Mr. Lu, it doesn't really make sense for you to do this. The police can't possibly use this as evidence.
This is a forced confession, the state does not recognize.
Moreover, Mengbo is likely to bite us back, saying that we coerced him to sign and draw a pledge, which will be unfavorable to you." Although not willing to admit it, but he is not wrong. With the strength of the Meng family in Jiangnan, even if the court sentenced him to death, he can find a scapegoat, and then continue to dashing. Such a person cannot offend or do not offend good. If it wasn't for Zhao Shirtao's face, he really didn't want to meddle in this matter. The Meng family was a real predator, and ordinary people who dared to go against him were asking for death.
And Lu Chen's behavior made him incomprehensible. He has been arrested, tied up, signed and fingerprinted, and then let him go?
If signing was useful, there wouldn't be so many grievances in this world. This kind of male child, the law is simply useless. Wasting an afternoon is really a waste of time. Lu Dust carefully put away the evidence of the signatures and pledges, smiled and said, "There is some justice that does not need the law.
Thanks for today, I will treat you to dinner some other day."
Lu Dust left the repair shop.
Lifespan transfer is to act against the heavens.
Before doing so, it is necessary to collect evidence of its murder, arson, rape, and drugging, and 4 pieces of evidence to prove its evil deeds before the transfer of life can be successful.
4 pieces of evidence, you can't have one without the other.
Now that one has been collected, the next 3 are still missing.
When all 4 pieces of evidence are collected, it is the day Mengbo will die. Chapter 30. Do you want to marry me?
Mr. Lu, the thing you asked me to look into has come to fruition.
How's it going?
The police said Mengbo was involved in a few rape cases, but they were all suppressed by the Meng family and eventually closed.
Look up the victims for me.
But those victims were either bribed or threatened, have withdrawn the case, even if the person found out cannot be convicted. Mengbo. On the bed, Lu Duan took a piece of drawn evidence and said calmly, "In this world, it is not necessary to use the law to convict a person.
Help me find people."
Wang Hao listened inexplicably, but he did not ask more questions. "Okay, I will do it as soon as possible."
Right. Thinking of what happened in the private room today, Lu Duan smiled and said, "Don't reveal my identity to anyone." I understand. Wang Hao hesitated for a moment. What to call it then?
Lu Dust smiled slightly. "Call Dad."
Hanging up the phone, Lu Dust was about to go to sleep when WeChat rang. "Zoe loves meat. Lu Dust, don't forget our date tomorrow." Lu Dust didn't forget. But, are we a date? Aren't we discussing compensation? How did it turn into a date? Zoe loves meat, what? Give you a chance to go on a date with this lady, and you're still reluctant? Lu Duan, I don't dare to. See you in the morning. Blue Star Coffee, located on the first floor of Jiangnan Xintiandi Plaza, was doing a brisk business. When Lu Duan arrived, people are almost full. Sending a micro letter to ask, "I'm here, where are you?" Zoe loves meat, the prettiest in the room is this beauty, you come directly over. Lu Dust looked around and was directly confused. There are too many beautiful women. And each has its own characteristics. The first table, that person, wearing a small black suit, temperament out of the dust, like a high-cold female president. The right, that, dressed plain but has a book atmosphere, holding a cup of coffee, a book, there is a feeling of the years. The middle of the one, yen thin ring fat, each has its own characteristics. Lu Dust in Chu Huairo has only seen one side, only remember the other side looks very beautiful, but the specific look like is simply cannot remember. Most importantly, the other party did not tell him his name. He only said that his name was Beauty. Thinking about it, he shouted, "Beauty!" Swish, 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 swish. In an instant, all the customers in the coffee shop all turned their heads towards Lu Duan, causing him to be embarrassed for a while. There were even those with open personalities who directly waved at him and shouted, "Handsome man, sit with me." Lu Dust, embarrassed toes about to dig out of the 3 rooms, sitting in the most, Chu Huairo waved at him. "Lu Dust, this beauty here." Phew. Lu Dust, long sigh of relief, sat down to Chu Huairo opposite.
She is wearing a yellowish dress today, the waist is carrying a small bag of stardew, head tied in a ponytail, the tip of the hair is also inserted with a few sunflower hair cards, big eyes blinking, like Disney on the Run princess, lovely excess.
She tootled her red moist little mouth, a face of grudging. This girl is so beautiful, you actually did not recognize? There are too many people. Lu Chuan awkwardly explained a sentence.
Shu Huairo stood up her chest and said with a haughty face, then you look now, this girl is not the most beautiful in the whole field.
That little look seems to be saying,
this young lady will give you another chance, you have to grasp it well.
Lu Chuan laughed helplessly and said repeatedly, you are the most beautiful.
He sort of figured out this girl's character, you have to go along with her speech, otherwise it will definitely be endless.
But Shu Huairo's next words almost made him spray out the coffee in his mouth. Then do you want to marry me?
Her playful little face was full of excitement, her two big eyes shining brightly as she looked at Lu Dust.
Beauty, I'm already married. Lu Dust face helpless, just broke a shoe only, do not need to be promised in marriage, right? Do you want to marry me, and you are married or not married, what is the relationship You just say you want to marry or not.
Shu Huairo grabbed Lu Duan's hand and pampered him, that sweet and creamy voice made his heart all crispy. But when he thought of Gui Shiwen, he shook his head categorically, no.
Really? Really well.
A second ago also pampered, the next second will be watery eyes, such as sobbing, pitiful look love. Lu Dust hastily changed his mouth.
You do not cry I want to marry you, right?
Shu Huairo red eyes, aggrieved Baba, perfunctory.
Lu Dust spread his hands, take her no way, you look so beautiful, the whole world of men want to marry you home, you later slowly pick, let's talk about the compensation thing can? I can double compensation for your loss, or take you to buy a pair of shoes, you see how?
I don't lack shoes, much less money. Shu Huairo hugged her arms and grunted.
Lu Chuan was helpless, what do you say then?
What skills do you have, show them to this young lady, if you can satisfy this young lady, I don't want compensation.
Shu Huairo looked at Lu Dust with an excited face. Lu Dust pondered for a while and said, I can read faces. Really?
Shu Huairo big eyes staring round, and then immediately sat up straight, said seriously, then you give this lady look, when I can get married.
Lu Dust was stunned, so hate marriage? Carefully observed Shu Huairo's face.
Your luck is very good, good health, good fortune, and you can definitely become a rich woman in the future.
Shu Huairo rolled her eyes, really boring, light-picking good talk, then you look at that person, how is her face?
Lu Chuan followed the direction of her finger to see, it is just came in when I saw wearing a small suit, a royal lady model of the woman. Sweeping a glance, Lu Dust said, excellent fortune, have the ability to turn misfortune into good fortune, the future is unlimited.
Then you look at this side of this.
Shu Huairo also pointed to the one in casual wear, which is her third sister Meng Yutong. Wealthy, a lifetime of help from noble people, no matter what industry you are in, you will have a very good result. Lu Chuan was a little surprised, I didn't expect that there were so many great beauties in this little coffee shop, and, moreover, all of these great beauties had such good chi.
Then you take a look at that one again.
Shu Huairo this time refers to, is her second sister Wang Wanqiu, she is wearing a black tulle skirt, will be exquisite figure perfect display, the hidden Snow White, added a few points of charm.
The life of the noble gas is compelling, the family should be a party predator. She has a problem. Chapter 31 Lu Dust is a white boy? The first thing you need to do is to get your hands dirty.
Shu Huairo faced concern, the old man all skills amazing, Lu Dust is his close disciple, I believe that there is also a real skill.
Her seal hall is black, the sky spirit of dark clouds winding, recently there will be a robbery, and even a risk of life. What calamity? Shu Huairo looked nervous.
Lu Dust explained, just looking at the face, what can be found is very limited.
Shu Huairo frowned, then I will shout her over, you help her count. How to shout? Run over to her and say, hey, you have a plague of blood, quickly let me give you a pinch?
I'm afraid she'll treat us both as deceptive magicians.
Lu Dust cannot help but laugh, at the same time secretly thought, this little girl heart is quite kind, a passerby's safety you're so concerned. This thought that before leaving the house, Big Sister had specially instructed that she should never reveal her identity, she said, my coffee is cold, you help me reorder a cup. Good, what to drink? Black sugar macchiato. Good. Lu Dust got up and went to order her coffee.
A few minutes later, the coffee was ready, Lu Chuan took the coffee and walked towards Shu Huairo, at this time, there was an eerie voice from behind.
Egu, isn't this Lu Chuan? Lu Chuan turned around and saw a familiar face. Guo Xiaoya.
She had a 7 or 8% resemblance to Guo 1, but she was a completely different type from Guo 1, with her low-cut dress revealing half of her white flesh. Her hands were clasped around a youth's arm, and the 2 piles of flesh on her chest were deliberately pushed up. The winks that flew out from time to time tantalized the heart. She looked Lu Chuan up and down and scoffed.
Aren't you quite a backbone? Why did you come here to be a waitress? The man beside her opened his mouth and inquired, Xiaoya, do you know him?
Guo Xiaoya said, honey, this is my brother-in-law Lu Dust, who I told you about, a laborer who just got out of prison.
Ma Chao contemptuously glanced at Lu Chen and mocked, Xiaoya, I really can't figure out what your Guo family is thinking, even looking for a reformed laborer as a son-in-law.
Guo Xiaoya mocked, what son-in-law? Our Guo family all treats him as a dog. When my grandfather dies, we will kick him out and let him go to the streets to beg for food.
Lu Chen's face sank, and he rebuked in a cold voice. Guo Xiaoya, watch what you say. Yo, are you angry?
Guo Xiaoya revealed a super-exaggerated expression, her beautiful eyes were filled with mockery, and her sharp, piercing voice screamed. You, a labor prisoner, are a dog of our Guo family.
What qualifications do you have to be angry? A dog should have the self-consciousness of a dog. You have to obediently wag your tail when given a pile of shit. You.
Guo Xiaoya hadn't finished her words when suddenly, a cup of coffee splashed on Guo Xiaoya's face.
Guo Xiaoya's face.
Guo Xiaoya howled miserably, and immediately became furious, shouting with her teeth and claws open.
Who the hell splashed me? You anti-me.
With a cry, Chu Huairou slapped the table and rose, her pretty face full of pomp and circumstance.
With just the sweet and lovely appearance of 2 people. I see your mouth full of shit, help you wash, no thanks.
Guo Xiaoya was on fire, wiping the coffee on her face while shouting, hubby, she bullied me.
Ma Chao got up in anger.
Just when he was about to open his mouth to curse, when he saw the appearance of Chu Huairou, instantly 2 eyes straight.
Beautiful. It is really beautiful.
Even angrier, so beautiful, almost instantly, Ma Chao's fire went down, grinned at Chu Huairou, very gentlemanly apologized. This young lady, I'm sorry, my girlfriend disturbed you.
I apologize to you on her behalf. Owed her body and assumed a gentlemanly stance, sorry. Guo Xiaoya was confused. Screaming, she splashed me, what are you doing apologizing to her? Are you out of your mind?
Ma Chao glared at Guo Xiaoya and chided, yelling, don't scare this beautiful young lady, moreover, it was you who yelled in the first place.
It is your fault. Guo Xiaoya, round eyes glaring angrily, angry body shaking, angrily pointing at Ma Chao's nose, chortled, good on Ma Chao, you see a beautiful woman, you forget about the old lady, right? I want to break up with you.
Ma Chao's eyebrows tightened, he and Guo Xiaoya have only just been together for 2 days, just embraced the waist, not yet in the cave, the original plan to go to the hotel tonight.
Shopping all day, bought 100,000 gifts, now break up, 100,000 gifts is not in vain? Is tangled in. Chu Huairou opened her mouth, she looked at Ma Chao smilingly said, to break up? It just so happens that this girl is also single.
Ma Chao's eyes lit up, the beautiful woman was hinting at him. Whether from the appearance or temperament point of view, Chu Huairou than Guo Xiaoya 10,000 times more advanced, the 2 a heaven and an underground, is simply the difference between the fairy and the maid.
Dump Guo Xiaoya for Chu Huairou. It's worth it.
Guo Xiaoya deliberately mentioned breaking up, wanting to give Ma Chao a downward spiral. She understands men, before eating enough, men are all deadbeat.
Will not break up.
But who knows, next to it, there is a demonic bitch hooking up with Ma Chao.
Guo Xiaoya immediately became angry. Like a shrew, she angrily pointed at Chu Huairou and cursed. You vixen, believe it or not, I will tear your mouth. You.
A sentence had not yet finished, only to hear a snap sound. Ma Chao returned a slap on Guo Xiaoya's face, hitting Guo Xiaoya's feet stumbled and almost fell down. Her small face instantly became red and swollen, and tears fell from her eyes. Covering her small face, with tears in her eyes, she looked at Ma Chao incredulously.
You actually hit me.
Ma Chao glared at her, his eyes covered in frost.
Roll. From now on, you go your way, I go my way, we are strangers. Let me hear you curse this beauty again, I will beat you up once I see you.
Guo Xiaoya grew up in a privileged position. When did she ever suffer this kind of aggravation? Covering her small face, she fiercely glared at Lu Chuan, dropping a sentence.
This account is on your head.
In Guo Xiaoya's opinion, it was all because of Lu Chuan that caused her to flip out with Ma Chao.
It was Lu Dust's pot.
Lu Chuan, on the other hand, was speechless.
He landed his gaze on Chu Huairou. She provoked Guo Xiaoya to break up with Ma Chao. What did she want to do next? Beauty. Making a formal introduction. My name is Ma Chao. Now that I'm already single, can I have the honor of being your boyfriend?
Ma Chao's mind has already surfaced, and Chu Huairou in the big bed in the picture, but the years came a child drink.
The first time I saw you, I was so happy to see you. I was so happy to see you. You single or not single, and auntie has nothing to do with. Ma Chao a moment confused, unknown looking at Chu Huairou, confused. You are not that mean? What do you mean?
This young lady has absolutely no interest in you.
Immediately give this young lady roll. Chu Huairou pretty face cold ice, high above, like a overbearing young lady, can only be seen from afar not to be played with.
Ma Chao's face turned red, his teeth clenched and squeaked.
Play me right. Don't you regret it? Ha 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 ha.
Chu Huairou let out a silver bell-like laugh, full of mockery in her laugh, mischievously lying on Lu Dust's back, grabbing Lu Dust's arm, and daintily opening her mouth.
Brother Dust, this person is threatening me, I am so scared. Lu Dust was speechless for a while. Are you scared, or are you mocking?
Ma Chao landed his gaze on Lu Dust, his eyes spewing fire, itching to take a bite out of Lu Dust, his face grimly heated.
Good one, Lu Dust. Let's wait and see.
Ma Chao left angrily, and normalcy returned to the cafe, while Chu Huairou pulled Lu Dust's arm intimately and asked with a smile.
Now you owe this young lady twice. Are you prepared to be a cow or a horse, or do you want to give your body in return? Chapter 32. If you are sick, you have to be cured. When the bull is a horse or in order to fulfill the body? Do you still have this kind of porcelain?
See, Chu Huairou is staring at himself with a sneer on his face. Lu Chuan knows that he has been molested.
With a helpless face, he said, Beauty, we are here to talk about compensation. Compensation is good to say accompany this lady to go shopping, this lady fancy, you pay.
Chu Huairou blinked her eyes, originally wanted to have a cup of coffee with Lu Chuan and forget about it, but she found that Lu Chuan was a bit of an interesting person to talk to in depth.
Xintiandi Mall, located in the center of Jiangnan. It was the busiest zone. Two people shopped for 2.5 hours. Chu Huairou tried more than 100 pairs of shoes. There is not a pair of her favorite, either the color is bad, or the type is bad. Shopping Lu Dust are tired. Begging for mercy, Missy, you choose a pair. Or I will give you money, I will compensate you, stop shopping.
Chu Huairou was drinking milk tea, Snow White small teeth biting the pearl, a playful face, so fast cannot, I can shop all day will not be tired, you men really suck.
Chu Huairou glanced at the crane machine.
Pointing to a small yellow doll, he said, you can catch one to send me, even if you repay.
Good. Lu Chuan nodded and started the doll catching battle. After 1 hour, Lu Chuan had a bitter face, beautiful woman, I better pay you back.
This doll machine has a problem, it is a black-hearted merchant.
Put. Lu Chuan's appearance amused Chu Huairou.
Caught for so long or tired, right, I invite you to eat.
Halfway through the words, the cell phone suddenly rang.
After answering the phone, Chu Huairou's face instantly changed, hung up the phone, and flew to Lu Dust.
My grandma is hospitalized, you quickly send me to the hospital. Half an hour later, the two entered the city hospital. Inside the ward,
the doctor was diagnosing, and a dozen family members stood aside, waiting anxiously.
The old lady is fine. The doctor simply said, it is a little low blood sugar, suddenly fainted, in the future, always have chocolate or candy around, feel dizzy when you eat a piece.
Upon hearing this, the crowd breathed a long sigh of relief.
Thank you, Dr. Wang. Hard work, treat Dr. Wang to dinner some other day. Chu Huairou took a long breath, her taut pretty face finally relaxed. Dr. Wang, my grandma has been feeling dizzy a lot lately, do I need to be hospitalized for observation? Dr. Wang smiled and said, I just did a full body check for the old lady, it is low blood sugar, rest for a while can go home. She can go home after resting for a while. She should pay attention to her diet and eat more, and she will be fine. That's it? Do not need to prescribe medication?
Chu Huairou is still not quite sure, after all, grandma is old, this month has already fainted 3 times.
Moreover, she usually eats a lot. Why would she have frequent hypoglycemia? At this time, a voice came. If you can't pinpoint it, don't jump to conclusions, you'll be harming the patient. The crowd turned back towards Lu Chen.
The Chu family's crowd, all of them were dumbfounded.
Who is this person? Why is there a stranger here? Who are you?
A youth looked Lu Dust up and down. Shu Huiro introduced, "This is Lu Duan, he is my friend. When I received the call, we were shopping, he sent me here."
The Chu family's crowd. Oh. The youth asked weakly, "Is he a doctor?" Shu Huiro thought of her father's ability, hesitated, and nodded, "Well, he's a Chinese doctor." Lu Dust, what do you mean by what you just said? Isn't my grandma low blood sugar? Lu Dust glanced at the old man on the bed and said, "Heavily ill to the bone, if you don't treat it, it will be too late." In reality, the old person was indeed not sick. But she was poisoned. And it was a chronic poison that needed to be taken over a long period of time to be effective, and the person who poisoned her must have been very close to her, and might be in the room. As soon as Lu Chuan opened his mouth, the Chu family frowned. Dr. Wang retorted with a bite. "I just gave the old lady a full body check today. There is no problem, young man, things can be eaten indiscriminately, words cannot be said indiscriminately. Ah. Dare to curse my grandmother, you are fucking looking for death." The youth cursed angrily, rushed up to hit Lu Dust, but was Chu Huiro stopped. "Stop. Sister, what are you stopping me for? He dared to curse grandma, I will smash his mouth." Chu Feng was furious, and the Chu family members also had angry faces. "Huiro, I don't care who he is, if he dares to curse your grandma, let him get out. Dr. Wang is the vice president of the People's Hospital, how could he have made a wrong diagnosis?" With just one look, he said the old lady was terminally ill. "He thinks he's Hua Tua in the world, doesn't he? Shut up." Chu Huiro rebuked and said without any argument, "Lu Dust is my friend, all of you treat him with respect, otherwise, don't blame me for not being polite." Instantly, the room went quiet. No one had expected that Chu Huiro's reaction would be so intense. One by one, small eyes looked Lu Dust up and down. What was this person's relationship with Huiro? Lu Chuan was also confused. In the cafe, Chu Huiro had stood up for him, which could still be understood as a sense of justice, but now, for his sake, she even went so far as to turn against her family? Could it be that this was the damned peach blossom luck? After a few seconds of silence, an elderly aunt in front of the hospital bed gently opened her mouth. "Young man, what do you mean when you say that my mom is seriously ill and it's too late if we don't treat her? What kind of serious illness is she suffering from?" Chapter 33. When are you going to divorce? Ah. The old lady had a stroke. In the light case, she is dizzy, her speech is slurred, her vision is blurred, and in the heavy case, her limbs are numb and she is paralyzed. Lu Chuan's words were like a meteorite hitting the earth, setting off huge waves in everyone's mind. Numbness and paralysis? What's the difference between that and a vegetable? Don't bullshit me, my grandma is in good health, how can she have a stroke? I think you are a liar. Chu Feng angrily pointed at Lu Dust and screamed. If Dr. Wang says it's fine, it's fine. Get lost. You haven't even grown your hair yet, and you're learning to cheat others? Sister, you must not let this little white man to cheat. Dr. Wang also shouted, I gave the old lady a brain CT, there is no thrombosis at all, I can tell you for sure, the old lady absolutely did not have a stroke. I can tell you for sure that the old lady definitely didn't have a stroke. What CT you have doesn't count for anything in my eyes. Lu Dust categorically said, I can also tell you for sure, the old lady has had a stroke, and if she is not treated in time, the next time she faints, it will not be so easy to wake up. Moreover, the reason why your family has been able to roll in wealth is because the old lady is blessed with deep fortune. Once she has an accident, your family's business will not be good. Dr. Wang heard a snort of laughter, a disdainful face, said, Joke, big joke, if the pulse can diagnose a stroke, that old sow can go up a tree. The Guo family, all of them are disdainful. That's right, if the CT can't detect the symptoms, can the pulse detect them? It's the 21st century, no one still believes in Chinese medicine charlatans, right? Cursing my grandmother several times, I think you have ulterior motives, if you don't get out, don't blame me for not being polite. Chu Feng rolled up his sleeves and was about to take action against Lu Duan. The other members of the Chu family also looked at Lu Dust angrily. Under the eyes of everyone, a soft voice came out. I believe Lu Dust. If he says he is sick, he is definitely sick. The Chu family members all had speechless expressions, even Chu Huiro's mother sighed and said, Ro, we have to believe in science, how can a pulse be more accurate than a CT? Your grandma is just hypoglycemic, just pay attention to nutrition. Let your friend leave first. Mom. Chu Huiro came to her mother Chu Hong's side and whispered a few words. At once, Chu Hong's face suddenly changed, and she looked up at Lu Dust,
with a ghostly gaze, like a sob, with a strong resentment, as if Lu Dust was a big slag who had once slagged her.
Cough. Lu Dust coughed awkwardly and said to Chu Huairou. Beauty, since your family doesn't believe in it, I will leave. I will contact you again sometime.
Lu Chuan turned around to leave, when a grumbling voice came from behind him.
Wait a minute. I believe you, you say how this disease should be cured, we will cure it.
When these words came out, the hall was dead silent. Chu family members' each eyeballs are almost falling to the ground.
What about the promised science? Said let him get out of it? How did he suddenly go back on his word?
Dr. Wang even said with a gloomy face, recently, there are often people posing as traditional Chinese medicine practitioners and deceiving people, and many patients have believed them and have been cheated of their money, not to mention that their conditions have worsened as a result.
I do not deny that there are competent Chinese medicine practitioners, but look at this kid, his hair has not even grown yet, what can he be capable of? Mr. Chu is young and uneducated, and is prone to listen to slander, can't you see through his tricks? All the people in the Chu family nodded their heads. Chinese medicine is all about experience and heritage, what the hell does he know?
I don't think he even recognizes all the herbs.
Auntie, we have to believe in science. The crowd was talking and denigrating, and in the face of the crowd, Xu Hong gently raised a hand and ordered the crowd to shut up. A simple cheongsam, outlining her concave and convex figure.
In the gentleness, there is a hint of dominance.
Speaking faintly.
I said that I believe in Lu Chen, so I naturally have my reasons.
There is no need for you guys to talk too much. She raised her head and smiled faintly at Dr. Wang and said, Dr. Wang, it's been hard on you today, I'll treat you to dinner some other day. It looked like she was saying thank you, but she was actually sending off the guests. How does Dr. Wang not understand? He grunted angrily.
Don't blame me for saying the ugly words in front of me, it is medicine that is 3 times poisonous, this kid is giving the old lady a life-saving medicine or a harmful medicine, no one knows clearly. Since you chose to believe him, if anything happens, our hospital is not responsible.
After saying that, Dr. Wang angrily left.
The rest of the people looked at each other and left the ward. Xu Hong has one word in the Chu family, no one can refute the decision she made, and no one dares to refute it.
Inside the ward, it was quiet all of a sudden. Mr. Lu, please sit down. I have a few questions I want to ask you. Xu Hong made a gesture of invitation, and on her face, which was 9 points similar to Chu Huairou's, she carried a kind of vicissitude and experience that had traveled through time.
She smiled slightly, taking in the soul.
Mature woman
Not young, but very charming.
Lu Chuan was a little embarrassed, averted his gaze and said softly. You ask. Grandma's disease is cured. Lu Chuan thought she was going to ask about the cure, who knew that the moment she opened her mouth was Mr. Lu is married?
Mr. Lu has been married for 3 years.
When are you going to get a divorce? I'm not sure if I'm going to be able to do that, but I'm sure I'll be able to. I'm going to ask you when you're going to get divorced, are you polite?
But when he thought of Chu Huairou's brain circuit, he released, it's true that there is a daughter who has a mother. For the time being, there is no such intention.
Xu Hong said in a serious manner, that is to have this plan in the future, what do you think of our family Ro? Do you want to marry her after your divorce?
I only have such a precious daughter, if you marry her, my property is all yours.
Lu Chuan was completely speechless. He even suspected that there was something wrong with Chu Huairou, or else how could such a young and beautiful girl hate marriage so much? As long as she opens her mouth, the people who want to marry her can line up from the hospital to the train station, okay? Dynasty Entertainment Club, Box 888.
Guo Zhiyang and Guo De, each with a beautiful woman in their arms, are singing.
Bang!
Box door was kicked open, Guo Xiaoya angrily ran in, slammed her bag on the sofa, and furiously shouted, you two get the hell out of here. The two beauties thought they were here to catch the adulterer and fled like they were leaving.
Seeing her in a mess, Guo Zhiyang asked suspiciously, who bullied you here? I'm going to get Lu Chen and Guo Shirwen killed. Guo Xiaoya gritted her teeth and said, he is working as a gigolo outside, the coffee on me was splashed by the rich woman who adopted him, and because of him, I even received a slap. The brothers looked at each other. The two brothers looked at each other, both felt incredible. Yes, I recorded the video. Guo Xiaoya opened the album and handed it to the two. In addition to a video of Chu Huairou hiding behind Lu Chen, she also secretly took a lot of photos of the two shopping, one of which, Lu Chen squatted on the ground to tie Chu Huairou's shoelace, that intimate look, simply like a couple in love. But Guo Da's focus, but in Chu Huairou's appearance,
Damn, so beautiful rich woman, how will look at Lu Dust that labor reformer
Hua Zhiyong followed suit and exclaimed, where did we lose? What strange things are you two focusing on? I was bullied into this, you two do not help me to take revenge?
Hua Xiaoya was furious and stomped her feet.
Hua Zhiyong got up, helped her to sit down on the sofa and comforted, don't worry, brother will take the heat for you. How to get out of anger? Hua Xiaoya asked excitedly.
Hua Zhiyong poured 3 cups of wine, and then said with a smile, I have arranged to ensure that the Meyer cabinet factory cannot be open for a month.
Chapter 34 Cabinet Factory Poisoning.
Hospital, Zhu Hong, like a knowing mother-in-law, invited Lu Duan home for dinner. Worried about no reason to refuse it, sister called. Brother, mom had an accident, you quickly come to the cabinet factory. Her voice anxious, also with a crying voice, so that Lu Dust, heart anxious, hurriedly drove back to the cabinet factory. Not yet close to see dozens of people surrounded by the factory entrance, more police pulled up a cordon, a state of affairs horror look. The most horrible thing is that there are several big white wearing protective clothing in the factory disinfection.
What's going on?
Lu Dust rushed to the door, found Gua Shirwan was also stopped outside the cordon, full of anxiety to ask the situation inside. A police officer explained, cabinet factory appeared in the unknown virus, highly contagious, we were ordered to blockade, only allowed to enter, not allowed to go out.
Virus? Highly contagious?
Thinking of his sister's phone call, Lu Dust, more anxious, directly pushed aside the police rushed in.
There is a virus inside, what are you doing in there? Hua Shirwan shouted from behind. My mother and sister are still inside.
Lu Dust returned his sentence, Stride rushed in, but ran out not far, but found Gua Shirwan also chased in, cannot help but be stunned.
Why did you also come in? They are also my mother and sister. Hua Shirwan returned with an expressionless face.
Lu Chuan's heart trembled slightly, and then went straight to the restaurant, listening to Lu Shui. About 2 hours ago, her mother suddenly felt uncomfortable, her body was hot, and she also coughed non-stop, as if she had something stuck in her throat. At first, Li Guilan did not care, but about an hour ago, the workers also began to fever, and even one was burned fainted, so they rushed to call 120. But did not expect, the doctor rushed to the hospital, instead of taking them to the hospital, but also the police and biochemical department to get over, the cabinet factory blocked.
Brother!
A sportswear Lu Shui daintily shouted a child. Her eyes were tearful and her little face was swollen from crying.
Pitiful.
This group of people are too bad, mom is almost burnt out and still not allowed to go to the hospital.
Don't worry, brother came, mom will be fine.
Lu Dust comforted a sentence, and then began to observe the situation of Li Guilan, the body red, as if it was about to be roasted, breathing heavily, eyes disoriented and listless, nearly fainted. And next to her, there were a dozen or so workers lying around, all in a similar state as her.
Why not let them go to the hospital?
At this time, Hua Shirwan's angry voice came from the side. I'm sorry, we suspect that this is a highly contagious flu virus, so until we figure out the source of the virus, we have to seal off this place and no one is allowed to leave. We will prescribe medicine for them, so don't worry about their lives. The one who spoke was a middle-aged doctor wearing a protective suit, and beside him, there were indeed medical staff helping the workers take their medication.
Hua Shirwan sighed in relief and asked, how long will the sealing and control take? It will take at least a month. The middle-aged said.
Hua Shirwan froze for a moment, then shook her head violently and said, no, this is absolutely not okay, my factory still has to work. How about this, you pull them to the hospital to isolate them, and I will pay for all the expenses, how about that? In 10 days, there is an order of $10 million to be shipped. If it can't be delivered in time, you have to pay the customer $30 million in compensation.
It's enough to make her lose her family's money.
But the middle-aged man shook his head firmly and said, no. This flu virus is very powerful, and the factory's instruments, and even the rice bowls, flowers and plants may already be contaminated with the virus. Therefore, during the sealing and control period, not even a single mosquito can leave the cabinet factory.
Why are you people so unreasonable? Hua Shirwan was a bit angry and was about to argue with the other party when Lu Chen pulled her back. They didn't get the flu, they just got food poisoning from eating something unclean. The middle-aged glanced at him and said, you're a doctor? That's right.
But I trust our teen's judgment more. The middle-aged man said in a tone that brooked no argument, if you continue to mess around, I will hold you legally responsible in the name of obstructing the fight against the epidemic.
Lu Dust said with a smile, so is it that when their fever symptoms disappear, you guys will not blockade them? The middle-aged nodded and said, as long as they no longer have a fever within an hour, the blockade can be lifted. 10 minutes will be enough.
Receiving an accurate reply, Lu Dust returned to the patient area. Just now, while taking his mother's pulse, he had already discovered that the high fever was caused by poison, so as long as he made them spit out the poison, it would be fine. Xiao Shui, go prepare a few buckets of fresh water.
Okay, brother. I'll come and help too.
Guo Shiwen also ran over to help. Although she didn't know what Lu Chuan was going to do, she inexplicably believed that Lu Chuan could take care of the situation at hand.
Only the middle-aged man in charge of epidemic prevention laughed disdainfully. Trying to cool down a patient with cool water? It was truly laughable.
However, in the next second, a scene that made his jaw drop happened, only to see Lu Chuan take out a silver needle and stick it on Li Guilan's acupoints. Then Li Guilan's body turned inside out and vomited with a wow.
Vomit.
This vomiting is the turning of the river, cannot stop, itching to vomit out all the rice that she ate last night.
Help her rinse her mouth. Lu Chuan gave an explanation, walked over to the second patient, and dropped another needle. Vomit.
As one patient after another vomited furiously, the floor of the restaurant became a dumping ground, with all sorts of food scraps and yellow soup mixing together, emitting a strong stench. Everyone felt nauseous and almost vomited along with them. Wu Shiwen and Lu Shui endured the discomfort and helped the patients rinse their mouths. As for the others, they all ran outside the restaurant.
This guy is crazy, right? Making everyone vomit is the cure, he said?
Why bother with him, he's a liar. Leave a few people to observe the patient's symptoms, and the rest should leave. Just as they were about to leave, Lu Chuan walked out and said to the person in charge, 9 minutes.
What 9 minutes?
The person in charge froze. 9 minutes, they have already lost their fever. If you don't believe me, you can measure it yourselves.
Lu Chen said calmly.
The moment these words came out, the doctors all widened their eyes.
Impossible. Even if it was an ordinary fever, it couldn't have subsided so quickly.
I'll go and take a look. They rushed in stiffly, only to see that the patients who had just been lying unconscious on their beds all stood up, and although they were a bit shriveled, their faces were much better. After a few measurements, it was true that all of them had lost their fever. The person in charge looked at Lu Dust with surprise. Is it really food poisoning?
Lu Dust said with a smile, yes, spitting it out is fine. Now can the cabinet factory lift the blockade?
The person in charge nodded. The patients were all better. If he were to balk at the idea that there was a flu virus here, then I guess he would have to be laid off tomorrow and go home to farm.
The biochemical section, the doctors, the police.
All withdrew from the scene.
Wu Shiwen looked at Lu Dust with some surprise and said, you still know medical skills? There are many more things I know.
Lu Dust said smugly, and when he was about to boast a few words, the pale Li Guilan came over and said with an apologetic face. When, I'm really sorry for today, it must be because I bought it that it wasn't fresh, and that's what caused everyone's food poisoning. Wu Shiwen trusted her so much and left the kitchen in her charge, and when it turned out like this, she didn't even have the face to see Wu Shiwen.
Mom, this is not your problem.
Ordinary food poisoning wouldn't have such serious symptoms at all, it's because someone put poison inside the dishes you guys ate.
Chapter 35 Behind the Scenes. What? What? You said someone poisoned it? Wu Shiwen and Li Guilan were both shocked. Poisoning is against the law. Lu Chen nodded and said, I have asked Xiao Shui to check.
At this time, Lu Shui ran over with an exasperated little red face. Brother, I just asked. The workers with fever all ate the wood-bearded meat.
Lu Dust looked to his mother. Mom, there are samples of the cafeteria dishes, right?
Yes, I'll take you there. In order to ensure food safety, every dish in the cafeteria must be responsible for leaving samples. To leave samples in front of the cabinet, Li Guilan found the meat. Lu Dust clamped a piece of egg, smelled the flavor, and then his face changed.
This is it. Who made this dish? It's Old Lu. The chef's name was written on the sample box.
Old Lu is 42 years old, has been working here for more than 5 years, is an old employee of the cabinet factory. Wu Shiwen how could not expect, behind the scenes is actually him.
Tell me, why do you want to poison the workers?
Wu Shiwen said coldly.
Mr. Gua, I don't understand what you're saying. Poisoning? How could I possibly poison my co-workers?
Old Lu looked at Wu Shiwen with an aggrieved look, as if he had been slandered by the heavens.
You're not telling the truth, are you?
Wu Shiwen spoke calmly. Lu Dali, 42 years old, lives at 72 South Sherdao Street. His wife, Li Mei, works as a waitress at Lihong Rice Noodle Shop, and his child, Lu Bin, attends Sherdao Street Elementary School in the second class of the 5th year. Every time Guo Shirwen said a sentence, Lu Dali's eyes widened by 1 point, and when Lu Bin's information was spoken, his eyes glazed over and he looked horrified.
What do you want to do? You ask me what I want to do? Guo Shirwen snorted, pointing to the resting employees outside. You poisoned my employees, and you still dare to ask me what I want to do? Lu Dali, you'd better give an honest explanation. Our Guo family is not a good bully. The aura is compelling and oppressive.
Lu Dali froze for a few seconds, his eyes reddened and he was filled with bitterness. Mr. Guo, I say everything. On the way here this morning, a man stopped me, and he told me that as long as he put the poison in the dish, he would give me $100,000. I refused at first, but he said the poison wouldn't kill anyone, just a fever at best. Mr. Guo, I'm just a little bit obsessed with money, so please forgive me for the sake of the many years I've been working here.
Guo Shirwen asked again, what is the name of that person?
Lu Dali said, I do not know, just remember that he has a bald head, the left side of the face and a scar. Speak in a thick voice. Mr. Guo, I give you the money, please spare me. Lu Dali is a moment of ghostly. At the moment the stolen goods were directly scared silly.
Lu Dust said, I find someone to investigate his identity. I don't need to.
Guo Shirwen's eyes flashed with a cold light. It is Guo Da's people.
Guo Da's people?
Lu Chuan laughed a little and sat on the sofa crossing his legs. Poisoned, closed for a month.
I have after the examination, you bottomed out. They can then rightfully become the Guo family heir. That's what he meant, right?
Guo Shirwen gave him a deep look with approval in her gaze.
It's good that you understand. Then how do you want to fight back?
This little trick of Guo Da's, with Guo Shirwen's intelligence, it would be too easy to counter it. Guo Shirwen shook her head wearily.
No counterattack. Lu Dust? No counterattack?
Guo Shirwen sighed and said quietly, 1 month later when Grandpa dies, the Guo family will fall apart, and at that time, I will have no relationship with them.
Isn't competing for the rankings just to share more of the family fortune? I'm not interested in that at all. From the beginning to the end, all I wanted was this cabinet factory, so what can I do if I lose?
Ever since she rose to prominence in the Guo group, her younger siblings have treated her as if she were an enemy, and I don't know how many times things like this have happened.
Targeting Lu Chen, wasn't it also to make her lose face?
She had long since had enough of such days.
Family property? She didn't care to ask for it. Guo Shirwen's thoughts, Lu Chuan understood. But,
remembering Uncle Fire's words, Lu Chuan said quietly,
we cannot be the first, but we can never be the last.
Guo Shirwen froze for a moment.
What do you mean? Not steaming buns to fight? Immediately are all strangers. What is the use of wanting face at this time? Guo Shirwen didn't understand and didn't bother to argue, handed Lu Chen a business card and said, I found you a job, a game company's personnel.
I have talked to the boss of the company. The first 3 months you first follow the study, 3 months after the promotion of personnel supervisor. Internship salary of 20,000 yuan, officially join 30,000 yuan.
This is the boss's phone number. You can start tomorrow.
In Jiangnan, a month can earn 30,000, has surpassed 99% of the people, plus Lu Yongheng's cabinet factory, enough to let the Lu family live a petty life. But Lu Dust directly refused, no need, I have already found a good job.
Find a good one? How come I don't know?
Guo Shirwen felt that Lu Dust is just wanting to save face, do not want to accept her help, so said, Lu Dust, you can be honest in front of me, this job is really already very good, and is not tired.
Lu Dust smiled and said, really do not need. That's fine.
For the sake of Lu Dust's job, she had begged the other party for a long time, but she didn't expect Lu Dust to be completely ungrateful. Guo Shirwen felt a little tired and turned around to leave. At this time, Lu Chuan's cell phone rang. It was Wang Hao. Lu Chuan, the thing you asked me to investigate has a result. In a moment, I will send that girl's information to your WeChat, so check it out.
Good, hard work, Mr. Wang. Chapter 36 to Evidence.
Hanging up the phone, Lu Chuan opened WeChat and saw the file Wang Hao had sent.
Name, Meng Xin. Gender, female.
Occupation, Black Panther Boxing Club girl.
Address, 711, Shuxiang Mendi, High Tech District, Jiangnan City. Hobbies, bar hopping, traveling, and biking.
Had a year ago, in the High Tech District police station, claimed to be Meng Bo rape, and then the next day to retract the confession, said Meng Bo was her ex-boyfriend, because it was dumped so want a revenge on Meng Bo reported false police, the rape case will not be resolved. After getting the information, Lu Chen gave Zhao Shitao a phone call.
Brother Tao, accompany me to the Panther Boxing Club at night. 9 o'clock in the evening, Star Bar.
As the hottest bar in Jiangnan, the entrance was filled with all kinds of luxury cars. At this time, a big G stopped at the entrance, and 3 men walked down from the car.
Brother Tiger. Is it still the same?
The waiter immediately welcomed down, took the car keys and asked cordially.
Take my 2 brothers to play below. Good Lu.
The waiter picked up the walkie-talkie, shouted, Supreme VLP Tiger Master arrived, downstairs reception. Into the bar, you will hear the explosive music, the card seat, handsome men and women are tasting wine, the stage, more than a dozen hot body miss, showing a wonderful dance. Tiger introduced, the first floor is a bar, the second floor is a KTV, the third floor is a hotel. Mr. Lu is looking for the Panther Club on the ground floor, the general public is not qualified to go in. At the staircase, 2 black-clad bodyguards were watching.
The Tiger's identity was verified before he was released.
Between the first floor and the basement, there was a huge iron door with strong soundproofing, and after entering the boxing ring, the cranky music upstairs could not be heard at all. Entering the club, Lu Chuan's eyes were attracted to the ring in the center of the venue, which was one of the most standard UFC rings in octagonal cage. However, there was no match at the moment, and the spectators were sparsely sitting around chatting.
Brother Tiger, you're here. The waiter greeted him. Is there a match tonight? Tiger asked.
Tonight is not sure, the god of death Fang Yong is here, he has set a record of 8 consecutive KO opponents, I wonder if anyone dares to challenge him.
The waiter said.
Tiger swept a circle of people in the club equals, last time I came to play, I saw that the little girl who lifted the card is quite pretty, that is the one with a nice ass and a rose tattooed on her waist, where is she?
You're talking about XIN, she is resting over there.
The waiter pointed to the corner and said.
Following the direction of his finger, a girl with a hot body is sitting there drinking alone.
Tiger took out 2 red tickets and handed them to the waiter. I'll wander around by myself.
Thank you, Brother Tiger. The waiter collected the tip and walked away prettily. Mr. Lu, can I call her over to you?
No, I'll go over and talk to him.
Lu Dust asked for 2 glasses of wine, walked to Meng Xian and sat down next to him. Beautiful, alone ah?
Meng Xian glanced at the wine on the table, and looked at the dress on the Lu Dust. Little brother, a cup of Long Island iced tea to learn others to pick up girls ah?
Lu Dust to the point, I want to talk to you. I don't have time.
She looked at Lu Chuan is not like a rich man, simply lazy to take care of, get up and ready to leave, suddenly saw the god of death is preparing for the war Fang Yong, so sat back again.
Talking to you is fine, but you have to beat Fang Yong. Fang Yong?
Lu Dust glanced at the big guy who looked like the Hulk above the ring.
That's a bit interesting. After more than a month out of prison, he was really a bit itchy, pointing at the big guy, beat him, and you'll talk to me? Meng Xian flew a wink, of course. The premise is that you can survive. I'm not sure if I'm going to be able to survive.
Lu Dust also no nonsense, directly get up and walk towards the ring, see him so decisive, Meng Xian froze for a moment, then scolded a breaks, then walked to the bar.
Give me the pressure of 10,000, buyer Yong won. Fang Yong did not compare to.
The bar the words just fell, and the ring came from the hostess' exciting voice.
Families. We just got word that someone is going to challenge our god of death, Fang Yong. Let's welcome the challenger to the ring with a warm round of applause.
Hearing the shouts, everyone ran to the edge of the octagonal cage and waited excitedly. Meng Xian also immediately ran over, she was the one holding up the sign in the ring. With all eyes on him, Lu Chuan came to the ring. During these years in prison, he didn't see the sun all year round, covering his white skin, coupled with his dry and thin figure, he looked like a weak one.
When he came out, he immediately drew a chorus of boos. Cut.
What, this little white guy even wants to challenge the god of death, too outrageous.
This small physique will be smashed to death by Fang Yong's punch. Is this Black Panther going to give us money?
I'll sell my house and press Fang Yong to win. Hearing the audience's disdainful voices, Zhao Shitao revealed a strange smile. Press it, you should cry when you see Mr. Lu's strength in a while. Let's invite the creator of 88 consecutive kills, the god of death Fang Yong. Accompanied by the host's impassioned voice, Meng Xian walked up with a burly man, who was 2 meters tall, with a burly body, and biceps on his arms that looked like 2 small mountains, as if he could kill a cow with one punch. The two stood in the ring as if it was O'Neill versus Squishosi, there was no suspense.
The audience was all amused. Ha ha ha. The most unsuspecting fight since the founding of the Panther Club was born.
I'm betting on Fong Yong to end the fight with one punch. Not really, it's got to be two punches, the first one knocks him out, and the second one kills him.
The audience's taunts had no effect on Lu Dust. Turning his head to Meng Xian, he said, "Is it true that if we win, we can sit down and chat?" "Lying down and chatting is fine." Meng Xian rolled her eyes, then looked around and walked down the ring.
One is a white face like paper, and one is a burly man with a big body, and all fools know who can win.
Reaper! 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 The audience shouted excitedly.
At this time, Lu Chuan threw a punch first.
Bang!
Fong Yong's huge body flew up more than 2 meters high, then smashed heavily on the ring and fainted directly. At the scene, there was a dead silence. The referee ran over to check, then directly called for the medical team.
KO, the challenger wins.
After getting the pronouncement, Lu Chuan didn't accept the reward in the ring, but walked over to Meng Xian's side and spoke with a smile. "Now I can talk to you, right?"
Meng Xian's entire body had been dumbfounded. Fong Yong was the god of death who had set a record of 88 consecutive kills, and he was defeated by a weak kid? Shocked and very angry at the same time. She had just bet her entire fortune on it. Humph.
She skimmed her mouth and led Lu Dust to a private room, then asked, "What do you want to talk about?" Lu Dust took out a piece of paper and handed it to Meng Xian. It was written about her being raped by Mang Bo. After Meng Xian read it, her expression directly changed.
"What do you want? Do you recognize the things recorded above? If you recognize it, then sign it," Lu Dust said. "What are you doing? You want to go to the police to get rid of the people?" Meng Xian hummed disdainfully. "Don't worry, I know that year you received money from Meng Bo, changed the mouth supply, I will not go to the police," Lu Dust said with a smile. "What do you want me to sign if you don't go to the police? To blackmail Meng Bo? Meng Xian asked suspiciously. "I have my own use, you just need to sign."
"Signing is not impossible, but I just lost $10,000 gambling on boxing, you have to show it." She looked at Lu Dust with a smile and said,
"I will give you 100,000. Good deal." Chapter 37: The Couple's Argument. Hospital, Intensive Care Unit. Is he really the old man's disciple? Shu Hong looked complicated.
"Well, the name and looks are in line, it is impossible to recognize the wrong one. Dad also said that he wants all 7 of our sisters to marry Lu Dust as a wife." Shu Huairo smiled and spoke, not at all shy because of the 7 women serving one husband.
What a coincidence. Meeting his disciple.
Shu Hong remembers very clearly, 27 years ago, she just started her business. For the development of the company, she often participated in all kinds of drinking games, parties. Because of her beauty and single, she was stared at by a foppish male.
A dark and windy night.
The playboy set up a banquet. She only drank a cup, immediately blurred consciousness. When she realized something was wrong, she wanted to escape from the hotel, but was dragged into the room. At the critical moment, the old man, like a god from heaven, kicked over the publican and picked her up to leave the hotel. As a result, in the car, she had a drug attack and had sex with the old man. After a night of flavor, she became the old man's woman. With the old man's help, Chu's group got bigger and bigger, and she was pregnant with Chu Huairo. Just when she proposed to get married, the old man disappeared. Like a heartless scum, he lost all news. And Shu Hong learned that the old man also has 6 daughters. For this reason, Shu Hong was heartbroken for a long time, and spent the whole day buying drunkenness and indulging herself, until the moment Chu Huairo shouted out "Mom," she vowed to let the child live the happiest life. Hate to hate. The old man was still very good to Chu Huairo. None of Chu Huairo's requests were rejected, and, as he was a super divine doctor, under his careful conditioning, Chu Huairo had never gotten sick. The old man gave her a spell, said Chu Huairo can live to at least 100 years old, and, all her life, no worry, no disease, no disaster. After a spell, the old man aged dozens of years, lying in bed for 3 months. This spell almost killed him. Because of this ritual, Shu Hong forgave him. He is scum, he is not dedicated, but he is a good father. Moreover, he was also good to her. Whenever she or Chu's group encountered a crisis, there would be a pair of invisible hands that would solve all the troubles for her in the dark. And the owner of this pair of hands was the old man. He's quite handsome, and he's the old man's heir. His future is unlimited, so it's not impossible to marry him. But I don't agree with 7 people marrying him. Shu Huairo smiled. Sisters and sisters also disagree. Especially the eldest sister. As soon as she heard that we 7 sisters were told to hand over to him, she rejected it in one breath. The 7 mothers have a bad relationship, but the 7 sisters have the same bloodline, walking around is more, and the 7 fairies are each excellent.
Each of the 7 fairies has their own specialties. Any one of them is the best in each industry.
Moreover, they were proud and would never agree to the situation of 7 women serving one husband.
Chu Hong was more at ease with this point.
What she is not assured of is Lu Duan.
Lu Duan is still not divorced? No.
Shu Huira was lying on the chair, her 2 beautiful feet were up and wobbling, holding an apple in her hand, and her cherry-red mouth took a bite of the apple.
The juice of the apple flowed down, showing her charming and moving.
However, it is understood that he and his wife will be divorced in a month. His sister-in-law said that he will be kicked out of the Guo family in a month, and he will be made to sleep on the street. A hint of anger flashed in Chu Hong's eyes.
Want my Chu family's son-in-law to sleep on the street? What a madness.
You contact him more this month to get to know his character. If there is no problem with his character, you will do it as soon as he gets divorced.
Humph. Bunch of old ninnies. You can't beat your daughters, so let's beat your son-in-laws.
The old man is immodest, but he has first-class skills. His only disciple will never be a loser. Don't look at him as having nothing now. One day, he will be reborn in Nirvana, and the true dragon will ascend.
I want to see who dares to laugh at him in the whole of Jiangnan, and even in China.
On that day, that group of old ninnies would also have to look at their own faces. Thinking of this, a beautiful smile bloomed on her face.
Achoo!
Lu Chuan sneezed, felt the sweaty hairs standing up on his arms, rubbed his nose and muttered.
The air conditioner was turned on too cool, right?
Why does it feel chilly? Behind the mahogany desk, Guo Shiwen was dressed in a well-tailored small suit that emphasized her diminutive figure without appearing crowded. Today she combed her hair up, neatly, without a strand of hair on her forehead, cherry red lips, regal look, all with a cold, unattainable temperament. Simply sitting there without opening her mouth.
Just give people a kind of invisible pressure. There is nothing you want to tell me?
When Guo Shiwen opened her mouth, the air dropped a few degrees.
Her eyes clearly said, I already know, give you a chance to give an honest explanation, otherwise, decapitation. Account for what? Lu Chen was puzzled. What did he do out of the ordinary? Your job. What do you want to do? Guo Shiwen's tone was morose, as if Lu Chuan had done something wrong.
This woman, she's got a lot on her mind, Lu Chuan replied back, my job has been found, I really don't need you to introduce me to it.
Snap.
Chu Huiro pulled out a photo and angrily slapped it on the table, roaring like a raging lioness.
Is this the job you were talking about? Lu Dust. What in the world do you mean?
In the photos, Lu Dust stood in an octagonal cage with boxing gloves, and there was another one of him standing behind a tiger.
This.
Lu Dust frowned for a moment and raised his head to look levelly at Guo Shiwen. You found someone to follow me?
But don't worry, I won this round. Do you think I care about winning or losing? Guo Shiwen didn't expect that. Instead of not knowing his mistake, Lu Chuan even became smug and immediately became furious. Lu Chuan. Do you know, in order to arrange that personnel job, I found how many connections, 30,000 a month is enough for you to live a well-off life in Jiangnan. You can refuse me, but you at least find a decent job, right?
If you need money, you can tell me, I'll give it to you.
Why do you have to be Tiger's little brother and go to black boxing? Do you know that you still have a criminal record? Just go to work and live a good life, okay?
Guo Shiwen's questioning was like a barrage of questions, directly confusing Lu Chen.
Being Tiger's little brother? You want to earn money by fighting black fighters? Shifumi, you misunderstood,
Lu Chuan was just about to explain, when Guo Shifumi shook her head with a I don't want your explanation, I want your action, and coldly said.
Lu Chuan, I hope you can think about your parents and sister. I admit, it's quick to get money by following Tiger to fight black boxing, but what if something happens to you, what will mom and dad do?
Even if you're good at fighting and won't get hurt, but what if one day the fight against gangsters takes you in?
You just got out. I don't want you to go back in. Here's $1 million.
You don't have to go to my company, but I want you to do something serious.
You can use the money to start a small business.
As long as it's not illegal. I am simply more wrong than the sinus Ia, but she mouth of mom and dad, face anxious. It can be seen to be very concerned about mom and dad. This is very comforting to Lu Chen.
Thank you, I don't want the money.
But I promise you, I will never do anything that violates the law. Guo Shiwen's face was slightly red with anger, and she squinted at Lu Duan.
Are you sure? I'm sure. Lu Dust nodded heavily. After staring at Lu Chen for a while to make sure he wasn't lying, Guo Shiwen sighed. I believe you for now, the money was meant for you. You take it. Guo Shiwen stuffed the card into Lu Chuan's pocket and then said. I'm going to see Grandpa in a while, you should come along too. Lu Chuan nodded. When the two of them arrived, the Guo family had already arrived. Yo, Manager Guo and Mr. Lu are really big names, making us all wait every time. Guo Ziyang said in a conspiratorial manner. The viral blockade of the cabinet factory was originally planned seamlessly, but the result was broken by Lu Chuan, making him lose a lot of money, and he was holding his breath in his heart. Sorry, there was a traffic jam on the road. Guo Shiwen apologized. When Guo Ziyang was about to continue to make a scene, Old Flame spoke up. Since everyone is here, let's go in. Chapter 38 The Pit of the Old Master. Inside the ward, the old master's state was even worse than before. His shape was as withered, and his skin was black and shiny and fitted to his skin, like a skeleton with human skin on it, which was very frightening. You guys are here. The old man took off his oxygen mask, straightened up and opened his mouth in a weak and feeble manner. It's been a few days since I took over the Guo family's industry, what do you guys think? Grandpa, I've already signed 2 orders, this month's performance will definitely double. I'm talking to the people from the Investment Promotion Bureau about cooperation. If I can succeed, all future government banquets will be held at our Guo family's hotel, and our status will skyrocket. I signed an order. The crowd scrambled to show off their achievements, only Guo Shiwen didn't say a word. The old man was a bit puzzled and asked. One, how is your cabinet factory? Not waiting for Guo Shiwen to answer, Guo De said in a conspiratorial manner. Grandpa, you still don't know, right? She just took over the cabinet factory, the workers got sick, the police and biochemistry department all went there, almost closed down her cabinet factory. Did they? They just got food poisoning, the blockade has been lifted and the cabinet factory is running steadily. She had already made up her mind to split from the Guo family once the old man died, so she wasn't interested in fighting with Guo De at all. The old master is a human savant. Of course it is clear that the crisis in the cabinet factory is a ghost of Guo Da's brothers. Looking at the calm Guo Shiwen, he suddenly laughed. Hey! These days I have been thinking, Xiao Dust just came out of prison. I am afraid it is difficult to find a decent job, and there is a large family to take care of. It is also difficult. I have been uneasy in my heart, or to give Dust a property. It just so happens that there is a department underneath AVIC Construction that is responsible for demolition, and I intend to give it to Dusty, so that in the future, if one inherits AVIC Construction, you and your wife can still work together and create a brilliant future together. What do you think? At these words, the ward fell into dead silence. AVIC Construction was founded by Guo Shiwen, and is currently one of the most lucrative industries for the Gui Group. With plenty of oil and water and a high status, anyone would want to get a piece of the pie. But the demolition department is an exception, that is a hot potato. Who touched who died? Guo Ziyang is worried that there is no way to pit Lu Dust. See the old man digging a pit, he quickly agreed. I agree with Grandpa's opinion. Lu Dust is my dear brother-in-law, how can there be no assets at all? The demolition department is rich in oil and water, it is most suitable for my brother-in-law. Guo De also hurriedly nodded his head and said, I also agree, we are all family, we should share the reign. This demolition department, it must be my brother-in-law's, who does not agree with me with who anxious. The first time the old man let Lu Dust choose the family property, can almost make the two of them mad, but today, the attitude is a shocking reversal. Just because this demolition department is a hot potato. About a year ago, the AVIC building on a piece of land, but in the demolition encountered a great obstruction. There is a household, dead or alive do not sign. For this reason, the demolition department has changed a dozen leaders, black and white, all kinds of means have been used, hard to not be able to handle each other. Guo Shiwen also personally went, but the other side of the hard and soft, the price has been increased to 3 times that of others, but the other side still do not agree, resulting in the project has been stalled. Moreover, the money of the remaining demolition households have been given, AVIC Construction is now in a dilemma, losing money every day. If Lu Chuan took over this project, his performance would definitely be at the bottom in a month's time, and he would also drag Guo Shiwen down because of it, which was the reason why Guo Ziyang and Guo De were excited. This is the reason why Guo Ziyang and Guo De are excited. The insider of this, Guo Shiwen and Guo Xingbang also know everything, will not fall for their tricks. I do not agree. Guo Xingbang spoke aloud. He didn't like Lu Chen because in his eyes, Guo Shiwen could have found a more powerful husband instead of this trash Lu Chen. But before Lu Chuan and Guo Shiwen were divorced, he wouldn't allow this test, Lu Chuan, to involve Guo Shiwen.
Lu Chuan went to prison as soon as he graduated. He doesn't know how to take care of a company, this project, he can't take it. Second uncle, you're wrong to say that, precisely because my brother-in-law, once graduated, squatted in prison for his sister, so our Guo family should repay him all the more. This project must be given to my brother-in-law.
Guo De spoke with a smile.
Older brother Guo Jingguo nodded slightly and spoke in a tone of an elder. Elder, Guo De has a point. Lu Chen got the reputation of being a prisoner of labor for when our Guo family can't be ungrateful. If the renovation project of Xinketon can be successful, Lu Chen can earn several million this month. Guo Xingbang narrowed his eyes and said, how to repay Lu Dust, that is our family matters, do not need to worry about Big Brother, since Big Brother thinks Xinketon renovation project is a good opportunity, you can let Ziyang take over.
Guo Xingbang, this smiling tiger is not blowing, a sentence directly to the spearhead of Guo Xinghua, you do not say is a good project? Then let your son take you do not take, I do not take. Guo Xinghua is also an old man, smiled and said, this is dad deliberately left Lu Chen's project, how can we overstep it? Furthermore, Ziyang already has a project, what's the point of taking on another one? Guo Shiwen's cabinet project was already inferior to others, and now there's another money loser, how can Guo Xingbang agree to it? Dad, Ziyang, Guo De, Xiaoya, they all only have a piece of the industry, our family cannot want again, it is unfair to the three of them. Guo Ziyang, three people, upon hearing this, immediately opened their mouths. It's not fair.
We didn't get married, we only need one share, sister got married, she wants 2 shares, it's fair.
Second uncle, just don't be polite.
Seeing a group of people arguing, the old man looked at Lu Dust and said, alright, you guys are so noisy that you forgot to ask Lu Dust's opinion.
Little Dust, are you willing to take this project?
If it's run well, not only will the profits from this project be yours, but when the assessment is over, you'll also be given a portion of the Guo family's shares. Profit sharing and share rewards sound very tempting.
But Guo Shiwen knows very well that this is a pit. Grandpa, this project we.
Guo Shiwen was about to refuse when Lu Chen beside her suddenly spoke.
I am willing. Chapter 39, no entry? Guo Shiwen turned back violently and looked at Lu Dust incredulously. Good, since you have taken it, then do it with all your heart. I am tired, you guys go down.
The old master sealed the deal, not giving Guo Shiwen a chance to retort at all.
Brother-in-law, you have to work hard. We are optimistic about you.
Guo Ziyang and Guo De had a smug smile on their faces, as if they had already seen the scene of Guo Shiwen and Lu Chen crying out in a month's time.
You knew it was a trap, why did you take it?
In front of the hospital, Guo Shiwen angrily questioned Lu Chuan. He didn't pick a good project when it was available before, but as a result, now that the old man dug a pit, he even jumped into it.
It's still not for you?
The examination in a month's time is by no means just a competition for a laurel. I don't know what the old master's purpose is, but I absolutely cannot lose. Now without evidence and without knowing where the danger lies, for the time being, I won't tell Guo Shiwen.
A random excuse, to make money
When this project is completed, you can at least make a few $1 million.
Are you that short of money?
Guo Shiwen's heart was filled with anger. Everything she had prepared for Lu Chen was enough for him to live in style, but he still went to take on this kind of mission again and again, which was full of danger.
Just like an outlaw who had gotten into the eye of the money.
Money needs to be made steadily and surely, laying a good foundation in order to make big money. Like Lu Chuan, who was so eager to make money, sooner or later, something would happen one day.
The pattern is too low.
Guo Shiwen silently summarized Lu Chuan in her mind. She didn't like men who were petty and stingy, who didn't even want to die for a little bit of profit. These types of people's destinies were all too weak to make big money. Luckily the two would be divorcing soon. Thinking of this, Guo Shiwen sighed.
Guo Ziyang is inviting guests to the state guest house, you should come along too.
The state guest house was one of the most famous hotels in Jiangnan. Casually setting up a table would cost tens of thousands of dollars. If you drink a few bottles of good wine, you can't beat a few $100,000. The signature dishes are so unique and unforgettable that Guo Shiwen usually doesn't even bother to eat them, and only dares to bite the bullet and order a table when she is entertaining a particularly important client. Guo Ziyang treat, Guo Shiwen originally wanted to refuse, but thought that Lu Chuan had not eaten. Take him to eat a good meal.
Lu Dust was just about to refuse. Guo Ziyang walked over, put his arm around Lu Dust's shoulders, and smiled. I'm going to take you to a good meal. Today is a good day, let's go celebrate as a family. We haven't eaten together since brother-in-law came out.
If brother-in-law doesn't give me face, he has to give my sister face as well.
Lu Dust hesitated and nodded, let's go. The state guesthouse is just across the street, and the group walked there. On the road, Guo Ziyang put his arm around Lu Dust's shoulder, gesture close, full of joy, intimate appearance. Do not know also thought that two people are brothers. Brother-in-law, you went in for these 3 years, my sister has been waiting for you. Now that you are out, my sister does not have to work so hard, and when you make a lot of money, my sister will be able to take a good rest. Brother-in-law, I think highly of you. By the way, you haven't eaten at the state guesthouse, have you? There's a signature dish here, lion's head goose, very famous. I'll order one for you to try later. Guo Ziyang spoke of his brother-in-law with a pleasing look on his face, while Lu Chen frowned. Such a kind invitation to dinner? There is something fishy. The crowd had just reached the door and were about to enter when an angry shout came. Stop, you are not allowed to enter. A small waiter angrily pointed at Lu Dust, his face full of contempt. We are a high-class restaurant here, men have to wear formal attire and ties, country bumpkins like you who don't have more than $100 on your body are not qualified to enter. Lu Dust? Glancing at Guo Ziyang and his party who were snickering at the side, he instantly understood. Calling him to dinner was fake, and finding someone to humiliate him was real. Who gave you the right? Guo Shiwen angrily opened her mouth, pointing at the small waiter and chided, call your manager over. The waiter glanced at Lu Chen with disdain. Beauty, I'm just following the rules, a country bumpkin like him doesn't even have the qualifications to be a welcoming guest here, let alone come to eat. You. Sister, don't be angry people are also according to the rules. Guo Shiwen's lungs were about to explode, just about to get angry, when Guo Xiaoge spoke up. They are also working according to the rules, so don't make it difficult for them. Some people are born with a cheap life, and there are ways to live a cheap life. Eating street stalls is fine. Eat what state guest house? Guo Ziyang frowned and opened, Xiaoya. Don't talk nonsense, what cheap life? There's no such thing as high or low. What's more, Lu Chen is our brother-in-law, we are family. Guo Ziyang glared at Guo Xiaoya, and then turned his head to look at the small waiter. A pleasing look inquired, hello, we are a family. Today we came together to eat a family dinner, do you see how about some accommodation? Guo Ziyang took out 2 red tickets, wanting to stuff to the small waiter. Who knows, the little waiter took a step back and said sternly. No means no. You guys can enter, he can't. This is the rule of the state guest house. Guo Ziyang had a difficult look on his face, looked back at Lu Chuan with a I tried my best expression, and said quietly, why don't we do it this way, brother-in-law? You wait for us at the door for a while. I'll pack a lion's head goose and bring it out for you. There's a stone table there, you sit outside and eat. Guo Ziyang pointed to a set of stone tables in the small garden at the entrance of the hotel, and said to Lu Chuan, you wait for a while, we will send you out when you have ordered the food. When Guo Ziyang said this, Guo Xiaoya and Guo De snorted and laughed out, looking at Lu Duan playfully. Guo Ziyang, what do you mean? Guo Shiwen was enraged. She could see that the invitation, the state guesthouse, and the celebration were all fucking fake. Even this little waiter was arranged by them. This was a play. The purpose was to humiliate Lu Chen. Guo Ziyang looked aggrieved. I didn't mean anything, I just wanted to treat my brother-in-law to a nice meal but he couldn't get in, so what could I do? Don't put on a show here. Guo Shiwen's pretty face was red and she angrily shouted, don't think I don't know what you guys mean. Didn't you go around in such a big circle just to see Lu Chen's joke? Is that interesting? We're all relatives, we don't see each other's heads, so let's leave a thread, and we'll see each other in the future. Lu Chuan, let's go. Guo Shiwen pulled Lu Duan and turned to leave, when a voice as clear as a silver bell came from behind. The voice from behind was as clear as a silver bell. Chapter 40 Little Dusty Dust. Crisp, pleasing to the ear, like summer herbal tea. The crowd turned back. Only to see a woman wearing a mint-colored long dress with a straw hat on her head, her white skin, blending in with the long dress on her body, bringing a hint of coolness to the muddy, hot air. At this moment, this beautiful woman was waving her white arms, her big almond-like eyes filled with joy, towards Lu Dust, shouting. Little Dusty Dust. We meet again. This beauty was no other than Xu Huairou. Beautiful What a beauty. That stunning face, so similar to Disney's princess at large. Guo Ziyang and Guo De looked directly dumbfounded. It's you. Compared to Xu Huairou's enthusiasm, Lu Chuan's reaction was rather bland. What a coincidence, meeting again. This is not coincidence. This is called fate. Xu Huairou face full of joyful color of the road,
people with destiny, in order to meet again and again. You have not heard that sentence, the previous life of the 500 times look back, in order to exchange for this life shoulder rubbing. We meet several times in a row, the previous life at least had hundreds of millions of times look back.
Hundreds of millions of times? The last life is because of too much head twisting, the neck broken to death, right? Lu Chuan said.
Ha Chu Huairo let out a burst of silver bell-like laughter, her posture body swinging, her mint green long skirt fluttering with her posture, and a faint perfume odor wafting out.
Some people's laughs were horrible, but some people's laughs would make the bystanders happy along with them. Chu Huairo is the latter. With this smile of hers, Guo Ziyang and Guo De both looked straight in the eyes. Brother-in-law, this beauty is?
Without waiting for Lu Chen to speak, Chu Huairo turned her head to Guo Ziyang and raised her eyebrows.
Brother-in-law? Are you guys from the Guo family?
Guo Ziyang took a step forward and acted courteously. I am the Grand Duke of the Guo family.
The Guo family's eldest son, the Diamond King.
No matter where he went, there were always countless beautiful women flying towards Guo Ziyang, and there were no less than 100 beautiful women ambushing his crotch, but 100 beautiful women together were not as good as this beautiful woman in front of him.
Simply too beautiful.
Like a piece of clear, keep turquoise jade, want to hold it in the hands.
Guo family's eldest son ah?
Chu Huairo plucked up the tone and spread a smile. Who do I think it is? It turns out to be Little Dusty's brother-in-law.
By the way, you guys came to eat? Why don't you go in?
It just so happens that I also eat. Little Dust, eat with me. I like lion's head goose, you eat with me.
Lu Dust sneered and raised the little waiter with his chin.
He said I'm not wearing formal attire, so I'm not allowed to enter.
Not allowed to enter? Chu Huairo violently turned her head, angrily stared at the waiter and drank. What are you? What right do you have to not allow guests to enter? In addition, when did the state guesthouse come up with the rule of not wearing formal attire and not being allowed to enter? Lu Chen laughed. As far as I know, the state guesthouse doesn't have this rule, so I guess I've been bribed to find a waiter here to make things difficult for me, right? He glanced at Guo Ziyang and his party with his gaze. Three people's face immediately changed. Was Xiaoya hiding in the two brothers behind, whispered, this woman is the rich woman who adopted Lu Dust. Guo Ziyang and Guo Da? Crap.
Such a beautiful rich woman, not to mention the adoption, asked them to pour paste, they are also willing to Guo Ziyang stepped forward, his chest puffed out. This beautiful woman, this is a rule that has just been set by the state guesthouse. Lu Duan is my brother-in-law, and we are angry that he is not allowed to enter, but the state guesthouse is different from other hotels, and there are very many rules here.
We have to respect the rules here, don't we?
I told my brother-in-law to sit at the stone table by the entrance and we ordered food and packed it out for him.
The view from the stone table is okay. Looking at the view and eating the food from the state guesthouse is not too elegant, pretty lady, don't you think so? Other people sit inside to eat, Lu Dust one person sitting in the door to eat? And pack it out? What's the point of sending out a beggar?
Chu Huairo swept a glance at Guo Ziyang, the waiter, and then glanced at Lu Chuan, instantly recognizing the situation. Eyebrows raised, pink lips hooked up a touch of curvature, tone suddenly changed, pasty and soft, pampered.
Early heard that the Guo family's great son's reputation, today I see really is true to its name. Just do not know, Guo family big son to invite me to eat what it?
Almond eyes, delicate voice, a moment ago or a piece of jade that can only be seen from afar cannot be played with, this moment has become a beauty with a variety of flavors. Crisp and soft voice, listening to Guo Ziyang whole body sweat hairs stand up, bones are crispy.
Hurriedly said. What do you want to eat? What to eat? As long as you open your mouth.
Chu Huairo wrinkled her small eyebrows, expression cute, but the price of the state guesthouse is very expensive I don't dare to randomly point, I'm really afraid of messing up the point, to over the big son of the burden it.
This beauty, too crispy. Guo Ziyang's heart trembled, full of Chu Huairo, don't worry about the money problem, you can eat despite. In order to show his integrity. Guo Ziyang took out a card and handed it to the manager. Take the card. Here is 500,000, this beautiful lady, eat what counts on my account. Beautiful lady, so you feel relieved, right? Chu Huairo, a look of excitement, jumped up and clapped his hands, looking at Guo Ziyang's eyes full of admiration and excitement. Oh brother good generous oh. Which man does not like to be worshipped by beautiful women? Guo Ziyang's whole body was floating. Then we can go in to eat?
Chu Huairo suddenly hesitated, her little face full of embarrassment. Brother Gui is handsome and charming, as bright as the stars.
Just one look at me and my heart starts pounding. It's embarrassing to sit and eat with you. Damn, too crispy.
Crispy Guo Zhiyong's whole body is numb, and he can't wait to pounce directly.
Suddenly, Chu Huairo's eyes lit up. He smile. I thought of a way. Change a place with dark light? For example, so-and-so hotel? Guo Zhiyong was full of expectations, and the next moment Chu Huairo opened her mouth.
Guo brother does not go in is good. Do not go in, I do not have to be embarrassed. Small dust, let's go. This day at noon Guo brother treat. Chu Huairo put her arm around Lu Duan and walked towards the inside of the state guest house.
Chapter 41. He's so disgusting. Guo Zhiyong? He's confused. What the hell? He pays for dinner but he's not allowed in? Stop. Guo Zhiyong let out a cry of rage as he realized that he might have been tricked. Beauty, something's wrong with you, isn't it? Taking my money and going to dinner with another man? Chu Huairo smile like flowers, starry eyes flow. Cannot? You want to invite me to dinner, I gave you the opportunity. Grass. Guo Zhiyong angry, chided, you think naive. When I am the wrongdoer? Even if I am willing to treat you. Guo Zhiyong angrily pointed at Lu Chen, he can't get into the state guest house either. Chu Huairo smiled faintly and turned her head to the lobby manager who rushed over, this doorman can be fired. In fact, he is the first day at work, and is not yet an employee of the state guest house. The lobby manager wanted to explain a couple of sentences, saw Chu Huairo's eyes glaring, and hurriedly said, yes, this will be fired. Glaring at the waiter, he chided, you can get lost. Then, making a pleased gesture, he bent down and said to Lu Chuan. Mr. Lu, this way please. Chu Huairo wrapped her arm around Lu Dust's arm and held Guo Zhiyong's bank card in her other hand. He smiled and said, what do you want to eat, little Dust? This card has $500,000 in it, want to eat whatever you want to eat. Oh. Guo Zhiyong understood. He was fooled. At that moment, burst of anger, scolded, you bitch, give me the card. I am the eldest son of the Guo family, you dare to offend me? Snap. As soon as the words fell, the lobby manager slapped him over. Do you know what this lady's identity is? Guo Zhiyong stumbled and covered his face as he looked at the lobby manager incredulously. A waiter dares to hit him? Roared. Fuck, what is her identity? Not just a bitch. Lu Chen is the bottom of the social scum, the rich woman who supports him is just an ordinary small boss, the real rich woman supports the stars in the circle of fresh meat. The lobby manager sneered and opened his mouth. Have you heard of Missy? State guesthouse owner, Chu family miss. In an instant, Guo Zhiyong, Guo De, and Gui Xiaoya were petrified. Throughout the Jiangnan region, there were no less than 20 rich family ladies, but only one person dared to call it, the first lady. Chu family Missy. Chu family ranked third rich, with the traditional rich male successor is different. Chu family from ancient times has always been by the woman in power. Chu family of women all face value and strength coexist. The head of the family, Chu Hong, was a famous woman in the entire Jiangnan. In the Jiangnan region, there was a saying circulating. Kidnap anyone, but not Chu Hong. There was a mysterious force behind her that could allow her to get out of trouble every time she was in danger, and, whoever dared to look for trouble with her, the consequences would be unimaginable. There was once a northern boss who taunted Chu Hong at a cocktail party, saying that she was nothing more than a woman, and that she should kneel for men. In front of everyone, he exposed his lower body to Chu Hong. Humiliated to her face. A week later, the boss had an accident and became a vegetable, and the company in his hands was swallowed up by a mysterious force. A year later, the head of the company was replaced by Chu Jia. No one knew how Chu Hong did it, but since then, no one dared to mock Chu Hong one more time. In the world, there was a kind of woman that could not be messed with. It was the Chu family's woman. Compared to the Chu family, the Guo family was just a little old brother and could not even touch the edge. She was actually the Chu family's first miss? The Chu family's first miss would be harboring Lu Duan? The three people were confused, and at the same time, crumbled deep inside. Why doesn't the Chu family's big miss adopt me? Because I'm ugly? Guo Zhiyong and Guo De were about to burst into tears with jealousy. Gui Xiaoya, on the other hand, was full of shock, full of regret. Yesterday when the Chu family's big miss gave her a slap, she should have fallen to the ground obediently. Wasn't it possible to blackmail a sum of money? And even more shocked was Guo Shirwan. The Chu family's big miss was famous, so Guo Shirwan had naturally heard of it, but she just didn't understand why Lu Chen was hanging out with her. And Guo Xiaoya said that the Chu family's big miss had adopted Lu Duan? He cheated on her? Not only did he cheat, but he also became a duck?
When Guo Shirwan was confused, Lu Chen suddenly turned around and shouted, "Shirwan, come in, let's eat together." Hearing the word Shirwan, Chu Huairou instantly changed her face.
Guo Shirwan is your wife, right? Lu Chen nodded, yes. That person.
Chu Huairou and Guo Shirwan glanced at each other, and their eyes met, as if they were fighting swords and knives, and the blades touched each other, and sparks erupted, and a few rounds came down, and there was no victory or defeat. Jin Huan and Hua Fei look at each other with a sense of vision. However, in the next second, Chu Huairou spread her face and smiled, and her sweet and greasy voice shouted, "Sister, let's eat together, someone is treating me today." "No, I'm not hungry, you guys eat, I have something to do first." Different from Chu Huairou's enthusiasm, Guo Shirwan had a face of "do not enter," and dropped a sentence in a clear and cold manner, turning around to leave. Although she had already decided to divorce Lu Chuan a month later, she was still angry when she saw Lu Chuan standing so close to a big beautiful woman.
Doing unsavory work and being adopted by a woman. What kind of man could do such a thing? Not only is he greedy for money, he's also a duck. It's disgusting. Counting the time, there is still half a month left. After half a month we must divorce. Guo Shirwan gritted her teeth. Lu Chuan's image dropped another level in his mind. Chapter 42 Chu Beauty. Are you the boss here? After entering the private room, Lu Chuan asked curiously. Of course. Chu Huairou patted her towering breasts and said, I still have a lot of industry, if you are with me, you can struggle for 80 years less. 80 years, that is not directly into the coffin? Lu Dust flirted. The master chef of the state guesthouse is really good, especially the signature dish of the lion's head goose. It is colorful and fragrant, first-class taste. With just one bite, Lu Dust's eyes lit up. This goose is delicious. The old man should like it, pack a copy for him tomorrow and send it over. Chu Huairou pretended not to understand. Who is the old man? Your friend? My master. Yo, you have a master. How's your relationship with your master? Mom told me to get to know Lu Chuan better and find out his character first. Chu Huairou blinked her eyes. My relationship with him I hate him, he hates me, and we dislike each other. That's pretty much it. As soon as Lu Dust opened his mouth, Chu Huairou was confused. What kind of relationship is this? Immediately after, Lu Chuan's words changed, a smile on his face. On the surface we bicker, but I know that he cares about me and recognizes me as his disciple. I also respect him a lot. He has saved my life a few times. Not only is he my master, but he is also a savior and a father. Still knows how to be grateful. Chu Huairou silently nodded, ate, chatted, and after the wine was full, Chu Huairou inquired with a mysterious face. Little Dusty, you said the other day that a beautiful woman had a plague of blood, is it true? A beautiful woman? Lu Dust, two eyes confused, long forgotten which beautiful woman. This is it. Chu Huairou took out her cell phone photo. Lu Dust fixed eyes to see, is the coffee shop, was he counted in the blood disaster of the beauty, frowned and said, I do not see out Miss Chu actually so concerned about a stranger's business. Chu Huairou face arrogant smile, that is of course, this lady is kind-hearted, helpful, and you speak of mysterious, I am curious about very normal The seven sisters have discussed, for the time being do not tell Lu Dust their identity. Tell you can also, but Lu Dust deliberately paused, and then smilingly surveyed a circle on her body, continued, you have to tell me your name. Thinking of the marriage contract set by her father, Chu Huairou's cheeks burned for a while. After telling him the name, wouldn't the truth come out? So pampered and said, not said well, people surnamed Chu, named Beauty, everyone called me Miss. Is it really called Chu Mei Run? Will not be fooling me? Lu Dust's expression is a little odd, shifted his attention to the woman on the photo, this beautiful black hall of India, with a fierce face. If not promptly resolved, there will be a plague of blood in January. Ah! Chu Huairou exclaimed in shock, small hands cover the mouth, apricot eyes full of fear, that how to dissolve Knowledge of people face, can probe into something very limited, want to crack, must be, and her face to face, to explore. Chu Huairou nervously asked, then if not dissolved, she will not die Although the seven sisters had the same father and different mothers, their feelings were very sincere, and they had been caring for each other for so many years, and were no different from their own sisters. Seeing her so nervous, Lu Chen frowned, this beauty is not your friend, right? You answer me first. Chu Huairou said with a pout. This person's face is rich and powerful, his family should be a party of predators, because of this robbery is extraordinarily dangerous, if it is not broken, it will certainly be fragrant.
Since I know Lu Dust is the father's disciple, Chu Huairou said to him convinced, got up and said, Small Dust, I go to the restroom. What do you want to eat? Casually point, brush Guo Ziyang's card.
Good. Lu Dust replied, then greeted the waiter, can you pack? Of course you can.
The waiter smiled and said, this is the lady's guest, not to mention packing. Even if you ask our chef to go to your house to make it, there will be no hesitation. Then make a package of all the dishes on the table, 2 lion's head geese, and ask the errand boy to send them to Meyer Cabinet Factory. Also, order 10 lion's head geese for me. Help me deliver them to the West Suburb prison tomorrow. My parents have been eating chaff for the past few years, so I'll let them taste the delicacies of this upscale restaurant.
As for the second portion of lion's head goose, it's for Guo Sherwan.
The other 10 servings are for the old man.
Good. The waiter was courteous, we will arrange it here.
Lu Dust nodded. At this time, the cell phone rang. It is Tiger, Zinketon Nail Households, Xia family, a total of 209 members, the head of the family, Meng Xiulian.
Lu Dust returned, go to Zinketon and wait for me. Jiangnan City Public Security Bureau, Director's Office.
Office chair sitting on a beautiful woman, her face delicate, tall, head tied a ponytail, quite a valiant feeling. At this moment, the phone buzzed and vibrated.
Caller ID 4th sister. Hello?
Second sister, something big is wrong. Just now Lu Duan told me, saying that you have a bloodlust. If you don't break it, your life will be in danger, so hurry up and come over. On the phone, Chu Huairou's urgent voice came.
Are you sure he is not joking?
Of course sure.
Chu Huairou said, he doesn't know our relationship, how can he joke? Sure enough, people are afraid of death. By her so Meng Wanchua's face suddenly sank back. Good, but I still have a little something to deal with here, I will go over to him later.
This person has always been strong, simply do not believe that the gods and ghosts fortune-telling say, but then the old man use of physiognomy helped her family a few times, she understood a truth. It was not that physiognomy metaphysics was unreliable, it was that there were too many half-assed people who were not good at learning the art, ruining the reputation of this line of work, but Lu Chuan was different, as the old man's close disciple, his methods were extraordinary.
After a while, she received a WeChat. Lu Dust went to Zinketon Xia's house.
At the entrance of the state guest house, Guo Ziyong and the others walked back and forth anxiously. Guo De gritted his teeth, I still can't figure out how Miss Chu fell for that laborer. This kid perennial fitness, with a high-grade suit, looks handsome, charm over countless beautiful girls, but just now, Chu Huairou unexpectedly did not even look at him a glance, but on the contrary to the Lu Dust, the heart of the secret love. Guo Ziyang consoled, maybe it is to see him strong, a little fresh, after a few days to play tired of kicking, a moment we give Missy apologized, and then invited to dinner some other day, the opportunity does not come? That Miss Chu is a slut, even Lu Dust like waste, brother you buy some sea dog pills, surely can take her down.
Guo Xiaoya rolled her eyes and had a bimbo face.
When he was spitting, 2 people's silhouettes came out from within the state guesthouse. The woman's body was exquisite, her appearance was pretty, the man was graceful and handsome. The 2 people talked and laughed as if they were a pair of people.
Chapter 43 Losing a Lady and a Soldier. Miss Chu.
Guo Ziyang hurriedly greeted him. A minute ago, he was still spitting with anger on his face. The moment he saw Chu Huairou, he immediately switched to pandering.
Miss Chu, I'm really sorry, what just happened was a misunderstanding. It didn't affect Miss Chu's dining mood, right?
Chu family Miss can be looked at by her, this life cannot have to struggle. Guo Ziyang and Guo De 2 people straightened up their chests, have come forward to show themselves, just to let Chu Huairou high regard.
I ate very well. By the way, thank you for treating me, here's your card.
Guo Ziyang was relieved, there was $500,000 in here. Even if the Guo family is rich, but the money is not blown by the wind, $500,000 is Guo Ziyang's pocket money for 3 months a rough calculation. State banquet a meal per capita of about $1,000. Casually 2 people eat, $3,000 also stopped.
$3,000 to buy Chu Huairou a favor? It's a fortune. Miss Chu, you are too polite, what thank you or not, we are all doing business in Jiangnan City, Lu Chuan is my brother-in-law, you are friends with Lu Chuan.
Then we are friends, treating friends to a casual meal, spending a few $1,000s, no need to say thank you.
Guo Ziyang waved his hand, very proudly, with an expression of I'm not bad at money.
Chu Huairou's pretty face turned red, her voice soft.
Aya, young Master Guo's generous treat looks so handsome.
Worthy of being Jiangnan City's #1 diamond bachelor, really handsome, the most handsome person I've ever seen. Chu Huairou's big watery eyes were full of stars as she looked at Guo Ziyang, which made Guo Ziyang feel like flying, the whole person was like cotton, almost flying up.
Ha ha, Miss Chu, you are polite.
Not just a meal, this card you keep, as long as Miss Chu is willing, I can treat Miss Chu to dinner every day.
Really? Chu Huiro starry-eyed. Guo Zhiyong raised his chin, of course.
But Chu Huiro took the golden bank card, full of small aggrieved, this card has no money
No money? 500,000 spent in one meal? Guo Zhiyong confused. The first thing that came out of his mouth was, what did he eat? 2 people can eat 500,000?
Chu Huiro tone of voice in vain a cold, this lady eat what, but also to you report?
No.
Guo Zhiyong hastily shook his head. Chu Huiro yawned, face appeared tired, waved a wave of white jade arm, sleepy, I want to go back to rest.
I'm going to go back and rest.
Guo Zhiyong and his party gritted their teeth and dared to speak out in anger, I won't disturb Miss Chu's rest then. Chu Huiro took Lu Duan's arm and left, and just after walking a few meters away, she turned around and turned back to the 3 people.
By the way, in order to thank Mr. Guo for treating us to dinner, I gave the Guo family a gift. A gift? The 3 people's eyes lit up.
The anger in Guo Zhiyong's heart plummeted down, although there was this nuisance, Lu Chuan, he had finally befriended this great lady of the Chu family.
From now on, going out and introducing himself as a friend of Miss Chu, how imposing would that be? Networking is a resource that money can't buy.
In the business world, business can do strong and big, in addition to their own strength, contacts is essential, contacts will make a dying company, back from the dead. Can make a small company, in a year to complete the magnificent transformation.
As long as climbed on the thigh of the Chu family, Guo family heir position is not his Guo Zhiyong?
Today this meal please is too worthwhile.
Guo Zhiyong's entire excitement, can't wait to ask, where's the gift? The gift is here.
Lobby manager took a board out, nailed the board in the doorway of the state guesthouse in a conspicuous position.
On the board was written, the Guo family and their dogs are not allowed to step into the state guesthouse.
Guo Zhiyong felt a rush of congestion in his brain.
The Guo family and their dogs are not allowed to enter?
If this were to spread out, their Guo family would become the laughingstock of the entire Jiangnan.
Moreover, everyone knew that he, Guo Zhiyong, had offended Miss Chu, so who would dare to work with him? Unable to accept such a reality, he yelled, Missy. Missy, don't go.
The lobby manager stopped him, Missy went back to rest, please do not disturb.
Guo Zhiyong angrily cursed, you fucking get out of the way, I don't believe that Missy Chu would tear her face off with our Guo family for a little white boy. The manager ignored him and directly said to the security guard next to him, blast out.
Guo Zhiyong angrily cursed, I am the eldest son of the Guo family, immediately let go of me, or I will kill you.
Guo Zhiyong's voice just fell, the security guard raised his leg and kicked directly in the abdomen of Guo Zhiyong, his entire person into a lobster, the lobby manager sneered. Guo family? In front of Chu's group, you are not shit. Roll.
In the parking lot, 3 people sat in a car with gloomy faces.
Guo De gritted his teeth and said, big brother, I am not willing. Lao Zi is even more unwilling. Guo Zhiyong angrily roared, Lu Duan is fucking looking for death.
Guo Xiaoya is also a face of resentment, can think of the last few times to find Lu dust trouble, all is a loss of the wife and soldiers, is a little scared.
I'm not willing to, but he seems to be toxic, obviously every plan is seamless, but he can turn the tables every time, brother, or not we have to endure, and wait for him and Guo Shirwan divorced and then clean him up. Thinking of the humiliation just received, Guo Zhiyong simply cannot suppress the anger in his heart, his eyes are filled with resentment. No way. I can't wait a moment longer. We can't kill him, but there are people who can kill him. Chapter 44, Get Him Dead. Guo Da's eyes lit up, Big Brother is talking about Mang Bo? Guo Da's eyes lit up, Big Brother is talking about Mang Bo? Guo Zhiyong took out his cell phone and called Mang Bo. Immediately after the call was answered, he hemmed and hawed and laughed. Meng, guess who I just saw?
Meng Bo did not have the good sense to say, have a fart quickly put.
Guo Zhiyong, that face reveals sinister color, said in a conspiratorial manner, just now I saw Lu Dust and Miss Chu, arm in arm together into the state guest house. Listening to the state guest house manager said, the 2 people are boyfriend and girlfriend. Who the hell are you talking about? Chu Group Missy and Lu Dust?
Meng Bo sat up violently, as the top mansion's son, he and Chu Huiro often can meet, for that sweet-looking, but also quirky big beauty, of course, harboring adoration. Even a few times at the ball, quietly expressed their feelings, the result was Chu Huiro teased and embarrassed. Behind the Chu's group, there is a behemoth that makes the Jiangnan business circle who do not dare to mess with, he did not dare to use force, can only give up, and turn to continue to pursue Guo Shirwan. In fact, he is not how much like Guo just cannot get as the best. The more Guo refused, the more he wanted to conquer. Wanted to watch that cold beauty, panting under him. But now, his two dream girls had all become Lu Chen's possessions, and his entire body was about to explode with anger. Guo Ziyang knew that his plan had succeeded, and continued to add fuel to the fire. Yes, it's the Chu group's eldest daughter, the two people hand in hand, can be close. I'm just angry, on the family, on the appearance, on the education, on cultivation. Brother Mang, you can dump Lu dust 10 streets, why he can sit on two big beautiful I just heard him say to Miss Chu that he doesn't like Guo at all, and the reason why he didn't get a divorce is because he wants to see you get jealous and angry. He didn't even look at himself. Would Meng be jealous of him? He also said that when he got Guo pregnant, he would divorce her and let you be the receiver. This sentence, like a knife, ruthlessly pierced into Meng Bo's heart. Although he knew that Guo Ziyang's words were half true and half false, he was already furious and didn't care about the truth. He wanted to kill Lu Chen. Hanging up the phone, Guo Ziyang's face hung with a strong sense of triumph. Meng Bo was angry. Lu Dust is dead. Guo Xiaoya's small face was worried. However, the first 2 times Meng Bo looked for trouble with Lu Duan, he was able to get away with it, so I always feel that this person is not simple. What's more, he has someone to help. Guo De glanced at his sister and snorted a laugh, flirting. What? Scared by Miss Chu's? Lu Dust is a little white boy. Do you really think Miss Chu likes him much? He is just because he has a skin, a labor reformer who just came out of prison. What qualification does he have to be adored by Miss Chu? Just wait, Miss Chu will dump him after a few days of casual play. Guo Ziyang, with a mysterious face, said to the two, yesterday, my dad told me that Grandpa's 1-month assessment is not only to select the most outstanding heir, but the person with the worst performance is likely to be punished. Oh. The two people's faces sank upon hearing this. What punishment? It's not going to be kicked out of the Guo family, right? The Guo family's business in the past few years has been average, and the population is large, so there really aren't that many industries to divide up. Guo Ziyang said quietly, specifically what punishment I do not know, it is estimated that will be kicked out of the Guo family. Lu Dust with take over Zinketon that piece of land. He and Guo family, now a month only half a month left, Zinketon that piece of land, not to mention half a month, give him half a year time, he also do not want to take down. This time, Guo would definitely lose. An unspeakably smug smile appeared on the three people's faces. Guo Xiaoya hemmed and hawed and rolled her big eyes. Isn't Guo a self-proclaimed business genius? Every day she has a cold face and tugs like a 2x4, let's see what she'll do this time. Of the 4 siblings, she is the oldest and has the worst performance. If I were Grandpa, I would directly kick her out of the Guo family. Guo Ziyang smiled faintly, we'll see. At 2 p.m., the Audi appeared on the street side of Zinketon. Here stood a row of bungalows. The houses were a bit old, but they were very well decorated, with carved dragons and phoenixes, somewhat like the residences of ancient dignitaries. At the entrance of the alley, there was a plaque with the 4 big words Xie's ancestral residence engraved on it, with dragons flying and phoenixes dancing, very imposing. And on the outer wall of the Xie clan's mansion in the alley, all of them were engraved with various flower patterns. There were peonies and sunflowers, the colors were bright and beautiful. Lu Chuan had already understood the situation. The Xie family had been an official during the Qing dynasty, and the patriarch at that time had asked a feng shui master to choose this place as the ancestral home, and at the same time arranged the Xie family's ancestral tomb under the ancestral home, saying that it would allow future generations to enjoy glory and wealth. But obviously, that master was a fraud. Today's Xie family, though prosperous, has fallen into disrepair and is full of ordinary people. Of course, prosperous people, but also the Xie family's most powerful place, men, women and children more than 200, under the leadership of the old lady Meng Sholian, simply not afraid of all kinds of means. You talk about money, we don't care. You demolish, the old lady will lie down in front of the door, hurt a hair, immediately call the police. You play black, the old man manipulate the guy, with you to fight. So much so that the demolition department has changed more than a dozen leaders, but none of them can deal with the Xie family, so when she heard that the old man let Lu Dust take over, Guo will be strongly opposed. Anyone with a discerning eye could see that the old master was digging a hole. Guo's family members are all waiting to see Lu Dust joke. Parked the car, people just went down, before locking the door, heard a howling sound. Roll. Chapter 45. What did you just say? This voice, shocked Lu Dust. In the hands of the car keys almost fell, looked up to see a man carrying a shovel, wearing a white culture shirt, sitting in front of the Xie family. The old face full of wrinkles, like a loyal dog guarding the door of Xie's house.
Lu Dust smiled faintly. Hello, I'm from AVIC Construction. I'm here to talk to Mrs. Meng about the demolition and relocation. AVIC Construction? Demolition? You're the Guo family's scrappy son-in-law, Lu Chuan? What do you mean? The C's are quick on the uptake. He took over this mess in the morning, and they already know? Mr. Meng, people are coming.
The middle-aged man sneered. Only to hear a creak, the gate opened. There were hundreds of people standing in that courtyard. On the left were ordinary people dressed in ordinary clothes. They should be the Xie family's clansmen. But the right side was different. Each and every one of them wore taekwondo uniforms. The team was neat and tidy. Their eyes were fierce. They looked like experts who had practiced. A young man walked out from the inner mansion. His face was grim, his eyes were fierce, and he was murderous.
It was none other than the Meng family's eldest young man, Meng Bo. Beside him, there was also a middle-aged man, dressed in black casual clothes with an astonishing aura. Bai Xiao? Tiger recognized him at a glance and his brows tightened. You recognize? Lu Chen asked.
Without waiting for Tiger to answer, Meng Bo arrogantly shouted, his name is Bai Xiao, he is the president of the Jiangnan City Taekwondo Association, and all the ones standing over here are experts of the Taekwondo Association.
Lu Dust smelled a hint of something wrong. Did Guo Ziyang ask you to come? It's none of your business who asked me to come.
Meng Bo moved a chair and sat down, proudly crossed his legs. Xie family is unlikely to agree to demolition, you hurry to get out.
Lu Dust's eyes narrowed slightly. What do you mean? What do you mean? I just want to screw you.
Meng Bo with a cocky expression, if you can't handle the Xie family, you won't be able to complete your mission, and at the end of the month when you are assessed, you and Guo Shiwen will have to be at the bottom of the list, and you won't be able to get a single penny of the Guo family's assets. At that time, your family will have to live on the streets.
And Guo Shiwen will divorce you. You'll be left with nothing. Seeing that Lu Chen was unmoved, he continued to preach.
Compared to assets, I, Meng Bo, am 10,000 times stronger than you.
If you offer 10 million to make them move, I will give 20 million.
If you want to demolish the house, these brothers of mine are good at fighting 10 to 1. If you dare to take a step into Xie's house, you are trespassing. Even if I beat you to death, it's still self-defense.
Lu Dust, you tell me, what are you taking to demolish? He laughed out loud with an arrogant expression. Even dozens of meters apart, Lu Chuan could see the rampancy and disdain on his face. Thank you, Mr. Meng, for administering justice. Help us drive away this group of evil people.
The Xie family stood behind Meng Bo and expressed their gratitude. Since the demolition of the surrounding area, every few days a group of people would come to their door to talk about the demolition. After the Xie family refused, they used all kinds of tactics, stopping water and electricity, door-to-door threats, and disturbing the people in the middle of the night, which made the Xie family suffer a lot. In order to get rid of this group of demolition office people, the Xie family racked their brains and exhausted the means. Meng Bo brought people to the door and took the initiative to help the Xie family, helping the Xie family drive away the demolition people. The Xie family is naturally very grateful.
At this moment,
facing Lu Dust, the Xie family was filled with anger, waving their fists and roaring.
Scram!
Our home will never be demolished. You will never set foot in our house.
Tiger swept a glance at Meng Bo's people, as well as by Xiao. His face was grim as he clenched his fists and inquired to Lu Dust, Mr. Lu, do you need me to call some people over? Mr. Lu, do you need me to call some people over? Lu Dust shook his head and said, a bunch of clowns are just clowns, they can't make any waves. Ha ha ha. Meng Bo smiled proudly and looked at Lu Dust again, despising, a bunch of clowns? You are really crazy. If you have the guts, step into the Xie family's gate and see how the clowns in your mouth can kill you, a piece of trash. The Taekwondo masters in the courtyard all twisted their necks and made clicking noises. The momentum was compelling.
Meng Bo became even more complacent, standing on the doorway, looking down on Lu Duan with contemptuous eyes, as if he was looking down on an insignificant ant. As long as there is a day when I am here, you scum will never think of stepping into the Xie family. Meng Bo was full of springtime complacency. Lu Dust did not say anything and slapped him. Next to him Bai Xiao saw this and shouted angrily, You seek death. Saying that, he flew up and kicked towards Lu Chuan's face. Lu Dust coldly laughed, legs flying so high, not afraid of tearing the egg. Speaking at the same time, kicked out a foot, kicked in the white smile of the other leg, foot slipped, a split fell to the ground, his mouth immediately grew into an O shape, hands covering a certain place, fell to the ground full of pain, instantly lost the ability to fight. Immediately after the second person stepped forward. Bang, a kick. The third person, pop, a slap.
the fourth, the fifth. All of them only needed one move and all of them fell to the ground. In an instant, all the experts at the Xie clan's entrance fell to the ground, the scene was silent, and Lu Chuan stood in the center of the crowd, like a god of war. Raising his eyebrows at Meng Bo. What did you just say? I am not allowed to step in half a step? Chapter 46 Two Plans. In front of the scene, the Xie family were all stunned. Crikey, this Nima really is a person? A person knocked over 24 people? It is not said that they are all the taekwondo masters who have won awards? Is this an expert? Meng Bo, who wanted to see Lu Chuan on his knees begging for mercy, was even more wide-eyed, with an expression of having seen a ghost. The ones he invited are not street punks, they are all battle-hardened, award-winning taekwondo experts. How come they didn't even last 10 minutes? Lu Dust, you dare to hit my people, believe it or not I. Haven't finished a sentence, Lu Dust raised his hand and slapped his hand, powerful and heavy, directly lifting Meng Bo to the ground. Not only did I hit your people, I also hit you. Bah! Meng Bo spat out a mouthful of blood foam, his face grimacing. Good. Very good. He sent a message on his cell phone, Bureau Huang, come over here. Meng Bo laughed viciously. He had two plans today. The first one, to take Lu Chuan's life. If Bai Xiao gives it a go, he will directly kill Lu Chen, and then spend money to settle the Xie family's people. Because of the strength that Lu Chen had shown twice before, Meng Bo was worried that Bai Xiao was not his opponent. Once Bai Xiao fails, he still has a backhand. Yellow Bureau. As long as Lu Chuan dared to make a move, he would make a call over and directly arrest Lu Chuan and put him in jail. You are the reincarnation of Ip Man, you can beat 100 of them, so what? How dare you hit a cop? He is going to let Lu Dust rot in jail. Oh, Luck Chun, are you feeling good now? I'm going to make you feel even better. You'll understand one thing when Huang comes over. In this world. Before Meng Bo finished his words, Lu Chuan kicked Meng Bo's chin, and Meng Bo's two incisors flew out directly, falling to the ground like a dead dog. Lu Chuan rolled his eyes. What a lot of nonsense. He stepped forward and crossed over Meng Bo, heading straight for the Xie family. The Xie family was shocked. What are you doing? Just now that scene is too fierce. At this moment, Lu Dust in the eyes of the Xie family is like a god of war in the world, shivering, do not dare to fight for one. Fear that Lu Chuan slap down and knock out their teeth. The old man. Lu Chuan opened his mouth, his voice was gentle and carried a sense of humility. I wonder if I can talk to you for a moment. Meng Xiulian subconsciously just backed up a step and thought in their own homes, she has what to be afraid of, a handful of old bones. She did not believe that Lu Dust dared to beat him to death. She snorted lightly and turned her head to lead the people into the courtyard. Yuck! Meng Bo spat out the two incisors and touched the other moving teeth. The intense pain drove him crazy. He glanced at the people who smiled at White. One of the youths was beaten so badly that his mouth was full of teeth, fainted and died on the ground after Lu Chuan was captured. Directly under a set. Spend $1 million and buy a human life. Sentenced Lu Dust to murderer. Wait for death. 10 minutes later, Lu Dust and Meng Xiulian walked out of the courtyard, different from the kind of fearlessness when they entered the courtyard. In just 10 minutes, Meng Xiulian's complexion was grave, her expression was strange, and her brow was wrinkled up, as if she was contemplating something. Old man, have we talked it over? Lu Chen glanced at Meng Xiulian. Meng Xiulian was just about to open her mouth when a siren came, and in a flash, more than a dozen police cars stopped in front of Xie's house, and a middle-aged man got out of the car. The middle-aged man named Huang Haitao is the deputy director of the Jiangnan City Police Department. Huang Haitao can sit in this position now. Meng family in the dark has helped a lot of help, the same, he also helped the Huang family wiped a lot of ass. The people who beat up Lu Chuan in prison before were arranged by Huang Haitao. Arrest them for me. Meng Bo stood up and arrogantly rushed over, coldly saying, dare to go against me, none of you guys can run away, especially you, Tiger, I will uproot your company. The last time the Tiger defected and helped Lu Chen to arrest him, he has long held a grudge, but he has never caught the Tiger's handle. Today it is exactly together to eradicate. Mr. Meng, who hurt you so badly? Huang Haida only saw clearly. This face full of blood is actually the Meng family's eldest young man, immediately head buzzing, fortunately came in time, otherwise Meng Bo if there is any shortcomings, Jiangnan can be a big deal. It's him. Arrest him for me. Meng Bo angrily pointed at Lu Chen. Huang Haitao stared fiercely at Lu Dust and scolded, bastard, how dare you even hit Meng Xiao,
you really have a big dog's guts. Come on, arrest him for me and bring him back for interrogation.
Lu Dust? So, by Xiao Xiao is the first move, the police is the second move, right? Lu Dust's face was calm, and he said lightly.
You might be mistaken, these people, are the abusers, and we are all victims nah.
Asshole. Huang Haidao sneered, pointing at Meng Bo's face and said, young Meng's teeth were broken, and you're saying he's the aggressor?
Meng Bo wiped the blood on his face and glared at Lu Duan with a fierce face. Lu Duan, you don't have to struggle anymore, don't say you are not justified today, even if you are justified, the one who will be arrested will still be you.
Justice belongs to the rich.
I'll beat you to death and find a scapegoat to continue to get away with it. But if you touch me, you'll go to jail for life.
Don't you think it's unfair?
Then you have to put up with me, because I am the sky of Jiangnan, and you can't turn around for the rest of your life. Give me to arrest him.
Meng Bo is so furious, he can't be beat. Arrest him.
Huang Haidao ordered without hesitation, although Meng Bo's words are a bit excessive, but that is the truth. In this society, the rich and powerful are the masters. An ordinary person who dares to beat up the Meng family's youngest.
Simply looking for death. You can arrest anyone you want, do you have any evidence?
Tiger went up to block the way, and fought with a few small policemen. The scene was a bit out of control for a while. When the crowd was in turmoil, a powerful voice like booming lightning descended from the sky.
Stop. Chapter 47 didn't see.
This thunderous voice, like the magic sound of Brahma, fixed everyone, turning their heads toward the source of the voice to look over.
Only to see.
A woman came in style. This person's appearance is absolutely beautiful, a sportswear, legs are long, the body is high, the pace is as light as a strong female leopard.
Compared to the absolutely beautiful face, what was more attractive was her aura. Overwhelming aura.
Being glared at by her, the soul trembled. When she received Chu Huairo's call, Meng Wanqiu was dealing with official business, and immediately came over to look for Lu Chen after she finished her work, but when she arrived at the door, she saw several police cars, and thought that she had gone to the wrong place.
Fixed his eyes to see. A group of police officers were actually fighting. What a scandal! Mr. Meng.
Why are you here, Bureau Chief Meng? Huang Haito was instantly confused. Meng Wanqiu took office as the director a year ago. She was known as the Iron Fist. As soon as she joined the bureau, she took a bold step to rectify some of the mess inside the bureau.
And
this woman has a very strong character, her eyes do not rub sand, is not to be messed with the main. Since she came, the brothers' belts have been tightened.
What's going on here? Meng Wanqiu, with a cold face, scolded, so many people, in a group fight?
Huang Haitao hurriedly said, just received a police report, these people gathered a crowd fight, especially, this kid, injured Meng Gongzi, I am ready to bring them back to be interrogated.
Huang Haitao angrily pointed at Lu Dust. Him? Meng Wanqiu and Lu Dust exchanged a glance. This woman looks a bit familiar, huh? Are you a friend of Beauty Chu?
It occurred to Lu Dust that this woman was the woman in Chu Marin's cell phone photo and should be friends with Chu Marin.
Meng Wanqiu indifferently opened her mouth.
In fact, Meng Wanqiu does not believe in life, she believes in Marx Lenin, but from childhood to the old man, in front of her to show too much science cannot explain things, so that she cannot not believe. Therefore, when Chu Huairo called her and told her to hurry and come to Lu Chen, she still came. Although the old man was unreliable, his strength was nothing to write home about. His disciple, he shouldn't be wrong.
But what was Lu Chuan doing, fighting and brawling? You got into a fight? Lu Chuan shook his head, no.
Meng Wanqiu turned her head to look at Huang Haitao again, who had a fierce gaze and said angrily, at this point, you still want to argue?
Here are all witnesses. Lu Dusto a child, who are the witnesses you are talking about? Those people?
He pointed at Meng Bo's minions and calmly said, they are all together, of course their caliber is the same, if they are also considered witnesses, then I also have witnesses.
Prove that I didn't do it. Tiger, did you say I did it? Tiger shook his head frantically, no. Didn't make a move, didn't even move a hair. Meng Wanqiu frowned and said coldly, a case is about evidence, not one side of the story. In addition to people from both of them, are there any outsiders that can be witnesses? Outsiders? The crowd swept around and landed their eyes on the Xie family. They could testify. Meng Bo pointed at the Xie family. With the Xie family helping to testify, Lu Dust cannot be defended. They then let the hospital to open a certificate of disability, death of a little brother. Lu Dust properly cannot come out. Huang Haitao looked at the Xie family. Did you see the fight just now? Didn't see it. The Xie family shook their heads. Huang Haitao? What's the situation? He glanced at Meng Bo, who was also confused. What's the situation with the Xie family? Shouted. Are you guys blind? When you just made your move, you were right next to each other, you dare to say you didn't see it? The Xie family members spoke in unison. Didn't see it. Put. Meng Bo was about to spit out blood and roared, grass fuck, you guys are pretending to be blind with me, aren't you? The Xie family members shrank their necks, gathered together, full of fear, and stammered. We really didn't see grass. Meng Bo was cursing, suddenly felt a cold gaze, but saw Meng Wanqiu was coldly staring at him. For eyes met, Meng Bo scared a jolt. Mr. Meng, threatening and intimidating is against the law. Upon hearing this, Meng Bo was almost exasperated. He glared at Meng Wanqiu and turned his head to scold Huang Haitao. You say what to do about this. Huang Haitao at the moment even the heart of death, Meng Wanqiu only 28 this year, 28 when the director of the listing bureau is what concept? The characters behind her, through the sky. He can be stomped to death with a casual lift of his foot. How can he dare to be false to his own interests? Thinking of this, he straightened his clothes, and righteously said, Mr. Meng, according to the scene statement, it is indeed you who are gathering people to fight, please go back with me to be investigated. Meng Bo sniffed, his eyes were almost glaring out, but not waiting for him to speak, Huang Haitao directly dragged the person out. After entering the police car, Meng Bo angrily roared, Huang Haitao, you fucking dare to arrest me, are you crazy? I can't help it. Although the Meng family power is huge, but he is a pawn, how dare to offend Meng Wanqiu, he said, Meng director in it, if I dare to false publicity, he can peel off my body skin. If you wanna blame it on the Xie family's sudden mutiny, otherwise, that kid would already be dead. Upon hearing this, Meng Bo also calmed down. Thinking of the encounter just now, a hint of viciousness appeared in his eyes. How dare you betray me? Well, aren't you guys heartbroken about this ancestral home? I will send someone to smash this place tomorrow. Must not. Huang Haitao hurriedly stopped Meng Bo and said, you just threatened the Xie family. If something really happens to the Xie family, Meng Wanqiu will definitely keep an eye on you. Damn it. Meng Bo slammed his fist on the car. I really don't know what kind of luck Lu Chuan had, but he knew the director of the city council. Feeling the sharp pain coming from his face, his expression gradually turned hideous. Lu Chuan. I will get you killed sooner or later. Xie's family, after Meng Bo left, Bai Xiao also ran away with the people from the Taekwondo Association. Lu Dus said to Meng Wanqiu, Meng Bureau, there's still something I need to take care of over here, can you wait for me for a bit? Meng Wanqiu nodded her head and said, good, I'll wait for you inside that big G outside. Chapter 48 Meng Beauty. Not bad for a police department director, the cedar so domineering. After Meng Wanqiu left, Meng Xiulian looked grave and asked, Lu Masters, how did you see my Xie family feng shui hidden secrets? Just now, in the courtyard, Lu Dust gave Meng Xiulian a talk, Xie family feng shui array of problems, just 2 sentences, will let Meng Xiulian amazed. Auspiciousness is transformed into a path to wealth, Taiji 5 elements to adjust the yin and yang. Walking into Zinkitan, I realized that on the outer wall of Xie's residence, there were many flowers carved and painted, among which peonies were the most numerous. Apart from being pleasing to the eye, the biggest role of these flowers was to attract wealth. And the floor tiles of the Xie family's ancestral home, seemingly the same, are actually divided into 2 colors. One dark and one bright, corresponding to the yin and yang. At the same time, the dead people under the ancestral home, and the living people on the ancestral home, also correspond to the yin and yang. The sword hanging in front of the door of the inner courtyard is gold, the 2 old trees outside the ancestral home are wood, the dark river under the ground is water, these 2 den furnaces in the courtyard correspond to fire, and the hill behind the ancestral home is earth. The auspicious paintings lead to the path of wealth, and the 5 elements of Tai Chi regulate yin and yang. This was originally a piece of feng shui land, and with the 2 wealth-gathering feng shui formations, your Xie family should have taken off like that giant dragon. However, hundreds of years have passed. Your Xie family is not as good as 1 generation, am I right? Lu Chen's voice was calm, but it carried an unquestionable confidence. As if what he said was the truth. The younger generation of the Xie family were all at a loss, unable to understand what he was saying. The middle-aged generation, however, were wide-eyed, and old people such as Meng Xiulian were even trembling with excitement. All right. What you said, Master Lu, is all right. Meng Xiulian excited almost cried, dead grasped Lu Dust hand. Lu Masters, you say we Xie family, in the end Y generation is not as good as a generation Ah? Xie's ancestors were brilliant, until the end of the Qing dynasty, they are a predator, but the later the more downtrodden, and to date, is even more obsolete. The Xie family has been eager to restore ancestral glory, so they are not willing to move away from the ancestral home, destroying the feng shui array here.
Lu Chen said lightly, feng shui array is good, but there is a deviation.
What deviation?
The 5 elements of water flourish, resulting in a strong yin qi, yin spirit is damaged, and yin and yang are out of balance. Therefore, the feng shui array is broken, and it backfires.
Several generations have not been exposed to feng shui metaphysics, so everyone is listening to the clouds. Meng Xiulian nervously asked, Lu Masters, can you say a little simpler? Lu Dust pointed to the foot and said, underground dark river, expanding in recent years, resulting in rising water levels, moisture aggravation, resulting in damage to your family's ancestral tomb. You mean the old ancestor's coffin was flooded? Meng Xiulian's eyes widened.
Not necessarily, it is possible that the water was so strong that it rotted. Lu Dust said indifferently. When these words came out, the crowd looked at each other in disbelief. On the one hand, Lu Chuan spoke with a straight face, unlike a liar. On the other hand, Lu Chuan was so young and didn't look like a real feng shui master.
At this time, a young man suddenly said, you're not intentionally lying to us in order to get us demolished, are you? Lu Dust smiled faintly and said, if you guys don't believe me, you can dig a little.
After saying that, he suddenly took 5 steps forward and said, 12 meters underground, a coffin. Then he moved 20 steps left, 9 meters underground, 13 meters underground, 1 coffin each.
Another 10 steps forward, 5 meters underground, 10 meters underground, 1 coffin each.
Every time he opened his mouth, Meng Xiulian's eyes widened by 1 point, knowing that the placement of these coffins were all Xie family secrets. Even if Lu Chuan had coincidentally seen the 2 types of feng shui formations, it was impossible for him to tell them that their family's coffins were there in an exacting manner. For a moment, she was astonished and hurriedly shouted,
Master Lu, you have to help us.
Lu Dust smiled. He took out the demolition agreement, said with a smile, you can first dig and see, if you believe in me. The demolition agreement signed, on the basis of the original compensation, I promise to find a piece of feng shui for your family Xie, reburial of Xie family ancestors.
After you think about it, give me a call.
Lu Dust took out a pen and left his phone number on the file bag, then turned around and left. Meng Wanqiu had been waiting outside for so long, and he was too embarrassed to keep hanging around. The Xie family looked at each other. Meng Xiulian glared at them.
What are you still waiting for, dig? You say I have a bloodbath? Lu Dust had just gotten on the car when he heard Meng Wanqiu coldly ask. You turn around, I have to take a closer look.
For eyes meet, Lu Dust slightly stunned. Just now attention has been on Meng Bo, completely did not pay attention to Meng Wanqiu's appearance, not second to Chu Huairou, especially that clear and cold temperament, so that people cannot help but want to conquer.
Sure enough, things are like things and people are like people. The friends of beautiful women are all beautiful women.
Being stared straight at by Lu Chuan, Meng Wanqiu's chest rose and fell violently, her snow-white teeth biting her lower lip tightly, looking a little nervous. She was born to be lonely and arrogant, her character was high and cold, and apart from a few sisters, she had almost no friends, and as for men, she didn't even used to look at them squarely.
This woman. Lu Chuan pondered.
Meng Wanqiu, who had been staring at her, was very uncomfortable. Since childhood, because of her character and her own aura, no man dared to look at her. Even if she glanced at her, she would immediately avert her gaze. But at this moment, Lu Chuan had been staring at her as if he was staring at an object.
The burning gaze made Meng Wanqiu very uncomfortable.
Especially, he was also the husband that the old man had chosen for her. It felt strange.
Haven't you seen it after so long?
Seeing that Lu Chuan had been silent, Meng Wanqiu glared at him. Lu Chuan quickly turned his head away. This woman and Chu Huairou were very different, a high-cold imperial sister, a warm and lovely. I do not know how they became friends.
However, after just observing, he also discovered Meng Wanqiu's problem.
The light of the sky is dark and the killing star is flashing, a fierce omen of a tiger coming out of its cage.
Speak human. Meng Wanqiu said.
Lu Dust coughed and explained, simply put, you have messed with a fierce tiger. He is hiding in the dark, waiting for an opportunity to bite you to death.
Chapter 49. You and your sister-in-law. Meng Wanqiu frowned and asked in return, how to crack?
Lu Dust said, within a month, cannot go out after dark, especially the 4th, 14th, 24th of these 3 days, the crisis is naturally solved. This restriction is too big, the police department is busy with official business. How is it possible to not go out at night? but still thank you for helping me to solve the puzzle. Meng Wanqiu shook her head. About 3 months ago, she had set her sights on a human trafficking organization, and recently she finally got some clues. Working overtime all night is common, how could she not go out in the dark? Lu Dust saw the situation, knew that she 80% will not listen to their own. The thought of the other party as Chu Huairo's friend just helped his own favor, so spoke.
You wait for me.
He opened the door and got out of the car, ran back to his car, and before long took a peace talisman back and handed it to Meng Wanqiu.
This is a peace talisman I made, you can hang it around your neck.
After receiving the peace talisman, Meng Wanqiu felt that it was quite heavy and didn't look like a talisman, but she didn't think too much about it and directly hung it around her neck.
Thank you very much.
It's me who should thank you. If you didn't happen to come over today, I might have been arrested, Lu Chuan said with a smile. Hearing this, Meng Wanqiu's expression suddenly turned cold. She is cynical and hates the kind of people who bend the law. Don't worry, I'll teach Huang Haiba a lesson.
At this time, Meng Wanqiu's cell phone rang.
Sorry, I'll take a call. After receiving the call, Meng Wanqiu's face turned a little gloomy. Just now, Shay District received a police report. There is a child missing. This was already the 7th missing child this month. That group of traffickers were simply slapping the face of the Jiangnan City Police Department. She said goodbye to Lu Chuan and said, Mr. Lu, there are things to be dealt with in the bureau, so I'll go back first.
Wait a minute. Lu Chuan leaned on the car window and asked curiously, Director Meng, you haven't told me what's your name yet? There is a marriage contract in place, of course she will not identify with Lu Dust, and asked in return, Miss Chu told you what her name is? Shu Mei Ranal. Shu Beauty? It really fits the character of that little girl. Then you call me Meng Beauty.
After saying that, she closed the car window and stepped on the gas to leave.
They are all very talkative.
Lu Chuan shook his head. The tiger was on the side, looking at the Mercedes-Benz Big G with a face full of spring.
This chick is so pretty. Do you like it? Lu Dust glanced at him. Tiger hemmed and hawed, who doesn't like beautiful women?
But they have a high status, we cannot match this kind of small people.
What about the Xia family?
Glancing back at the Xia family, who are digging a grave in full swing, Lu Dust said lightly, give them a little time, they will sign.
Let's go.
The two returned to the car, just ready to leave when the phone rang.
It was Lu Shui. After connecting, the phone came. Lu Shui's aggrieved, choking voice, Brother, can you transfer $3,000 to me? What's wrong with you?
Seeing the voice with choking, Lu Duan asked with concern. I rode to school, was caught by the traffic police, but also fell. They said to pay a fine of $3,000, but also let me stand on the road. Oh. Lu Shui's voice aggrieved. Baba, listening to the Lu Dust of the heart are melted.
Don't be afraid, where are you now? Brother immediately went over. I am at the intersection of Xi'an Road and Xinggong Street in Shay District.
20 minutes later, Lu Dust and other people arrived. Lu Shui stood in front of the crosswalk, holding a small red flag, is directing the traffic, the scorching heat of the sun so that her little face red, sweating, arms and legs, and a few fall injuries. Sweat, mud, blood mixed together, the wound has pus. This is not punishing, it is simply killing. Xiao Shui is not afraid, follow brother. Seeing this scene, Lu Dust's heart ached, rushed over and was ready to take Lu Shui to clean up her wounds when several traffic police beside her surrounded her and sneered. She violated the traffic law, she has to direct the traffic for 3 days, she can't go.
Roll.
Lu Chen raised his head fiercely, and the icy cold eyes were like the god of death, making the several traffic policemen feel creepy, and a chill rose from the bottom of their hearts.
The man in the lead loudly scolded, You want to assault the police? At this time, the tiger stopped Lu Duan, pointed to the battery car next to him, and asked, Little sister, is this your car? I fell, they said I don't have a driver's license, they want to fine me $3,000, but also want me to command here for 3 days, not even allowed to go to the restroom, woo. Lu Shui flung into her brother's arms and cried her heart out. The heat of the sun, the wound hot and painful, but the other side wearing a police uniform, she did not dare to resist. I heard for the first time that the green battery car also needs a driver's license. Tiger snorted coldly, took out his cell phone and dialed a number, and opened his mouth and called. Old Wang, arrange it, your people bully my sister. Green license to license, fell hurt not allowed to go to the hospital, a fine of 3,000, standing in the middle of the road to direct traffic for 3 days, who gave you the power? A few traffic cops looked at each other. Old Wang? Mr. Wang? Did you say police number? Okay, let's see.
Tiger twisted his head with the cell phone and glanced at the three traffic policemen, who froze and hurriedly covered the police number with their hands, and viciously dropped a sentence.
This time you are lucky.
Said, twisted his head and ran, quickly disappeared in the line of sight.
Tiger cursed, grass, how to run away. Mr. Lu, I will bring people to chase. No need. Lu Dust shook his head.
Obviously, Xiao Shui was being targeted. She had a good character and was a student without much social experience. She should not have any enemies.
Unless
someone was using her to target Lu Chuan.
If they couldn't beat him, they bullied his sister?
Today's Xiao Shui wore a white chiffon bubble sleeve shirt, a small red, blue and black plaid skirt below, black canvas shoes with white stockings. Her long hair was tied up and made into two small pills on top of her head. Tender skin, dexterous nose, both youthful vigor, but also show the playful cute. Just the wound is bleeding, chiffon white shirt is also dirty, almond eyes with tears, pupils red, show very poor.
Xiao Shui sorry, brother came late.
Go to the clinic to deal with the wound. Nearby there is a small clinic, the wound on the condensation of blood and soil, need to be cleaned properly.
20 minutes later, the two came out of the clinic. Hungry? Want to eat something?
Brother treats you. When he was young, whenever Xiao Shui was unhappy, Lu Duan would buy her delicious food. He especially liked to see her gulping down food, it made him happy to look at her. Xiao Shui hesitated for a moment, and her big eyes lit up. I want to eat Haagen-Dazs, I haven't eaten for years. Since my brother was imprisoned, the family has been poor, not to mention Haagen-Dazs, even ordinary ice cream cannot afford to eat. In the past, when my brother was there, he often took her to eat Haagen-Dazs. She couldn't tell if she missed the flavor of Haagen-Dazs or the feeling of being with her brother.
In short, just wanted to eat it. Haagen-Dazs?
Lu Duan smiled, okay, just eat Haagen-Dazs.
Inside the store,
Lu Shui held a large tub of ice cream and ate it with such gusto that even her wounds didn't hurt anymore.
Brother, I have a question I want to ask you.
Since being released from prison, the brother and sister have not talked about their hearts. In the past, Xiao Shui was always clinging to him, going out for a while and coming back to ask Lu Chen if he misses her.
A day must ask 7 or 8 times. Ask. Lu Chuan smiled.
Lu Shui scooped a large spoonful of ice cream and let it into her mouth. Because it was too stimulating, her almond-like eyes narrowed into a slit, and after a few seconds of slowing down, she looked at Lu Dust.
He a smile. Brother, have you slept with your sister-in-law yet? Chapter 50 Lu Dust's anger.
Lu Dust was drinking water, and when he heard this question, he almost sprayed a mouthful of water out.
The question was asked by a child, what is the point of asking? Lu Shui pouted a little mouth, because too cold, small mouth extra red, people are curious about it. You and sister-in-law were forced to separate as soon as they got married, and now you're out of prison, but also live at home. How can you have a good relationship like this?
Sister-in-law is a girl, she does not take the initiative, you can take some initiative Was sure one has a very high position in the hearts of her parents and sister-in-law
Lu Chuan asked, how am I going to take the initiative? Eating and shopping and giving gifts?
Lu Shui shook her head, these are too common.
Then what is not usual? Lu Chuan asked rhetorically.
This Lu Shui small face a red, on that what chance you are now a legal couple, that what is not illegal, Zhang Eileen did not say, that what is the window to a woman's heart?
I don't know what to say, but I think it's a good idea. Unless. Lu Dust narrowed his eyes, unless what? Unless sister-in-law is not satisfied with you.
Lu Dust breathlessly patted her little head, at the same time lamenting that her sister had grown up. Before she was imprisoned, her sister was still a child, and in the blink of an eye, she had already grown into a big girl.
It would be nice to live a peaceful life like this. Bell ringing. A sharp ringing, Lu Dust to connect the phone, hello? May I ask if this is Lu Eternal's family member, Lu Dust?
Your parents have been in a car accident, please come to the affiliated second hospital immediately.
Boom.
Lu Dust's head buzzed, pulling Lu Shui and rushing straight to affiliated hospital too.
Dad, Mom, how are you guys doing? When Lu Chuan arrived at the hospital at fire speed, his parents were lying on the hospital bed. Lu Yongheng's arm was wrapped in bandages, Li Guilan's face was broken and there were abrasions on his arm. It's okay, the doctor said rest a few days will be good. Lu Dust went over, for the two pulse, to determine all right before sighing with relief, asked, how injured? Lu Yongheng explained, I and your mom just came out of the house, ready to go to the cabinet factory. The results were a truck to the tail. The car was hit fragmented, but fortunately your mom and I both lucky life, nothing happened. Looking at his parents, Lu Dust eyes gradually turned scarlet. I'm going to pay the medical bills.
Mr. Lu, I found someone to check. Those traffic police and the people who injured the aunt and uncle, all are arranged by Mangbo.
Mangbo.
Lu Duan has been in jail for 3 years, the Lu family is in ruins, forced to move to Garbage Street, and because of his poverty, he has been blackballed by his relatives, taunted by his friends, and subjected to a lot of abuse. All of this was because of him.
The anger is burning.
The hatred of taking his wife, the hatred of killing his father. It looks like I'm still too kind to you, which makes you stomp on your nose again and again.
Do you really think that you can get away with it because the law can't punish you?
Seemingly sensing the killing intent on Lu Chen's body, the tiger said nervously, Mr. Lu, after all, he is the son of the Meng family, we can only teach him a lesson and warn him, if we really kill him, the Meng family will make us evaporate from Jiangnan City. Send a few trusted people to accompany my parents and sister. Also, go and investigate one more thing for me. Lu Dust clenched her silver teeth, her eyes spewing fire. In this world, it's not like you can only use the law to take revenge. The icy cold voice gave Tiger a creepy feeling. Although he did not know what Lu Chuan was going to do, he knew that Meng Bo was going to be in bad luck.
Guo family villa. In the living room, the family of 3 was sitting upright.
Sherwin, listen to Dad's advice, seize the time to divorce Lu Chuan. He even dared to take over the Xie family's demolition work. It's clear that he wants to screw you over. Divorce, so that you will not be dragged down by him, so that you can take the first place in the examination and share more family property. Guo Xingbang's old-fashioned persuasion, hoping that his daughter can weigh the pros and cons. However, she is not interested in the Guo family's property at all, directly ignoring her father's words. Seeing her face of indifference, Yan Shioli furiously said, if you don't divorce, then find someone to run him over. In short, absolutely can't let him affect your test scores.
Mom! What are you talking about?
Guo Sherwin stood up, looking at her mother incredulously. Lu Chen is her son-in-law, how could she come up with such a vicious ploy?
Was what I said wrong? Her daughter's recent attitude made Yan Shioli very dissatisfied and exasperated.
In the beginning, so many lucrative industries for him to pick, but he did not want anything. As a result, now, he even took over the Xie family's demolition work. He does not just want to pit you? In my opinion, he is a white-eyed wolf that can't be fed, and it would be better for you to keep him than to keep a dog.
At least, the dog will not give you trouble.
Guo Xingbang pressed his wife and said with a smile on his face, Sherwan, your mom's words are a bit impulsive, but they are not unreasonable. We do not ask Lu Dus like Meng Bo, can pull us in every aspect, but at least cannot be 3 times to make trouble for us. Don't think we don't know how much you have paid for the Lu family over the years. Even if you owed Lu Dus 3 years ago, you have long since paid it off.
Shifumi, if you don't think about yourself, don't you think about both of us?
We are over half 100 years old. If we are swept away by the Guo family, do you want us to sweep the streets? Guo Xingbang knew that his daughter would not be forced by softness and directly played the emotional card, but who would have expected Guo Sherwin to retort?
How do you guys know that Lu Chuan will definitely fail?
Maybe he has already signed a good demolition agreement with the Xie family. In one sentence, the duo was dumbfounded.
Yan Shioli laughed loudly and said, just buy him? In order to get the Xie family, AVIC Construction used how many means? Cut off water, cut off electricity, find people to demolish. Give money, give room, find people to send gifts. What's the result? They didn't agree.
You've been to Xie's house, you should know the difficulty of this project. If he can sign Xie's contract, you love to leave in the future, Mom does not care. Guo Xingbang also a look of sophisticated expression. You do not forget, in addition to the Xie family, he also had to prevent Guo Ziyang and Guo Dai in the Dark Ghost. Not to mention that he graduated from prison, a little work experience, even if you and I father and daughter teamed up, can only be defeated.
You just don't dream about it.
Her parents' words made Guo Sherwin's heart go cold. Of course she knew how difficult it was to get the Xie family to split up. But if she divorced now, Lu Chen would really not be able to share a single bit of Guo family property, and his parents' side had not yet stabilized. In case they can't accept it and are mentally stimulated.
What's going to happen then? Ding bell.
At this time, the doorbell rang.
Who is it?
Yan Shioli went over to open the door and realized that the visitor was actually Lu Chen, immediately stretched her neck and shouted.
You still have the face to come to my house? Get the hell out of here.
Who expected? Lu Dus directly ignored her, walked into the villa, handed a file bag to Guo Sherwin, said, Xia family promised to demolish, this is the contract.
Chapter 51 Let's get together.
Lu Dus words, like a thunderbolt, exploded in the ears of the Guo family 3 people.
The Xie family has agreed to demolish the building? The Xia family, which had them racking their brains, was actually taken care of by Lu Chuan. What kind of international joke was this? Guo Shiwen opened the file bag and took out the contract inside. All the 80 households of the Xia family had signed and pressed their handprints, so there was no way to fake it. In an instant, there was a light in her eyes. How did you do it? Lu Dust lightly said, I said the benefits of demolition, they all agreed. I'll be damned if I believe you. Guo Shiwen rolled her eyes. If the Xie family was that easy to deal with, the demolition department wouldn't have changed dozens of directors. No way. How can a loser like you handle the Xie family? This contract must be fake. Yan Xiuli simply could not accept this result and shouted in anger. When she was about to tear up the contract, she was stopped by Guo Xingbang. If the contract is real or fake, a call to the Xie family will tell you. He doesn't believe that Lu Chuan will be stupid enough to fake this matter. Moreover, Lu Chuan's performance will be added to Guo Shiwen. As long as there were no accidents, the first place in the assessment would be Guo Shiwen. Thinking of this, his face was full of compassion. Good son-in-law, Dad knew you would be able to do it. Let your mom cook a few dishes later, and we'll have a good drink. You are crazy? Yan Xiuli wide-eyed, a waste, still worthy of letting her personally cook? Guo Xingbang dragged her to the room, explained, now Lu Dust has a performance, before the assessment cannot let them divorce, understand? Yan Xiuli suddenly realized, then angrily grunted, let him be complacent for a few more days, when the assessment is over, immediately let them divorce, humph. In the living room. Guo Shiwen invited, stay for dinner. Lu Chuan shook his head and said, don't eat, there are things to deal with in a while, my friend is waiting for me outside. Guo Shiwen didn't stay and sent Lu Chuan out the door, only to see the tiger standing by the car smoking, and froze. She originally thought that she gave Lu Chen $1 million, he can stop a little bit, find a serious job to work, but did not expect, but also hooked up with this group of misfits. Too disappointing for her. Lu Dust curiously surveyed the car in front of the villa. It was a Mercedes-Benz Big G. The black body with the domineering appearance was very eye-catching. How much does this car cost? Lu Dust asked curiously. Landed around 2 million. Where to buy, for store have sold. Guo Shiwen frowned, suspecting that she heard wrong. This kind of car are not in stock, if you want to buy need to be booked in advance, the deposit alone will require $1 million, are you sure you want to buy? I'm sure. Lu Chen nodded. The safety coefficient of the luxury car is higher, this Mercedes-Benz Big G also looks very resistant to collision, today's matter, let Lu Dust heart palpitations, he cannot always protect in their side, change a luxury car, can avoid some danger as far as possible. Guo Shiwen's face suddenly cold, glared at Lu Dust, said, don't you know Tiger? Let him take you to buy it. Lu Dust's recent series of behaviors really disappointed her too much. First he hooked up with Tiger, these unsavory people, to earn those unsavory money. Now he even wants to buy Big G. Do you really think you're a wealthy son of a wealthy family who wants to enjoy this kind of extravagant life? 1 million down payment, 30,000 to 40,000 repayments per month, he doesn't even have a job, and he still wants to drive a luxury car? Can he afford it? At this time, Lu Dust's cell phone rang. Note, Chu Beauty. Little Dusty, where are you? What's the matter? Didn't you say you were coming to the hospital to see my grandma? Why haven't you arrived yet? I'll be there in about half an hour. Hearing the dainty voice on the phone, Guo Shiwen immediately reacted, no wonder have the courage to buy Big G, so there is a rich woman backing ah. Xu Huairou is so good to Lu Chuan, want a Big G, is not a matter of pampering? When she thought of Lu Chen and Xu Huairou hand in hand, she was disgusted. Not only did Lu Chuan's mentality become extravagant, but his people also became dirty, she was too disappointed. Lu Chuan, half a month from now, Grandpa will be organizing the Guo Group's 50-year celebration, and at that time, he will announce the results of this examination. When the celebration is over, let's go for a divorce. Guo Shiwen's eyes were firm like never before. Whether you agree or not, we must divorce. In the past 3 years, she has done her best for the Lu family to make up for Lu Chuan, and until Lu Chuan was released from prison, she thought that if Lu Chuan was a man with motivation and good character, she could continue the marriage. But during this time, he fought black boxing, mixed with society, was adopted by a rich woman, and bought Big G. The whole person drifted. Guo Shiwen also turned from guilt to disgust towards Lu Chuan, she couldn't see a bit of light in this man. When she heard about the divorce, Lu Chuan didn't reply, only her eyes turned a little dull. Don't worry, I will give you some more compensation in the divorce.
And Meyer cabinets will always employ your father, so you don't have to worry about your family's expenses. However, as your wife, I still have to advise you, do people to be down to earth, or sooner or later, one day, you will regret what you did today. Voice Sherwin voice without emotion, could get together, remember to bring the account book in half a month to go over. Chapter 52 Give face not face. Mr. Liu, what is bothering you? In the car, the tiger frowned and asked. Nothing. Liu Dust put down the backrest, lying there with eyes closed and said, I let you check things have results? I've already let people go all out to investigate, and will soon have the results. Meng Bo, the grudge between us, will soon be over. Inside the hospital room. All of the Chu family members were present. Seeing Liu Dust into the door, Chu Huairou immediately got up, quickly stepped to welcome. She did not make up today, glowing skin, big red eyes, show some bleak. Between her brows and eyes are filled with sadness. Little Dust, you can finally come, my grandma fainted again today. Liu Dust nodded, I will give my grandma a needle, and then with the soup and medicine to heal, it will soon return to normal, you don't have to worry too much. Lu Chuan took his seat, opened a row of silver needles, and was about to start. A voice came from behind. Is this kid really reliable? A kid whose hair hasn't even grown back knows acupuncture? Shu Huairou said with dissatisfaction, Auntie, what are you talking about? Little Dusty is a miracle doctor, and he is sure to get rid of the disease. At this time, Liu Dust even out 9 needles, all tied in the old lady's face, and then right hand on the top of a dial, the silver needle as if equipped with an electric motor, humming and trembling up. 10 minutes later, he took back the silver needle, the original pale old lady, instantly turned red and radiant. Shu Huairou said with a smug face, how is it? I told you, little Dusty is a miracle doctor. Liu Dust retrieved the silver needle and said indifferently, the old lady needs to rest, for the next month, drink a bowl of soup every day, to ensure that she won't re-offend. Seeing that the old lady had improved, the Chu family's crowd didn't dare to talk nonsense. They bid farewell one after another. As the crowd left the ward, Chu Hong's eyes, like autumn water, gazed at Liu Dust, his voice magnetic. Thank you for saving me, I don't know how much medical expenses should be appropriate. Liu Dust said, go store practicing medicine, diagnosis fee arbitrary, give how much as you like. Shu Hong slightly stunned, according to her understanding, Liu Dust's condition is not very good, diagnostic fee even let her casually give, is it pretend, want to win her favor? Thinking of this, she turned out a 50, handed Lu Chuan said, that will give you $50. Thank you. Liu Dust took the money into his pocket without any concern. Don't you think it's very little? Quite a few, $50 are enough to buy 5 pounds of pork. Lu Chen smiled happily, not at all like pretending, which made Chu Hong feel satisfied. Although she believes in the old man's vision, but after all, it is her future son-in-law, also want to test. And the first hurdle was character. If Lu Chuan was the kind of person who was greedy for money and sex, then she would definitely reject him. And the second hurdle was character and temper. She gave her younger sister Chu Xian a wink. Seeing this, Chu Xian immediately came in a conspiratorial manner, yo, quite capable of pretending, is this to create an image of a nobleman who doesn't care about money, to win the favor of our Chu family, and then to become my Chu family's son-in-law? I advise you not to daydream. Our family missy, heavenly fragrance, talent and appearance, chasing her young talent countless, even the city leader's family's son has sworn, this life in addition to missy lifelong not to marry. Toad like you, also want to eat swan meat? Lu Chuan was confused, what's the situation with this woman? Is her brain missing a string? Ignoring her, he turned his head to Chu Huairou and explained, remember to let your grandma drink her medicine on time, I still have something to do, so I'll leave first. Lu Chuan got up and wanted to leave. Stop. Didn't you hear me talking to you? People like you have no manners, I guess the parents are not good things, want to be my son-in-law with my Chu family? I'll give you a slap to wake you up first. Raising his hand and slapping towards Lu Chuan's face, Lu Chuan grabbed her wrist with one hand and slapped her back. Slap. The ward was silent. Lu Chuan's cold eyes stared at her face and said word for word, you can humiliate me, but you can't humiliate my parents. Apologize immediately. Chu Xian was confused. She was a member of the Chu family, the luxurious Chu family, how dare this kid hit her? Chu Hong hurriedly stopped the two people who were in a sword fight. Xiao Dust has something to say properly. Xian, don't apologize quickly. Chu Xian grudgingly glared at her sister, she was called over to put on a show, wanting to test Lu Dust's heart, and as a result, she herself received a slap. With a face full of aggression, she reluctantly whispered, "Mr. Lu, I'm sorry."
Lu Chuan glanced at her and turned away.
For the sake of Chu Huairo's face, he was too lazy to be general with the other party. Looking at Lu Dust dashing back, Chu Hong nodded with satisfaction. When Chu Xian humiliated him, Lu Dust was able to hold back, but when Chu Xian brought up his family, Lu Dust was like a ferocious tiger, domineeringly defending his shortcomings. Such a character was simply carved out of the same mold as the old man. Back then, when those powerful people mocked him and belittled him, he never retorted a single word, but if someone dared to put their hands on him, he would always be so domineering. Not greedy for money and color, but also has the strength to protect his shortcomings.
Huairo, you go and give him this card.
Shu Hong took out a black bank card from the bag. Chu Huairo saw it, brightened up, sweetly shouted a son, "Thank you, Mom." Took the card and chased out excitedly. This child, not yet married, to say thank you on behalf of Lu Dust.
Chu Hong sighed.
After comforting her sister for a while, she sat on the recliner, took out her cell phone and opened the sister group, sending a message inside. The old man's disciple is out of jail. Your matters, well settled.
Chapter 53 Black Card. Little Dusty Dust. Lu Dust had just entered the elevator when Chu Huairo chased after her. Is there anything else?
Lu Dust expressionless, she helped Chu Huairo grandmother treatment, just want to return the previous favor. Chu Xian's attitude just now led him very dissatisfied, decided not to contact.
Nothing, can't find you.
Chu Huairo was like a daughter-in-law who had been abandoned, giving him a grudging look, then handing the card to Lu Chen.
Here, this is the consultation fee.
Bank card, body dark, engraved with gold lines. In the back of the card, there is a hot gold shoe word, looks very high-end.
Lu Dust was surprised. The consultation fee is not given? You silly ah.
Chu Huairo rolled her eyes, stuffed the bank card into Lu Chen's pocket, pouted, "You saved my grandma, how can you just give $50?
Lu Dust asked, "Then how much money is in this card?"
Chu Huairo raised a snow-white finger.
$1 million? Lu Chuan asked. Chu Huairo nodded.
To be honest, 1 million is not a lot, and with this relationship, in the future, the Chu family again who is sick, can also look for him to heal, counting what Chu family earned. But at this time, Chu Huairo suddenly pinched her waist and added another sentence.
It is $1 million a day, oh.
Lu Dust stunned, not waiting to react, Chu Huairo continued, the upper limit is 100 million, if you brush to the upper limit, talk to me, the amount will be refreshed.
1 million per day, the cap is 100 million?
This. No merit, the old lady's medical treatment is not difficult, $100 million of clinic fees, too much.
Seeing Lu Dust did not speak, Chu Huairo also felt that he was not satisfied, and hastened to speak. Is it think that 100 million is too little?
I'll give the bank a call, let them raise the amount to 1 billion. Lu Dust quickly refused to say, is too much, clinic fee to 1 million is enough.
Chu Huairo's eyes curved into a crescent moon shape. My man, how can the appearance fee be lower? Besides, when we get married, my money is not all yours?
Just take this as the pocket money in here before your divorce.
Moreover, this is our Chu family's supreme black card. In all of the Chu family's industries, you can enjoy imperial treatment. Oh, little Dusty, would you like to give it a try?
In exchange for any man, by Chu Huairo active paste, certainly has long fallen. But Lu Dust but a step back, Chu Huairo all day god chatter, no so long even the name does not speak, he does not want to provoke.
Ready to return the bank card, Chu Huairo suddenly colorful. Do not refuse, oh, or I will be pestering you all day. The words fell, directly embraced the arm of Lu Chuan, a look of a wombat. Lu Dust, a face helpless, he knows too much about Chu Huairo's temperament, if you dare to refuse, really can stick with him all day, reluctantly put away the bank card. By the way, did my sister go to you?
Chu Huairo raised her head and asked. Lu Chuan said the blood and light disaster is so scary, but she was scared. Lu Dust nodded and said, I met with her during the day, but she didn't seem to take what I said to heart. Thinking of the scene when we parted, Lu Dustin cautioned, you remember to remind her, this period of time after dark do not go out, especially the 4th, 14th, and 24th, for her is particularly dangerous, after dark must not go out.
Good, I will definitely remind her.
Chu Huairo wrote it down by heart, then said, it's dark, I'll treat you to dinner, I know a Western restaurant, couples meals are especially delicious.
This woman hates marriage so much?
Lu Chuan muttered a sentence in his heart, then said, I'm going home.
Then I will send you. I am driving. Then.
Chu Huairo sent Lu Duan to the parking lot and said with a smile, the black cards limit will be refreshed in the early hours of the morning every day, so you have to remember to spend it.
Starlight Mansion, top floor. Prickly, prickly, prickly.
The dim moonlight shines into the office, and a youth is seen holding a knife, slashing hard on the wall, making ear-piercing sounds.
Lu Chuan. This person was none other than Meng Bo.
Being slapped in the face by Lu Chuan over and over again made him completely lose his patience.
Creak.
Meng Dahai pushed the door in and said with a low voice, "My lord, Lu Yongheng's family of 3 is in the hospital, with Tiger's people close by. It's not good for us to start."
Wang Rui sighed.
Already in contact, said it is possible to take Lu Shui out.
Then let's stick to the plan. Bang.
Meng Bo put up a fight and smashed on the wall, shocking the tiger.
Where did Black Eagle get to?
Meng Dahai said, Black Eagle has just carried out a mission overseas, and it will take about half a month to enter the country. However, for the sake of a small Lu dust, inviting an international killer to come over is a little.
Bang.
Meng Bo rushed up and kicked Meng Dahai off, stomping on his body and growling, "Damn, I have suffered so many losses at his hands, and you still dare to underestimate him? Tell Wang Rui, make Lu Shui's matter clear to me, or else I will not be blamed for being ruthless."
Yes.
Meng Dahai answered, climbed up and ran away in ashes.
Immediately after him, Meng Bo walked to the window and looked at the illuminated Jiangnan, a scowl on his face.
First it was Miss Chu, then it was Director Meng. Lu Dust, your connections really surprised me a bit. But I'll make you realize whose world this Jiangnan really is.
Dare to fight me.
I will not only let you die, but I will also make your family's lives worse than death.
Chapter 54. You make me feel sick. Ding ding.
Lu Chuan, who was sleeping, was woken up by the ringtone, and when he connected in a daze, he heard his sister's cries coming from inside. "Brother, you quickly come to save me. I am in love with the groom stinking bitch. How dare you call someone?
I will kill you." Beep beep beep.
Lu Dust woke up violently.
Jiangnan City, South China New District.
Guo Shiwen had just finished negotiating a cooperation, and when she was waiting for the valet to come over, her assistant suddenly said, "Mr. Guo, that seems to be Lu Duan." Following her finger, a dozen youths walked into a street across the street with red lights, and one of them did have a back that resembled Lu Chuan, and she couldn't help but frown. The street across the street, known as Men's Paradise, is a land of smoke and willows. How did Lu Chuan come here?
Immediately sent a text message to Lu Chuan to ask, "What are you doing? Let's have dinner together." Lu Dust seconds back, "I am accompanied Xiaoxue shopping, another day."
Guo Shiwen cursed herself. Lu Chen is indeed a little floating recently, but it should not be so bad to come to find a woman. It must be their own misreading.
Wang Rui, I beg you, let me go, please, oh.
Lu Shui hugged her legs, squatting in the corner of the room, looking at the classmates in front of her in fear, and wailing bitterly. In the evening, good girlfriend Wang Rui called her, said today's birthday everyone out to get together, but she just drank a drink, she felt dizzy and hot. In a daze, was brought here, but also by Wang Rui stripped bare, changed into a set of very exposed uniform, reception guests. Wang Rui condescendingly looked at her, mocking, "To blame you have offended the big man, today will be a good reception of guests, hey hey hey." She clapped her hands, and a few lewd men came into the room and went up and down on Lu Shui.
Don't ah.
Lu Shui's eyes were hazy, her mouth kept begging, but the crowd was indifferent, no one pitied her, and even a little bit wanted to laugh.
Bah. What kind of innocence are you pretending to be if you're a prostitute? If you serve me well, you will get a tip. Bang.
In the struggle, Lu Shui kicked a lewd man's vitals. The man became furious and raised his hand to slap Lu Shui's face.
Play her for me.
That lewd man stretched out his hand and grabbed towards Lu Shui's chest, but at that moment, there was suddenly a pair of ruthless iron hands that grabbed his wrist and wrenched it with force.
Ka-ching. The wrist broke. The lewd man howled miserably and growled at the man, "Who the hell are you?" "The person who wants you dead."
Lu Chuan directly kicked the lewd man out, heavily smashed on the wall, his body bowed into a shrimp, and blood spilled from the corner of his mouth. The rest of the people saw him being so vicious, they were scared out of their wits and hurriedly fled towards the outside. "Those who touched my sister just now, all of them will have their 2 hands broken."
An icy voice came out from Lu Chen's mouth. "What the hell are you waiting for? Give me the waist."
Tiger angrily shouted. The first rushed up. Lu Dust in the afternoon just commanded him, let him must protect the family, but the night lose snow on the matter. He was holding a fire in his heart and had nowhere to vent it. He directly knocked over one person, his right foot stepped on the other person's wrist and viciously crushed it.
Ah!
That person cried heartbreakingly, ghostly wailed, "It is Wang Rui, it is Wang Rui, let us pretend to be Johns, bullying Lu Shui, it has nothing to do with us ah."
Who is Wang Rui? It's the girl in the red dress.
She's Lu Shui's best friend.
BFF?
Lu Chuan sneered and used a silver needle to stab Lu Shui's body twice to help her remove the effects of the medicine, then he chased after her. There were many people on the street, but Lu Chuan locked onto Wang Rui with a glance.
Bang!
With a flying kick, he directly kicked Wang Rui flying more than 10 meters, and knocked over 5 or 6 people. The scene was sensational and instantly caused a crowd of people to gather around.
Some hot-blooded youths wanted to heroically save the beauty.
At this time, the tiger and other people carrying a bloody machete walked out from the inside.
Those who don't want to die all fucking roll away.
On the opposite side of the street, was sure one sent away customers. The assistant looked at the opposite, exclaimed, "Well, General, the opposite seems to fight, let's go and see."
What's there to see, huh? That person is Lu Duan?
Guo Sherwin suddenly stared wide-eyed, because she saw, when the street violently beat a weak woman, was actually her husband Lu Chen. Her complexion turned cold and she immediately rushed over.
Bang! Lu Chuan punched down and Wang Rui's freshly made fake nose directly fell off. Help!
This man came to whore me out, but he ended up coming in a minute, and complained that my service was bad, so I said it's your own fault, and then he was about to beat me to death.
Help me, please help me.
Wang Rui was in tears, hoping that a righteous person would come and help her out, but the crowd was afraid of the knife in the tiger's hand and didn't dare to move at all.
Lu Chuan, what are you doing?
Guo Sherwan rushed out from the crowd and angrily questioned Lu Chuan. Lu Chuan was stunned, not expecting to meet here, and casually said, "And friends to do some errands."
I'm not sure if I'm a good person or not.
Guo Sherwan looked at Lu Chuan, then at the tiger, and then looked up at the plaque of falling in love with the groom, and her cool little face instantly swelled red. The little assistant muttered behind her back, "Coming to this street in the middle of the night to do business, is that right?" Guo Sherwan's head buzzed. The first time I saw her was when she was a prostitute, and now she is a prostitute.
This disgusting man is her husband? Didn't you say you were with Snow?
Where's Shui? Guo Sherwan's face was covered in frost. She expected this to be a misunderstanding. She didn't want to believe that her husband was this kind of man. But Lu Chuan's answer made her despair.
Xiao Shui is not here.
I can't explain it in a moment, but things are not what you think, please believe me.
The assistant mocked from the side, "Things are in front of us, do you think we are fools?" The onlookers, too, cursed.
To have such a beautiful girlfriend and still come out to whore, it is really abominable. They cannot, but also revenge on other girls, never seen such a disgusting man.
Beauty, hurry up and dump him, the next one is better.
Guo Sherwan's eyes flooded with a flash of tears. Over the years, she had put in countless hours of effort for the Lu family, for Lu Dust, and even went so far as to flip out with her parents for Lu Dust.
But what about Lu Chen?
Guo Sherwan was completely disappointed. She couldn't see a bit of light in this man in front of her.
Slap! Guo Sherwan fiercely slapped Lu Chen's face. Lu Chen, you not only disappoint me, but also make me feel sick. Let's end it. April 1st. At 10 o'clock in the morning, the Guo clan's 50-year celebration will be held at the East Harbor Hotel. Chapter 55 Guo's Celebration. 8 o'clock in the morning, People's Hospital, in the ward.
The original dying old man, at the moment on crutches, standing by the window, dry and thin body but reveals a domineering spirit, as if awakening Lion General.
Several children's performance statistics are ready?
The old fire replied, "Statistics are good."
The old master squinted his eyes and looked out the window. Who was the first place?
Old fire, Guo Sherwan.
The old master asked again, the last place? Guo Da.
The old master's hand holding the cane trembled slightly, as if he was somewhat unwilling to accept the result. Seeing this, Old Flame couldn't help but open his mouth and ask, "Whichever one is your flesh and blood, do you really want to give it up?"
De.
The crutches tapped on the ground, making the atmosphere somewhat oppressive. Just like the old master's anxious heart, in the end, the old master calmed down, and a hint of determination flashed through his anxious eyes. For the sake of the Guo family, someone must be sacrificed.
Change clothes, go to the celebration. Starlight Mansion, top floor. Meng Dehai said excitedly, "Gongzi, the Black Eagle has arrived in Jiangnan. It has finally arrived." Meng Bo stood up excitedly and asked, "Where is Lu Duan? Where is he now?"
Meng Dehai said, "He has returned to Jiangnan and is on his way to the Guo group celebration."
Mengbo clenched his fists and said excitedly, "Good, get ready, let's go today too. I want to make Lu Duan evaporate from this world." There is also Guo One. In Jiangnan, there is no woman that I, Mengbo, can't get. Xintiandi Shopping Center, in a coffee shop. Guo One was wearing a high-class evening gown, sexy yet dignified, and with her exquisite face, she was like a princess on high, attracting countless gazes. Many diners sat next to her just to catch a glimpse of her face. Opposite her sat two little sisters. One little sister asked curiously, "When, I heard that the Guo family is going to divide the family fortune today. You have such a good track record, you must be able to get a lot, right?" "Hey, I really envy you. I'm really envious of you. You're rich, you've got a good face, and you have a husband, unlike me, who is a single dog and can only find you two to play with all day long." Another person put her arms around her and patted her head to flirt. "There is sister, what do you want, stinky man?" The other person put her arms around her, patting her head and flirting. "I have a sister, what do I need?" Mentioning Lu Chen, Guo One's face immediately sank, sighing, "There is no need, after today, I will return to the army of single dogs." The sisters looked at each other and said in unison, "You want a divorce?" "Aha!" Guo One leaned on the sofa with a tired look on her face. According to her original plan, if Lu Chuan was motivated, knew how to love people, and had a good character, she could continue the marriage. But what did Lu Chuan do? Mixing with society, playing black boxing. He's a rich man's wife, and he's a whoremonger. After whoring, he still doesn't pay. Every time she thought of this matter, Guo One felt sick. She has decided, after today, dust to dust, earth to earth, Guo family and Lu dust, she does not want. She wanted to live her own life. Thinking of this, she sent a text message to Lu Chuan. "When you come, bring your ID card, household registration book and marriage certificate. I have prepared the divorce agreement, just waiting for you to sign." Jiangnan City, highway exit. An Audi drove in. On the co-pilot sat a very cute girl. She was wearing a yellow dress, holding a Mickey doll, with a small red flower on her head, smiling happily. "Brother, thank you for accompanying me out for a walk." Being drugged that day and brought to the men's paradise and almost being abused, caused Lu Shui to have a mental breakdown, not daring to go home and meet people, fearing that others would know about that day. In order not to let her parents worry, Lu Chen took her out to travel for half a month to relax. "What do you say to brother thanks ah?" Lu Chuan doted on her head, then his cell phone rang. It was Guo One's text message. The siblings looked down at the same time. A layer of mist immediately covered Lu Shui's big watery eyes, her face full of shame. "I'm sorry brother, that day I didn't help you stand up and clarify, letting my sister-in-law misunderstand you. She hasn't forgiven you yet?" That day. When Guo One questioned Lu Chuan, Lu Shui was right next to her, but at that time she was drugged and in a daze, so she didn't come forward to clarify for Lu Chuan. "The first time I saw her was when she was in a daze, so she didn't come forward to clarify the matter for him." In fact, later Lu Dust wanted to explain. He gave Guo One 3 times to call, where Guo One hung up. He could only give up helplessly. Lu Chen sighed, "There was no emotion between Guo One and me. It doesn't matter if we divorce or not to mention that in my heart, you and mom and dad will always come first. Even if I become a monk for the rest of my life, I will definitely take care of you, so don't think too much about it in the future, okay?" Lu Chen's voice was gentle, like a warm current that warmed Lu Shui's heart. "In a while, you take Tiger's car and go home. When brother is done, then I will take you to eat a big meal." He glanced at the time, 9 a.m. In the past half a month, although he was not in Jiangnan, Tiger had been helping to collect evidence, and now the evidence was complete. There are some grudges that should be resolved. After Lu Shui got off, Lu Chen drove straight to the hotel. On the way, Zhao Shitao called and anxiously inquired, "Mr. Lu, a month has come and gone, when do you think the matter of buying my son's life will start?" Lu Dust, today. Chapter 56, Heirs and Scapegoats. Guo Clan Group's 50-year celebration, the entire Guo family up and down were all excited. Because today, the old master has invited many of the Jiangnan gentry to witness the change of dynasty of Guo's group, and the winner of the performance test will be given the group's most lucrative industry. 950. Today's Guo One was wearing a fishtail long evening dress, which perfectly outlined the fullness in front of her body and the waist that she held, and her snow-white neck and delicate collarbone were even more sexy and charming. The guests gathered at the door in 2s and 3s, just wanting to catch a glimpse of their faces. Lu Chen's eyes also revealed a trace of amazement. To be honest, Guo One is beautiful and kind-hearted, and she is also gentle and considerate to his family, so she is really a perfect candidate for a wife. It was just a pity that there was a fate but no destiny. He sighed and nodded to Guo Shiwen, I'm coming.
Seeing Lu Chen, a touch of complexity appeared in her eyes and she spoke, come with me. The two of them walked into the hotel, found a corner seat and sat down. Guo Shiwen took out a document from her bag and placed it on the table and said,
sign it.
The tone was cold, without a trace of emotion.
As if they were not husband and wife, just strangers.
Lu Chuan looked down at the 5 big, bright words that made him sway a little.
The divorce agreement.
The agreement consisted of 3 pages with a lot of content, but Lu Chuan didn't even look at it and directly flipped to the last page, ready to sign when he suddenly heard Guo Shiwen ask,
where have you been for the past half month? And Xiao Shui went on a trip. How dare you still have the mood to travel?
Guo Shiwen's heart rose a wave of anger.
This half month she was angry tea and rice. Lu Chen even ran to travel, even if he refused to answer his phone call, but he did not know to come to find himself face to face to explain.
Well, take Xiao Shui out to take a break. Lu Chen said, signed his name on the agreement, and then handed it to Guo Shiwen. Guo Shiwen looked at the divorce agreement and froze for a while, a self-deprecating smile appearing at the corner of her mouth. Over the past 3 years, she had always taken care of Lu Yongheng, Li Guilan, and Lu Shui as if they were her own family, and even fantasized that after Lu Duan was released from prison, the family of 4 would be able to live happily. The family operated Meyer cabinets, and even though they couldn't be rich and famous, they could still be happy, and they could even go out for a trip and a vacation once in a while. I didn't expect to end up like this. She had thought that she would be especially happy after Lu Chen signed, and even opened a bottle of wine to celebrate, but when Lu Chen signed so decisively, her heart was a little blocked. There was also a bit of reluctance.
Signed so decisively, is it in his heart, never put himself as a wife, all is his own wishful thinking?
In his mind, the situation when Lu Chen was just released from prison came to mind.
He was overbearing and protective, caring for himself.
But I did not expect that people change so quickly.
Is there nothing you want to say to me?
Guo Shiwen's hand that clutched the pen trembled slightly, and decided to give Lu Chuan one last chance.
In fact,
After all, a husband and wife, Lu Dust also wanted to clear up the misunderstanding and tell Guo Shiwen that he did not mix with the tiger in society, but just when he opened his mouth, his cell phone rang.
Note, Chu Beauty.
Before he came back, he had asked Chu Huairou to help investigate the Guo family, so he immediately connected.
Have you got the results?
Chu Huairou said, Lu Dust, I have investigated clearly. Guo Huaimin, this old man, set up the examination, not at all to choose an heir, but to choose a scapegoat.
Lu Dust raised his eyebrows and immediately asked, what did you say?
Chu Huairou explained, I found someone to investigate Guo Group's financial report. Their family's most profitable industry is a venture capital industry called Blue Pool Capital. It is said that this company has committed something and is being investigated by the police.
The legal person of Blue Pool Capital will most likely face jail time.
In an instant, Lu Chuan came to his senses. No wonder Uncle Fire had warned him earlier that no matter what, he couldn't let Guo Shiwen finish at the bottom of the appraisal because from the very beginning, Guo Huaimin was trying to pick the worst junior to take the fall for him.
What a test! What a play dead! This old thing is really something. Thanks a lot, Miss Chu.
It's been hard on you. When the banquet ends on the Guo family's side, let's have a meal together.
Chu Huairou's splendid voice came, yo, with me still need to say thank you? A family doesn't need to say thank you. Lu Duan smiled and flirted, who is a family with you? I haven't agreed yet. Okay, I hang up first. Lu Chen hung up the phone and looked at Guo Shiwen and said. In fact, before. There is no need to say it.
Guo Shiwen directly interrupted Lu Chen's words. If there was still a trace of expectation for Lu Chuan before, then at this moment, she has completely despaired. She has not even divorced yet, and she has already found the next one. Really can't figure out, Chu Huairou's kind of luxury princess, how could she look at such a nondescript person like Lu Chuan? Picked up the pen and signed his name on the divorce agreement without hesitation.
From now on, we are strangers.
In the future, don't contact again.
Cut and dried.
There was not a hint of moderation.
Only 2 hot tears slipped down on that exquisite pretty face. When one.
Lu Chen wanted to go after him to explain his sentence, but he was grabbed by someone, and turned around to see that it was Guo Xiaoya, smiling and looking at himself.
Brother-in-law, finally found you, I will take you to meet a few people. Chapter 57. A slap. Guo Xiaoya couldn't help but drag Lu Duan towards the banquet hall.
Then, they saw a group of big and bold women, who were dressed in expensive clothes, heavy makeup, and wearing gold and silver on their bodies. It was like a rich woman's version of Ruwa. At the moment, they were like tycoons choosing a princess in a nightclub, and they were smilingly sizing up Lu Duan. Guo Xiaoya pushed Lu Dust in front of them and said with a smile on her face, "I heard that you divorced my sister.
You can't be a son-in-law, so you must have no money to spend, right? I specially introduced some customers to you."
Guo Xiaoya cackled, with disdain and teasing in her eyes. Lu Dust glanced, those rich women, age 50 plus, full of wrinkles, gently smile, face powder swish off, pungent perfume smell, full of fat, make Lu Dust feel sick.
Guo Xiaoya, what do you mean?
Guo Xiaoya, the corner of her mouth, of course, I am afraid that you will starve to death. These are all worth millions of rich women, you only need to serve them well, in the future, you will eat and drink without worrying about it. Several rich women laughed.
This little white boy is quite handsome.
He's just too skinny, I don't know if he can last more than 3 seconds. Guo Xiaoya pinched her waist and said in a conspiratorial manner, when he was in prison, he was specialized in picking up soap, and after he got out of prison, he went to be a duck. He not only do duck, but also go out to whoring it. It is also considered to be 100 battle-hardened masters, surely a few sisters can serve comfortably.
What kind of steel wire ball, golden hoopstick, flame mountain, closed moon fan, you guys just show off, how to have fun, how to come. The onlookers laughed.
Guo Xiaoya is really beautiful and kind-hearted. Afraid of Lu Chen starved to death specially introduced him to so many rich women. Seeing that he has a good figure, he might be able to receive 3 at a time.
I don't know if I can receive men.
As long as the money is in place, the chrysanthemum's open to you, ha ha ha.
Guo Xiaoya is so smug. Lu Chuan, why don't you thank me?
If it wasn't for my face, you wouldn't have the chance to serve a rich woman.
If you go out and work as a duck, you'll get $500 or $800 a time, so you can afford to go out whoring?
She proudly raised her chin, as if she had already seen Lu Dust ashamed and fled.
Pa!
Lu Chuan smacked over, the huge force directly knocked Guo Xiaoya over on the ground, and there were 4 more red fingerprints on her face.
You dared to hit me?
Guo Xiaoya covered her sore face and looked at Lu Chen incredulously. In her heart, Lu Dust was a dog raised by their Guo family, but now, this dog had even slapped her hard at the group's celebration. The huge sense of shame made her simply unable to accept it, and she climbed up and pounced towards Lu Dust with open teeth and claws.
I will kill you. Snap.
Lu Dust slapped Guo Xiaoya in the face again, and the fake nose that had just been made was slapped off by Lu Dust, and blood flowed out.
Guo Xiaoya roared, I want you to die. You deserve it too. Lu Chuan slapped again.
Remember, I tolerated you before because you are my wife's sister now. What are you dare to speak out against me? In these few years, Guo Shirwan had been very kind to his family, so during this period of time, when Guo's family had spoken out against her and been aggressive, he had tolerated it all for Guo Shirwan's sake.
But now,
he wouldn't let these cats and dogs ride on his head anymore.
Wei Xiaogao's face was full of resentment, but she didn't dare to scream anymore.
Because she felt as if Lu Chuan had changed into a different person, the terrifying look was like a beast, as if it was going to eat her up. Screaming again would only result in a worse beating.
Lu Chen lightly snorted and turned around to leave.
Looking at his back, Guo Xiaoya shouted with a face full of resentment, Lu Dust, you wait for me, when the celebration is over and I get the shares of the group, let's see how I'll get you killed.
Lu Dust left and found Uncle Fire. He opened the door and said, Uncle Fire, isn't it true that the last place in this examination is going to take over Blue Pool Capital to be a scapegoat for the Guo family? How did you know that?
Old Fire looked at Lu Dust incredulously, to know that the matter of Blue Pool Capital, the entire Guo family was only known to him and the old master. Lu Dust hit the nail on the head, making him very surprised. Seeing him react like this, Lu Dust knew that Chu Huairo's investigation was correct.
When Wen was number 1?
After Old Flame was shocked for a while, he comforted him. You don't have to worry, Guo Shirwan is in first place.
What about the last place? Guo Da.
Lu Dust looked towards the banquet hall. Guo Da was wearing a handsome suit and was wandering between the guests with a springy look. I really wanted to see how he would look when he knew the truth in a while.
Mr. Lu, I heard that you and Guo Shirwan got divorced? Lu Dust sighed, good riddance.
Hey, what an excellent golden son-in-law, but Guo Shirwan failed to catch it. It's a pity. Old Fire sighed and turned his head to look in Guo Shirwan's direction.
Guo Shirwan was sitting with her parents, waiting for the festivities to begin. Just then, Guo Shirwan suddenly noticed that 3 uninvited guests had entered the banquet hall. At the head of the group was Meng Bo. Chapter 58 The Gift of First Place. Guo Shirwan stood up violently, her face hard to see. The two men beside Meng Bo looked eerie, their gazes were even more like poisonous snakes sweeping the surroundings, a powerful aura that was even more terrifying than the bodyguards beside Grandpa. Meng Bo came uninvited and brought two experts with him. He was definitely here to find trouble with Lu Chuan. She subconsciously pulled out her cell phone, wanting to call someone to kick Meng Bo out, but she stopped after pressing the number. They were already divorced. In these years, she had given so much to the Lu family, but what did Lu Chuan do after he was released from prison? Worked as a duck. Going whoring. Treat her like what? An ATM? Taking the money she gave her and going to spend it all? Why should she protect such a person? Thinking of this, Gua Sherwin sat down again, her pretty face hung with ice, her cold eyes glanced at Lu Chen, her heart filled with hatred. 10 a.m. The festival started. With a burst of cheerful music and changing lights, the host made his appearance, first bragging about it before inviting the Gua family's old man up. Guo Huaimin leaned on his dragon head cane and walked onto the stage step by step. His pace contact was extremely slow and he was old, looking like he was going to sail away at any moment, but Lu Chen clearly saw the light in his eyes. This old man could still live for at least 5 years. The old man looked around the week and slowly opened his mouth. Thank you very much, friends and partners, to be able to come to my Gua Group's 50th anniversary celebration on your busy schedules. 50 years have passed, when that full of passion and vigor of the young man has become half a foot into the coffin of the old man in charge of this huge Gua Group has been a little overwhelmed. So I set up a test for my 4 grandchildren a month ago to choose a successor for the group, and prepared a big gift for the first place winner of the test. In an instant, everyone's eyes fell on Gua Sherwin, Gua Zhiyong, Gua Det, and Gua Xiaoya. The 4 people stood up with different expressions. Gua Sherwin looked indifferent, not caring at all about the results. Gua Zhiyong, however, looked like an award winner, proudly bowing and greeting the surroundings. Gua Det and Gua Xiaoya had an attendant demeanor. The performance statistics were done by Old Flame, and even they couldn't know the results in advance. Under the attention of all the people, the old master took out a list and said with a smile, the best of them. He pulled out a long tone. All of them concentrated on the name in anticipation. As a burst of music ended, Gua Sherwin. The old master shouted out that name. Gua Sherwin was wearing a fishtail long evening gown, outlining the perfect curves of her body. Under the lights, she was as dazzling as a big star coming out of the TV. All the men in the banquet hall, all of them revealed adoring eyes. Meng Bo's face even showed a hint of grimace. Sooner or later, I will make you submit to my crotch. Lu Chuan's face also revealed a smile. Taking the first place in the examination, Gua Sherwin would be on her way to the top in the future, and could even take over the Gua clan group, with a bright future, so he didn't have to worry about it. Gua Sherwin got up and nodded slightly to the surroundings before walking onto the stage. After I took over the East Harbor Hotel, the performance has tripled a whole lot. How could I lose to her? Gua Zhiyong couldn't accept the results in front of him. In order to take first place, he had even made false accounts, not expecting to lose. Looking at the guests who were all full of appreciation and even admiration applauding Gua Sherwin, the anger in his heart suddenly rose. If he really wanted Gua Sherwin to be the heir, how would their family still be able to mix in the group in the future? Gua Xiaoya also jumped up and said, I'm not convinced either. She was still waiting for the banquet to end and ruthlessly humiliate Gua Sherwin and Lu Duan. She absolutely could not accept the outcome at hand. Uncle Fire's gaze landed on Gua Zhiyong and smiled as he spoke. Just took over the hotel and let the performance tripled. The ability of the second young master is undoubted, but the strength of the eldest young lady is a little stronger. Meyer Cabinet's last month's performance doubled by a full 10 times. Gua Zhiyong exasperatedly said, she can turn over 10 times, because the profits of the cabinet factory is too low. Just take a few orders and turn over 10 times. Yes, Gua Sherwin is too chicken thief. I demand to be ranked according to the turnover. I'm not convinced either. Sweeping a glance at the 3 people, Old Flame sneered and said in a cold voice. The result of this assessment was confirmed by the chairman himself. If you are not convinced, you can find the chairman to question. Hearing the old man, the 3 people's faces instantly darkened. Who does not know the Gua family old man's temper? Since childhood, he said no one. No one could change the results he set. Looking for him to question him, wasn't he waiting to be beaten? Shit. Gua Zhiyong cursed and sat down with an exasperated but, staring at Gua Sherwin on the stage, her eyes covered with envy and jealousy. After Gua Sherwin went on stage, she was forcefully hugged by Gua Huaimin, feeling her grandfather's withered body. Her eyes couldn't help but redden, although Gua Xingua, Gua Zhiyong, and the others had been secretly calculating, but her grandfather loved her very much. Perhaps, she should really stay and guard the kingdom that her grandfather had laid down. Guo Huaimin patted Guo Shiwen's back and said with a proud face, "How is it? Isn't this eldest granddaughter of mine beautiful and excellent?" Thunderous applause from the stage. All of the guests tonight were either rich or noble. They had seen many beautiful women, but a woman with the beauty of a city and a country, and the ability to run a shopping mall, was very rare. It looked like the second choose Missy was going to appear in Jiangnan. At this time, Guo Huaimin picked up the microphone and continued to speak. "I have decided to give Blue Pool Capital to Wen as a reward for this examination." Chapter 59 Pit? Let's congratulate Gui Shiwen for becoming the new president of Blue Pool Capital. Applause thundered from the stage. Gui Ziyang and the others, however, were confused. "Dad, what kind of company is Blue Pool Capital? Why haven't I heard of it before?" Guo Jinghua collapsed his old face and gritted his teeth. "Blue Pool Capital is the most important industry of the Guo clan. More than half of the group's profits are created by it." The old master gave it to Gui Shiwen, indicating that he is going to set up an heir. The moment these words came out, Guo Ziyang and the others sat paralyzed in their chairs as if they had lost their souls. It's over. It was all fucking over. In these few years, they hadn't rarely taunted Gui Shiwen in a conspiratorial manner, but now that Gui Shiwen had become a phoenix, their good days were coming to an end. On the other hand, Lu Chen's expression was incredibly ugly. A river turned over in his inner heart. The legal person of Blue Pool Capital will most likely face jail time. Xu Huairou's words were still in his mind. But now. He looked towards the stage with some disbelief, but he saw the old man with a smile on his face, applauding Gui Shiwen. Wasn't it agreed that the one who ranked first in the assessment would become the Guo family's heir, and the one who was at the bottom would be abandoned? Why was Gui Shiwen the one who was abandoned? Why? A cold aura shone in Lu Chuan's eyes. To Uncle Fire, he questioned. What the hell is going on here? Uncle Fire was also confused. His dismayed gaze stared at the old man on the stage for a long time, and finally he let out a long sigh. Hey, the old master can't change the patriarchal mindset after all. Although Gui Shiwen is excellent, but she is ultimately a girl, she can only be abandoned. Lu Chen was angry and felt injustice for Gui Shiwen. Even if patriarchy favored women, the one who was abandoned should be Gui Xiaoya, right? In terms of performance, in terms of ability, in terms of talent. Which point does she Gui Xiaoya compare to Gui Shiwen? Old Fire shook his head and explained, although Gui Xiaoya's ability is not good, but she is not married, she can marry with the big families and help Gui Group to fight for the interests of Gui Shifen, while Gui Shifen. Old Fire gave Lu Chuan a meaningful look. Lu Dust froze. The daughters of the big families were used to marry with the big families to gain greater benefits, while Gui Shiwen had already been married and divorced. Although the two hadn't had a relationship, in name, she was a second-hand woman. How can a second-hand woman join a marriage? So in the end it turned out to be him who victimized Gui Shiwen? In fact, with Missy's strength, there was no problem marrying out. There was another very important issue. Uncle Fire continued to speak. Missy is not under control. The old master likes to play chess with the younger generation, but you know, over the years, only Gui Shiwen is the only one who has won over the old master in chess. It was also after that time that the old master's eyes changed to look at her in a complicated way. I've been with him for decades, I know his character too well. Just like an ancient emperor, he won't allow anyone to challenge his authority. Even if the challenger is his son, he'll kill him without mercy. Since Gui Shiwen entered the company, she has shown her sharpness. Single-handedly founded the AVIC Construction has become the second largest money-making industry of the Gui Group, and has high prestige within the company, with the suspicion of overshadowing the master. I thought the old man is really ready to abdicate this time, but now it seems, hey. Uncle Fireside, Lu Chuan was kind to him. He should have helped Gui Shiwen, but things had developed to this point, it was no longer something he could influence. Looking at the radiant Gui Shiwen on the stage, Lu Chuan asked with a pale face. What will be the consequences? Death? Uncle Fire, probably, the best outcome would be life imprisonment. Buzz. Uncle Fire's words were like a heavy hammer hitting Lu Chuan's head hard. At this moment he was completely numb, his ears were buzzing and his face was pale without a trace of blood. What was the difference between life imprisonment and death? At this moment, Gui Shiwen walked off the stage with the appointment letter, and Lu Chuan walked towards her in a state of disorientation. Shiwen, Blue Pool Capital is a trap, you must not accept it. Lu Dust's voice was so loud that in an instant, everyone's eyes were attracted. What are you trash doing here? Hurry up and get the hell out of here. Yan Xiuli angrily looked at Lu Chuan and yelled. In her opinion,
Guo Shiwen, who had been rewarded by the old master, was the hottest white swan in the entire Jiangnan business circle, and Lu Dust, this toad, should go back to lie down in the mud pit.
Trap? Lu Chuan, what do you mean by that?
Guo Shiwen's eyebrows furrowed slightly, a puzzled expression on her face.
Not waiting for Lu Dust to answer, Guo Xingbang stood out and sneered at Lu Dust. Hee, just divorced and you can't see my daughter is good?
Lu Dust, you are really an ungrateful clown.
Blue Pool Capital is rolling. Guo Xingbang changed his posture from the usual smiling tiger and said fiercely.
Blue Pool Capital is Guo's most important property, and the old man gave it to Wen as a sign of his trust in her. Don't think I don't know what you think, because of being repudiated by Wen so harboring a grudge, deliberately jumping out to mess up, wanting the old master to take back the order, right?
Lu Chen ignored Guo Xingbang's mocking words and said to Guo Shiwen, Wen, trust me for once, okay?
Refuse this appointment immediately, and I'll explain the reasons to you later.
You shut the fuck up.
Guo Xingbang pushed Lu Duan hard and scolded, these years, my daughter has spent millions for your family, it's not even if you're not grateful, but you even came to spoil her good deed. You white-eyed wolf, hurry up and get out of here, or I'll call security.
Get lost. Security, hurry up and throw this miscreant out, I'm sick of seeing him. In full view of everyone.
Lu Chuan gazed at Guo Shiwen, his eyes red. Shiwen. His shouts were accompanied by a crying voice. Guo Shiwen's heart moved, but when she thought of the things that Lu Chuan had done, being a duck, whoring, she gritted her teeth and lowered her head, ignoring Lu Chuan.
Since this is the case, then fine. Lu Chuan let out a long sigh and turned around to leave the celebration site.
Looking at his back, a wave of regret welled up in Guo Shiwen's heart, and she hurriedly stood up, wanting to chase after him, but she was pulled back by Guo Xingbang.
Shiwen, what are you doing? Today is your big day, you finally divorced that punk, you need to celebrate. Ignore him.
Guo Shiwen's eager little face was red, desperately trying to break away from Guo Xingbang's hand. Dad, let go of me, I still have something to say to Lu Chuan, you quickly let go of me.
Not allowed to go.
That trash doesn't deserve to speak to you.
Shiwen.
Listen to Dad once, from today onwards, you go your way, he goes his way, between you, no more dealings. You are my Guo Xingbang's daughter, the future heir of the Guo family. That kind of trash doesn't deserve you at all. Guo Shiwen's wrists were red, but she didn't break free from Guo Xingbang's restraints, and Lu Chen's silhouette had already disappeared. She couldn't help but her eyes reddened and tears rolled down her face.
What are you crying for? Today is your big day, no crying.
Yan Shili scolded with hatred as she poured a glass of red wine for Guo Shiwen. Smiled and said, come on Shirfen, today is a good day, you toast everyone a glass of wine.
Show your face in front of everyone. From today onwards, you are the future heir of the Guo group.
Under the spotlight, Guo Shiwen slowly stood up under the support of her parents, and under the light, she was beautiful, and her eyes, like a sobbing eyes, were churlish and moved, and she was even more bright to the eyes of the people.
Beautiful, really beautiful.
Like a fairy, the men at the scene all looked straight in the eyes.
At this time, a voice came. Who is the legal person of Blue Pool Capital? Chapter 60. Chu Huairou made a move.
The crowd looked at the sound, only to see several police officers standing at the door, and for a while the crowd froze.
Guo Xingbang asked with a confused face, my daughter is, what is the matter?
They took a document and walked up to Guo Shiwen and said coldly. We are from the Jiangnan City Public Security Bureau, now Blue Pool Capital is involved in a big case with 27 lives 5 years ago, please go back with us to cooperate with the investigation. Under everyone's incredulous gaze, the police pulled out a pair of silver bracelets. In the entire banquet hall, there was a dead silence.
Everyone suddenly realized.
What air, what gift, this was simply a plot against Guo Shiwen. For a while, everyone looked at Guo Huaimin with a bit more scorn. This old man looked half dead, but his strikes were ferocious, even capable of abandoning his own granddaughter. Misunderstanding, you have misunderstood, Blue Pool Capital and my daughter do not have half a cent relationship, Dad, you quickly help Wen explain. Guo Xingbang was scared and hurriedly turned to Guo Huaimin for help. He did not believe that this examination was a conspiracy from the beginning to the end. Yan Shili was also scared silly, ran up to the stage in tears, Dad, you quickly help Wen explain. And Guo Xinghua and Guo Zhiyang also looked at each other, and secretly said in their hearts, damn, fortunately did not take the first place in the examination, or else they were the ones who were arrested. But immediately afterward, the two were a bit puzzled.
Dad, you quickly explain. When only took over Blue Pool Capital today, all the previous things have nothing to do with her.
Seeing the old man indifferent, Guo Xingbang also rushed onto the stage, constantly begging his father.
What the hell is going on, Grandpa?
Guo Shiwen also panicked.
What 5 years ago? What 27 murders? She didn't even dare to kill a chicken, how could she dare to kill someone?
Guo Huimin tilted his head and looked at the ceiling, the dragon head walking stick in his hand constantly tapping the ground.
Day.
Each time, it seemed to knock on the hearts of the crowd, and the atmosphere was tense to the extreme.
Everyone's hearts were instantly suspended to their throats. The head of Blue Pool Capital was Guo Shiwen. Boom!
The crowd instantly exploded. No one had expected that this air competition would turn into a backstabber competition.
The sudden reversal left everyone dumbfounded.
Guo Shiwen even turned pale, her voice trembling as she defended, 5 years ago, I was still in college, how could Blue Pool Capital's matter have anything to do with me? Her gaze was dead on her grandfather. She couldn't believe that her grandfather, who had embraced her and was proud of her a few minutes ago, was going to send her to prison in the blink of an eye?
Only to see. Grandpa let out a long sigh and said quietly.
When you were studying, you often came to the group to help out. There were several cases that you signed and stamped to do, so you don't need to argue anymore. Guo Shiwen's head buzzed, and her body almost fell to the ground with a softness.
In an instant, everything was understood. Gentleness and graciousness is feigned, viciousness is his nature. Guo Xingbang's face was even more pale, directly paralyzed on the ground.
He never dreamed that his proud daughter would be sent to the prison by her father. Had he known it would be like this, he would not have let Guo Shiwen participate in the competition even if he had died. Guo Xiaoya, however, had a smug look on her face and said in a conspiratorial manner, Lu Duan squatted in prison after you squatted in prison, it's really a husband and wife. Guo Ziyang hemmed and hawed and said, 27 lives even if they don't die, they have to be indefinite, right?
Poor
Guo Di echoed, don't worry about it sister, I will go to see you on New Year's holidays, in the inside of a good transformation.
All around a clamor.
Tonight's guests were either rich or wealthy, and from the moment the police entered the room, they understood everything. Everyone shook their heads and looked at Guo Shiwen with more than a hint of pity.
What an excellent girl, what a pity. Guo Huimin, this old man is really ruthless.
To abandon such an outstanding heir just like that, he really had the heart to do so.
Guo Shiwen stared angrily at her grandfather and hissed inquiringly, Grandpa, I have paid so much for the Guo family and I have ended up with this result? Why are you doing this to me?
Guo Shiwen's eyes were red as tears rolled down her face. These years she did her best, was as their own children to cultivate, the various businesses are flourishing, the AVIC building is constantly taking off, no credit but also have hard work. Tiger venom still does not eat the child, how can the human heart be so cruel?
If you do something wrong, you have to be punished. I will leave the AVIC building to Xingbang, you can rest assured to go in.
The old man closed his eyes and did not dare to meet his granddaughter's eyes, the hand covering the leading crutch trembled violently, highlighting his inner turmoil.
Don't you want to give up? Of course. That was her most outstanding granddaughter.
However, for the better continuation of the Guo family, he had to do away with it. Guo Shiwen had enjoyed glory and wealth since birth, and now it was time for her to return the favor to the Guo family. The corner of Guo Shiwen's mouth raised a cold smile, Grandpa Guo family ha. Guo Shiwen laughed miserably and threw the document in her hand on the ground, betrayed by her husband, mocked by her siblings, and now being counted by her own grandfather. God, what kind of great crime did I, Guo Shiwen, commit in my past life? How are you going to punish me? Guo Shiwen, please go back with us and cooperate with the investigation. Several police officers stepped forward to take Guo Shiwen away when a delicate voice suddenly came from the crowd. Elder Guo Shiwen is my best friend. Yesterday, the two of us were discussing the project of the Royal Lanshan Development Zone, and we are about to sign the contract.
Are you sure she is the head of Blue Pool Capital?